But I'm really honored, you guys, to have Jon Cheplak here on the stage and dropping some knowledge.
Love you, man.
So I have to be real honest, and it was like I was getting choked up there for a minute. And I might in the first part, but that's okay, because that's been part of my growth. So I am a grandpa. I'll walk off. I mean, I'm a hero. I mean, when you're a grandpa, that's like the coolest thing. Any grandparents in the room? So here's the bad news, okay, is my son did it to me before my 50th birthday. That's in about 18 days, but that's okay. And it's a very interesting ride. So he's 21 years old. And, you know, he's really grown a lot in the last 6 months. He used to think being a man and contributing to society was a six-pack, cap delts, big pecs. Okay? So now it's a baby. And so here's the good news about him. He's got my DNA. You ready for the other shoe to drop? Here's the bad news. He's got my DNA. So it's a very interesting ride. What I want to say is this, I am very privileged to be here. Thank you for taking your time. I know it's valuable. I know it's something that you can't get back. Everything that Josh has shared with you is absolutely true about the gentleman that I'm sharing the stage with today. I'm just as excited to sit there with you after I'm done, okay, as I am to be up here today. Okay, so as a show of hands real quickly, raise your hand if you're a broker, owner, or a manager. Okay? Raise your hand if you have a team of 3 or more people. Raise your hand if you're a real estate agent. Congratulations, you're all unemployable. That's what we got in this industry. So let's get right into it. I'm here to solve some problems that you guys have, okay? There's 3 major problems that we need to solve, and I'm going to promise you in my short time frame we're going to get them solved. But wait a minute. Hang on, I got a text. Oh, I got a Facebook message. All right, that goofball's Snapchatting me. Problem number 1, that's your competition. The consumer's distracted. The way that I just behaved and the way that you're behaving, that's your competition. Are you guys with me on that one? This is the interactive part. I ask a question, you give an answer. Are you guys with me on that one? Yes. Absolutely. Okay? Here's problem number 2. Problem number 2 is this. No one wants to be sold, but everyone wants to buy. No one wants to be sold, but everyone wants to buy. So what I want you guys to be doing, I want to keep it simple. I want to keep it in the 3s, okay? What I want you to be doing is keeping a consciousness, because if you can get through these 3 key points that I'm going to take you on a little bit of a journey, because it's really not that complicated. It's all very, very simple. I'm done with my distraction too, by the way, okay? If you can get through these things, you're going to win, okay? They don't want to be sold. See, here's what it's all about. Are you going to keep pushing yourself on the consumer, or are you going to pull them to you? See, Joshua is a great example. If you take a look at his business, is there anyone that gives more free content out to the real estate industry than Josh? Again, watch this part. I ask a question, you give an answer. Do you guys act like that with like buyers and sellers? You sit there? I mean, I hope you do, because that's a really good strategy. He or she who speaks first loses, right? But have you noticed how he's dumping content out there? Okay, there's a couple spirits that I want you guys to get. Stop being attached to the outcome and attached to the process. Stop being attached to the outcome and attached to the process. See, my work is really, really simple. I'm going to take you into number 3. Number 3, okay, the big issue that you got to get through, and I'm going to take you into my story, okay, and it's called fear. See, just like Joshua said in the beginning, see, you're going to hear a lot of the same things that you've heard before, but there's one question that I want to know, and that's this: why don't you do what you want to do need to do, should do, and know how to do. That's all I want to know. And it's a mystery. And I'm here to help you get through that. Because is there anything, see, raise your hand if your business is exactly where you want to be. Raise your hand if you're doing the things you know you need to do that would dramatically change your business. You've seen it proven to you over and over again. You actually reject it because you're so damn afraid of it, okay? But you're not taking action. Let's do the be honest. Raise your hand if you know what, if you walked out the door today and did one thing that you're fearful of but you know it would work, everything would change. Okay, the rest of you are liars. No problem. We always have liars in the room. And I'm okay with that. So here's what I want to do. And I hope, see, I don't want to impress you. I want to have an impact. I don't want to impress you. I want to have an impact. And I'm going to come no filter so that you remember it. Even if you walk away and say, that guy's kind of a jerk, that's all right. You're talking about me. And I hope, see, what I want to do is I want to create a psychological bond with you, even if it's villainous. I'm going to go into my story right now. I'm uncomfortable in crowds. I'm shy as can be. I'm an introvert. I drank for 20 years to cope in society and merged through. That's my truth. I got clean 8 years ago. Wait. Big guy chokes up. That's how real it is. And I am attached to the process. I'm not attached to the money. I'm in a for-profit business, so are you. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen when you decide, okay, to understand and get clear that what you're doing on a daily basis is just a representation for what you want. See, here's what's happened. So here's what I realized, and I think it's really something that does, listen, this isn't an AA meeting, but I think there's something that you guys can really capture in it, okay? I'm socially dysfunctional, uncomfortable. I've been in real estate for 28 years. I've got a great track record. I was raised like probably most of you, be seen and not heard. Holy shit, now I've got to go out and talk to strangers? I mean, think about our programming. You guys think about that? So I'm trying to give you a break. I mean, you've got bad programming. Don't talk to strangers. Holy shit, and your broker owner's saying, listen, go talk to strangers. This business is backwards. So now you understand why I was a drunk? I mean, I'm so logical, it's like, whoa, this doesn't make sense, so I got it. Anyways, here's the point that I want to make to you. So here's what I identified in my life, and I want you to identify. It's not about the alcohol. It's not about whatever it is that your problem, your issue is, because guess what? By the way, y'all got issues, don't you? One more time, y'all got issues, don't you? All right, maybe we'll turn it into an AA meeting. Hi, I'm John. I am inspired. So when I came to understand, okay, that I was in my head, and that's what I want you to get, and this is what I want you to capture. I'm going to give you guys a little exercise to do, because you know the most important thing, and I'm speaking for the rest of the guys, you're going to get a ton of content. You know what? And the most important thing is this. The training's not going to take place right here in the room. The training's going to take place when you walk out the door and you decide to take action or not. If you decide to take action or not. And let me share with you the real reason why you don't take action. It's called overwhelm. Overwhelm is a symptom of fear, and here's where we're going to get really deep in this thing. And I'll come back to where my story comes in. See, your fear of, okay, not choosing the right thing to do. You jump into a rabbit hole, you do it, and then you abandon it because you see something else. Squirrel, right? How's that consistency thing working out for y'all? Okay, you know, I'm almost 50 years old, a grandpa. I stay in pretty good shape, and people always ask, what supplement, what this, what that. Let me tell you about the supplement that I take. It's called a consistency supplement. It's really not that complicated, because I want to let you guys know about my background, my pedigree. Bouncer in a teenage nightclub. I was the janitor when it closed. I drove under the Space Needle to the seafood warehouse to pack the fish truck and drive the route. I worked 120 hours a day, and my mom said, son, work half as hard in real estate, plus that gun getting pulled on your head as a bouncer probably isn't that cool, okay? And I started knocking on doors. I did it. Here's the piece that I want you guys to get at and do this, okay? What you need to do is you need to get out of your head and into your heart. Those are easy terms, but I want you to write it down. Get out of my head and into my heart. Y'all woke up today excited to do something, and you know what you did? You read an email. You looked at a post. Someone left you a text message. Something's lingering, you know, and you look at yourself and you know what you said? I'm too fat, I'm too skinny. I'm too short, my car's not cool enough. I'm not a good dad, I'm not a good mom, I'm not a good spouse. Guess what? You're all of them, and we all are, and we're all flawed, and we're all humans, and we're all having a human experience. Stop trying to impress people. Because guess what? You're not that impressive. That was my greatest lesson when I first got clean as John. Okay, I won't drop an F-bomb, but shit was kind of the edge for me. Put the phone down, dude. You're not that important. What? Yes, I am. Let me tell you. Oh, really? This will be fun working with you. The good news is I went out kind of like Josh does, and we all look for people that take us to the next level. The guy was right in my face. Here's what I want you to capture is this, okay? See, most of you don't even know what's fun and couldn't tell me when the last time was you had fun. I know, I coach people, real productive people. Okay? Most of you don't know why you're even selling real estate. You're just selling real estate and you're going for 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, and 100 million. Is anyone with me on that? Are you guys riding along with me? I want you to write this down. Real estate is a representation for everything I want to experience in my life. Real estate is a representation for everything I want to experience in my life. I'll tell you what my job is, serve, lead, and inspire people that want to have a positive life experience in the real estate business. I'll tell you what my money's for, okay? My money is a vehicle to be able to extend my message out to human beings until the day that I fall over in whatever silo I can serve them. See, can you define what money's for to you? See, that's the interesting thing. I'm going to go into strategies and tactics, but guess what? There's this unconscious virus that's running in your head that's working against you. It's the one that says you're not good enough or your money's attached to something that's really shallow. Your money and your result is attached to something that's really shallow. And when you can break through that piece and what that representation is. See, here's how I check in with a lot of my clients, and I've been very fortunate and blessed. I'm honored to be here. Every time I get to come up and speak, it blows my mind still. Okay? And I work with very, very productive people. But the most important thing for me to know is so what's this all about? So here's what I want you guys to do. Here's the exercise, and then we'll get into strategies, tactics. If we're sitting here right now having a conversation a year from today, okay? What 3 things would have to happen in your personal life to give you the happiness and freedom you desire? Write them down. What 3 things would have to happen in your personal life to give you the happiness and freedom you desire? Didn't know you were coming to the Kumbaya session, did you? It's all right, I have to stick with my integrity. Because strategies and tactics aren't your issue, you are. Anything outside of me is not my issue, I am. And when you can move to that space and understand that, when you can accept where you're at and you can take personal responsibility, game on. And while you're doing that, I want to articulate and come back to my story. I know that it's my purpose to serve, lead, and inspire people. And you know what? The squirrely thoughts that go in my mind, in my head every single day when I wake up, you know the self-defeating ones that you have too, every one of you. And even the better we look, the more we have of them. Did you know that too? See, I'm pretty clear. I just call it, we've all got our stuff. That's really, really cool. So you know what we do? Then we've got these hamsters. I mean, I think sometimes they're breeding up there. It's like, holy shit, you know. I mean, sometimes it's a hamster farm, sometimes it's a squirrel farm. Y'all got them going on, don't you? Okay? So there's this little thing that I do, and I create this hologram, and I'm a little bit out there, but I do this. I have this little bridge that I picture, and that bridge is going from my head to my heart. See, that head that tells us we're so disciplined, we're so committed, and I've got this business plan, and I got this, and I got that, is the same head that has the virus in the back of our head running. Let me tell you, and I'll be a little bit brutal on this heart thing, and it's where I really broke through, and I imagine I see myself in my heart, okay? I'm crystal clear on the experiences that I want to have in my life. If I get into my heart, see, watch this. If there's a house that's burning and there's someone in there, your head's going to tell you, don't go in there. And I want you to think about this when you leave. I want you to think about the freaking burning house. Because your family, your peace, your happiness and your freedom, it's a burning freaking house. It's a burning house. I mean, are you here to sell more real estate or are you here to be happy? Which one is it, you guys? That was weak. Sure. So your head's going to tell you not to go in the burning house. Knowing someone's in there, what's your heart going to tell you to do? You're going in, okay? So here's what we're going to go into. You know what? You need to start going into the burning house of video. You need to start going into the burning house of rejection. You need to start going into the burning house of FSBO expires. I'm going to talk to you about some marketing silos, okay? It doesn't mean just those ones work. It's based on the time that I have. Guess what? I have a client that closes about 250 transactions a month in his office, okay? And I've spoken at his sales meeting a couple times, and they still go around the room, and we do sourcing of where the business came from. Door knock, FSBO, expired. So by the way, it still works. Don't take my message as a villainization or a demonization of those strategies and tactics. But what I am going to do is pull you to an area, because ladies and gentlemen, today the boundaries are limitless and marketing is free. The consumer is done being sold. You're the back button away from being history. You have to walk a fine line. And let me tell you about that fine line. You used to see it never hurt. It used to be, it never hurts to ask. Sometimes it hurts to ask. There's some cadences that I'll get into later, but I want you to write these down. They're called a 3-to-1. Here's some of the things that we found. See, what we're going to get into is we're going to look at this banking system that we have, a 3-to-1 cadence, deposit, 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 withdrawal. I'm going to take you inside of Joshua Smith's database that's going to blow your mind, his CRM, one of his many databases, okay, and work that we started doing years ago. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to talk about making those deposits. We're going to talk about growing, but here's the gig. Can you right now close your eyes and see yourself in your heart? What does and what will everything that I take from these guys that are speaking today contribute to my kids that I want in private school next year that is $25,000 a year? It starts September 6th. Specific, measurable, actionable. Stop living vague. The lake cabin that I want at Panther Lake that's low bank waterfront that has no moss in the lake and we can swim in, a perfect dock by January 1st, 2015. See, your problem is you're not clear, and you're vague, and you live gray, and guess what your result's going to keep being? How's that one working out for you? Get it? It's all about clarity. It's all about clarity. So get into your heart, identify. See, when I check in with a lot of top producers or top teams, I would say I'm probably about 70% working with CEOs. I'll go back to, there's times we'll do the call or I'll go out and meet with them. And the question is this: how are you doing in getting close to that vacation that you want to take every 90 days with your family? Because I always want to have that personal part. See, if it's attached to the business, and I'm not here to embarrass anyone. There's people in this room that are burned out. There's people in here that are empty. There's people here that are wondering, why the hell am I doing what I'm doing? What's this all about? And there's some that will eventually get there. You think, oh, this guy's crazy, man. I'm rolling. Knock yourself out. I'm not here to judge what you have or don't have. But what I want to do is I want to help you get crystal clear, okay? So write down those 3 things that have to change for you to get the happiness and freedom you desire. Wouldn't that make sense? Because here's when I check back with you. How are you doing with that? I mean, I can talk about numbers, and we get into the numbers, and I love the numbers. But you want to know what? Everything's all about the experience. You guys with me on that one? You with me on that one? Awesome. Let's roll. Get into your heart. Okay. So you have 3 jobs. Real estate agent, constant creator of content, and technologist. Not just one anymore. Real estate agent, constant creator of content, and technologist. Now here's the beauty of it. You say, oh my gosh, John, it's overwhelmed. Well, sure, there's so many different resources that you can use. This doesn't mean that you can't hire people to do those types of things. But what I would do is come to understand it at a certain level. Again, I'm going to go down this online path. I'm going to go down the path of the internet-empowered consumer. See, here's the situation. We have an internet-empowered consumer, and what we have to do is accommodate the expectations of today's internet-empowered consumer. And you know what they are? Number one, they don't want to talk to you. Number two, they want the tools and information they desire, and they want it now. Now. What delivery mechanism do you have in place to give the consumer what they want now? Are you delivering to the consumer now? Okay? They want to choose, they want the control, and they have the control. Here's one of the pictures that I want you guys to really capture is this. See, it used to be that the marketing process was here, and then we got into the sales process. The marketing process has encroached into the sales process, and here's what I mean by that. You know, is there a different type of conversation you're having someone that's 6 months out from buying and selling versus someone that's looking at homes? Is that a different conversation? Okay, so now watch this. When you look at your lead nurturing, okay, you're saying the right things to the wrong people and the wrong things to the right people. Get it? See, drip campaigns are impactful, but what I want you to start thinking about is adaptive marketing. Are you with me on that? Because everyone's in different phases of the customer journey. Some of the other things that we're going to talk about also is this. See, you're focused on the wrong objections. And the reason that you're focused on the wrong objections and the squirrely language and the uncomfortable, cheesy sales dialogue that you keep having to do over and over again and really sucks, okay, is because you just haven't dealt with objections in advance. And you don't know what the true objections are. You know what the true objections are? Sales skepticism and overwhelm. So why would we fight human nature? Why wouldn't we come out of the gates and deal with them and build trust? So what we're going to talk about is building a trust-building process, not a sales process, okay? So, don't be that dude. Don't be that dude. And here's what you got to remember. You know, Facebook is the platform that people are playing on, but, you know, everywhere we go, I mean, you can't walk into a cocktail party, hey, I'm John, I'm a real estate agent, I want to sell your house, okay? Your history, you're gone. They can go away. Now, listen, do you need to be a salesperson? Absolutely, you need to be a salesperson, but you've got to make deposits. You've got to constantly be making deposits. And what does that look like? Here's the whole game. See, the reason that you're getting so many objections, the reason that you have to sell, let me back up again. Raise your hand if you've ever gone to the listing presentation, and I think this will really enlighten you. Raise your hand if you've ever gone on the listing presentation where you walked in and you said, here's the price. Okay, John. Here's the commission amount. Okay, John. And we're taking it for 18 years. Okay, John. Now, disregard the 18 years. Have you ever walked into that listing presentation? Has anyone ever had the lay down listing? This is the interactive part. Yes or no? Yes? Okay, so why did that happen? Was it your magical super duper script? Was it the objection handler of the day? Was it the manipulator of the moment? Why did it happen? Go further. Trust. See, here's what I want you guys to capture. See, you can break through the communication filters of your audience as long as you build trust. You can break through the communication filters of your audience as long as you build trust. Now listen, do you need to have language and understand and future pacing and understand how to talk feature benefit? Absolutely you do. But guess what? That's called worthless. That's 2 words. Worthless if there's no trust. Are you guys with me on that one? See, here's the deal. Do you want to be the cat that has to sit there and objection handle and just come out all beat up, bandaged up? Oh, I got that listing, but Jesus, you know, you need to go drink a bottle of Jack? That's the truth. I was the objection handler, so I needed a bottle of Jack all the time. Okay, full disclosure. No, but do you want to be that person? No. So, do you need to be relentless? Absolutely. Am I fierce? Absolutely. I'm nonstop. But you want to know what I'm nonstop of? I'm nonstop of making deposits into the business relationship equity account. Think about that right now. I want you to think about that. Are you making consistent deposits in the business relationship equity account? See, here's your gig. You're going to the ATM machine. You put no money in the bank. How much are you going to pull out of that sucker? No, so what you're doing is you're trying to break in that thing, speed bagging it, kind of like you do to buyers and sellers. Sometimes where you knock them out. I remember I was so bad. Oh, I slayed that listing presentation. My broker would be like, yeah, you probably slayed the people. Are they alive? I killed it. I didn't have an ego. I got tamed, okay? So that's the piece. That's what I want you to take a look at. Are you continually making deposits in the relationship, in the business relationship equity account? And I like to reference, we had a quick conference call. Hey, what are the high points you're going to hit? No one, listen, we complement each other because we believe in what we do and we operate in the same way. But, you take a look at Josh's model. Deposit, deposit. Now he's coaching people. Deposit, deposit. By the way, there's broker owner managers in the room, right? Aren't you supposed to recruit real estate agents, right? That's what you do, okay? Teams. Are you growing your team, recruiting people? Do you need to do that? Sure you do, okay? Real estate agents, you too. The principles are the same. Real estate agents, you're recruiting buyers and sellers every single day. Every single day. So how are you pulling them to you? Okay? See, our responsibility is I just want to be the information portal. That's it. 3 key principles to remember is this in my responsibility. Educate, interact, inspire. Educate, interact, inspire. The competition is going to keep interrupting the consumer. We're going to check in. The competition is going to keep interrupting the consumer. I'm just going to check in. And let me give you, now I'm going to be a little hypocritical. I'm going to give you a real tricky script. Ready? Okay. Hey, here's something pretty cool. What do you think? Hey, here's something pretty cool. What else would you like me to send you? Start being the person that shows up with the right question instead of the tricky thing to say. Because the consumer will tell you where they want you to go. Does that make sense, you guys? See, what I'm doing is I am nurturing people through this process because what's happened is the marketing process has turned into an educational process. You know who I think's going to win? I think the person that is the most sophisticated and consistent and is abundant and gives the consumer what they want. Instead of the most salesy based. Give them more. What else do you want? Give them more. What else do you want? Okay? See, we want to make these psychological bonds also, and we want to connect with people on common ground. Anyone here work out regularly? Great. Have you ever met a client in the gym? Sure you have. And you know what? How much objection handling and selling do you really have to do? You guys get that? So now let's go into the wonderful Kardashians. They have created the real estate business. Now listen, you can door knock, you can cold call, but I can tell you right now, I know people making $500,000 spending no money on marketing because they're working social media the right way. Okay? They found ways to connect with people on common ground. I don't go into my income because it's just not me and it's just not what it is. I can tell you this, I do fine. Okay? And my marketing budget traveling throughout, speaking in Asia, throughout North America, living a pretty good life, my marketing budget was 0 up until 12 months ago. Because I understand common ground, and you are in this incredibly opportune time, and you're afraid to put yourself out there. So one of the suggestions that I would make is people today, I'm telling you what's going on. Have the Kardashians created a condition where the consumer desires more transparency? Yeah, and some of you, I want to embarrass you. Some of you guys can't wait to watch the reruns tonight. Holy shit. What are you doing? You should pay me $10,000 right now for being your coach to tell you I can increase your income dramatically. What's wrong with you? Whatever works, okay? Here's the bottom line is listen, I'm not saying, and I'm a little bit extreme. Raise your hand if you follow me on social media, okay? Poor people. You know what I know about you? You're a whack job too. Likes attract. I'm just telling you from a practical experience, and it's not I am great. There are many things I can do better. That's why, you know what Josh and I brag to each other about? Not how much we make. We brag about how much money we've spent. I'm at $55,000 year to date in coaches. I can send you the bank statement. That's not I'm wonderful. I will brag about that. Okay? I will. So, God, I thought about that and I just went, holy smokes, did I spend that? And then I heard Josh saying about all the wrong people. I hope I got the right people. Okay? The bottom line that I want you guys to capture is this. Gary Vee said it, and I'm not a Gary Vee follower. I'm not saying he's good or bad. I have my certain coaches that I follow, but I happen to be watching, and actually, Bob had put it up when he was at Inman, a live video. A good friend of mine, Bob Watson, a fabulous gentleman in the real estate industry. And Gary Vee said this. He says, be the online mayor. Be the digital mayor. Tell me if I'm quoting this wrong. 90% of homeowners said they would choose their agent to work with again. Am I close on that one, you guys? We're in the ballpark, right? You know, the analytic ones that want to say, no, it's 89%. Well, you're a keyboard warrior, so go away. I know you're kind. You need a hobby, but right now I'm your hobby, no problem. Go ahead, I can ignore you. Anyways. Okay, 90%. But you know what percentage of the time they say that agents don't follow up with them and they never hear from them again? About 80, 90%. See, here's the thing that I want to ask some of the more experienced agents, but I also want to have the newer people that are in the room identify with, okay? If you're an experienced agent and you're having to work just as hard today as you did 5 to 10 years ago to do the same amount of business, shame on you. Shame on you for your family. You know, I'll go there. Get in your heart and take a look at this stuff, man. Take the steps. Don't keep doing things the same old way. And you know what you got to do? You got to move to this space of making deposits. Be the online mayor. Be the information portal. Be the celebrity authority. So with that said, what do we need to talk about? Okay, here's the number one lead thing. I was on a call yesterday. Anyone see the Dollar Beard Club commercials? Those videos? Okay. I was on a call with a group that I'm in with Christoper. He was with one of my coaches, and he was talking about this. You know, you guys can get into all of the mechanics and all the science of stuff, but guess what? Today, you guys, it's about the experience that people get to have with you. And here's the thing, and I'll just share with you my posting pattern. I'm not saying that you have to, but anything socially, I don't have to spend money because I allow people to see an experience like Josh shared of me in my personal life. People get to have an experience of me, you know, outside with my family, with my fitness. I've got every touch point out there. I'm not saying that you need to, but if you're using social media and you're not into the ads platform, that alone will generate money. A ton. Because today more than ever we want to connect with people. You know, I'll have people that will call me up and say, I saw you jumping off that cliff in Hawaii. What do you do? And I'm kind of embarrassed because marketing people say, wow, people call you and they don't even know what you do. I said, well, I don't know. I guess they called me. I mean, you know, we want to get the eyeballs. Here's the point that I want to make to you. You've got to connect with people's hearts too, because that's what people connect with. See, it's this, the psychological connection is more than your technical connection. People are making an emotional decision to buy or sell a home. You've got to get into the psychological connection of these people. Do you need to be armed with the right things to say? Do you need to be armed with future-pacing people? Do you need to be armed with how to handle objections in advance? Okay? Absolutely you do. Absolutely you do. But let's just go back to some of the illustrations that I've made. It's a trust building process. And the more people trust you, the more you pierce through their filters. Okay, so what do we give to them? What do we want? You know, here's the number one thing I want you to think about is this. So the consumer doesn't hear from us. You want to know why? Because, you know, we get this little package from our marketing company. It's like, shit, last month I was a zucchini bread salesman recipe. This month they want me to send a pumpkin bread recipe, real estate agent. How embarrassing. I'm embarrassed. How does that articulate my competency and relevancy in the marketplace? And so then we abandon staying consistent with the consumer. I'm going to show you guys too. The other thing that I need, this is where I need you guys to not be afraid too, and we'll get into that. See, there's two things that matter. Your content is more important than anything else. Chris Stoikos, Dollar Beer Club, 127 million views on his $800 videos that he does. Okay? 127 million views. See, here's what you have to do. You have to create this psychological bond. And when you start taking a look at marketing and interacting with people, is this. It's called edutainment. It's called edutainment. I'm going to give you guys some other statistics too for you that, you know what, and I'm going to, and I hope you leave me a jerk. You leave and you call me a jerk because you don't have to stick in my integrity. Shame on you if you don't use video in your business. Shame on you. Shame on you. Because right now, every video that you post on your Facebook business page, it goes out there and gets a view. Facebook deposits them in an invisible account that you can go back and retarget. But why would you want to do that for free? I mean, why would we want to do that? I mean, that free Facebook pixel that you can put on your website, you know, that's a GPS that stalks everyone that goes to your website. It deposits them in a database. But why the hell would you want to do that? See, that's the expansion of our business if we'll make a commitment and dig into it. Okay? And if we're across all platforms, see, we come back to this distraction, and here's what's happening. I'm distracted. I've got to be omnipresent, omni-channel, sophisticated, and consistent. I need to fill every hole because you know what? When you're in the line at Starbucks, I'm going to get you for about 10 seconds. When you're in the drive-through, okay, when you're the drive-through for the bank, I'm going to get you for maybe about 3 or 4 minutes. You may come across my platforms, and then a Facebook ad comes through, okay? Who's going to win? The person that keeps showing up? Okay? Familiarity breeds trust. Write it down. The next time you don't want to post too much. You don't want to annoy people too much. Familiarity breeds Familiarity breeds trust. Okay? The next time that you're afraid, and the next person that blasts you about your posts or whatever, they're not your people. They're just not your people. I mean, the greatest lesson that I heard from Josh, and I know what drives Josh. It's pretty interesting. We identify with this spot. And he'll tell the story, but there was a time when, and he'll probably tell it when he goes up, so I don't want to steal his thunder in it, but there was a time when he had this aha moment and said, you know what? I'm not going to regret anything. And that's another piece that I want you to do as we get into this. I mean, I've got to walk down this parallel path of strategy tactics, but you want to know what else I need to do? I need to get you to start doing the stuff that scares the shit out of you. Because that's where the dreams are. That's where the dreams are. Do you think he digs doing video? Do you think I like doing video? It sucks. Does video get results? And some of you, and there's some of you out there that, and here's the thing, with love. Yeah, you guys are jerks, or you too much. Listen, I know not everyone loves me. Thank God. Because I'm a weirdo. I mean, you'd be suspect if all of you liked me. Not everyone likes Josh, thank God. But you want to know what? The things that you don't like, there's this thing called a mirror, and take a look at it and say, I don't like all the video, I don't like all this. Yeah, because you're not doing it. I want to challenge you to go out there, you guys. Go out there and represent the consumer. See, let's go back to where I started, all right? What do you want for your children? What do you want for your grandchildren? You're not clear. Because if you were clear, you'd go out and take every damn marketing step you've ever been taught. Can I get an amen on that one? And I'm going to say it again, and I don't need another amen. I didn't need to make it church. Maybe it was that AA reference that got me going a little bit sideways. I mean, shit, okay? If you don't leave here and take the action in something that each and every one of you knew that you need to take to grow your business, and it's been on the list every single day, you know what? Your significant other, the experiences you want to have with them, the things you tell them, they're not the truth. Whoa. See, operate in the truth. The school you want your children to go to, that you talk about, the things that are going to happen, they're not the truth. And that's okay. The key piece is you've got to get honest with yourself. See, we're all full of a lot of hot air. That's why I have people that coach me. I need to be watched, monitored. We need a third-party observer. But I want to just leave you with that. And I'll move off the mindset stuff. It's just so important to me. It's so important to me that you guys go out and you live the life of happiness and freedom you desire. It's all here waiting for you. It's all here waiting for you, okay? So, here's the deal. Let's come back to the messaging. What messaging do I want to put out there? So we talk about this drop-off time. See, there's drip marketing and there's adaptive marketing, okay, and there's nurture marketing. Let me tell you this right now. See, here's the thing that you need to do. There's a thing called the law of association, okay? And I'll share with you, it's kind of like they hire LeBron James or Michael Jordan to associate them with a brand. There's credibility, okay? I'm going to share with you, how are you associating with your community? See, the problem with zucchini bread real estate agent, Now, if Albert sent me, I mean, he's a dope Italian, man. I mean, his family's from there. If he sent me some Italian thing, I would be sending that shit out. I'd be happy about it. I'd be going, dude, this is Italian. It's good stuff, okay? But see, here's the thing. We're embarrassed by it. I mean, listen, you guys. Most of the crap that goes out is cheesy. 2 words, cheesy. It's embarrassing. I mean, you're a business person. You're not chocolate chip cookie dough in, or pumpkin spice candle maker, real estate agent. Am I pretty close, you guys? Oh, I can't wait to have you handle my largest investment. And, show me how you made those pumpkin spice candles. Do you make incense sticks too? Sweet, man. Can we meditate? I mean, come on, right? Deliver the information. That's the breakdown right there. So you don't have good leads or bad leads. You've got a marketing lead or a sales lead, so you need to speak that language to them. So right now, they're not in the sales bucket. They're in the marketing bucket. So there's a different language. What's the marketing language? The marketing language that they want is market snapshots. What's going on in today's marketplace? Not a ton of real estate stuff, but they want community information. What's going on in the community? What are some of the businesses that are taking place? New businesses that are opening. Are you guys with me on that stuff? See, am I fair to say you're kind of at a loss on how to stay connected in a real competent way with your people afterwards? Is that an uncomfortable? I mean, you can only deliver, and I love Daniel Barraza. He did it. I'm not making fun of him. I have the utmost respect for him. But I mean, Daniel can only deliver so many, fine china sets. It was a great deal. He was smart. He was doing his pop buys. He put it on live Facebook, man. He was delivering fine china to his clients, doing his pop buys. I mean, how much china can you deliver to people, though, too? And he's competent, and I know that guy's got other stuff weaved in there. But what are you dropping in with the consumer? What kind of information? What kind of community information? What kind of mortgage information? Once in a while, people want to know what's going on. See what I mean? So you've got to be a part of their lives. That's the critical part. What are the questions that keep people up at night? Here's the other real trick. When you're stuck with content and what to send to people, you guys want the real top secret thing to do? You ready? Ready? Ask them. Ta-da! We're so in this thing that we need to be so impressive, and I need to come up with a great idea. You know what? Brilliance is demonstrated by the thought-provoking questions you ask people, not by what you tell them. Brilliance is demonstrated by the thought-provoking questions you ask people, not by what you tell them. Okay? And the power of having a sophisticated, consistent message and checking in instead of interrupting, what you've done is you've given yourself the opportunity to listen, and listening to the consumer and having an opportunity to listen to the consumer is the most powerful thing on the planet, because it tells you what to do instead of guessing or using some pre-packaged, non-ever applied real estate sales strategy. Are you with me on that one? Yeah, I'm demonizing and villainizing that crap. Because here's the deal, across the board, we come back to whether you're a broker, owner, manager recruiting real estate agents, whether you're in the mortgage business, you're recruiting every single day. That's his job. I mean, listen, loans are important to him. He better recruit or it's over. Same with you. We're all in the enrollment business. You guys with me on that one? Okay? And you guys can't wait to go on the used car sales lot and deal with that person, right? You're stoked to meet that guy. Now go back home and look in the mirror and ask yourself, man, am I that dude? I'm picking on the guys. Can't pick on women. It's not right. Learned that. That's why I'm single. Oh, boy. So what messages do you see top producers conveying to the marketplace? Listen, here's the gig, you guys. They're copying me. Oh, really? You made something up? Come on. No one made anything up. It's all here. Okay? Again, you know, it's an abundant spirit, and if you get in that space of abundance and you serve the consumer, you're going to be good to go. Okay, so now we're going to talk about this video thing. Here's what's really cool, and hopefully this is really compelling, and this will impact you. See, guess what, you guys? Body language matters. And you know what? The really good news about the internet, the really good news about video is you can get in front of more people than you ever were able to get in front of before. That's pretty cool, isn't it? You can get an audience of people that you were never able to get in front of before. Here's the problem. About 5% of you actually have an initiative where you're doing it. Shame on you. You know, all the things that you dream about aren't important. But you know what I think you're going to do? I think you're going to walk out of here and you get crystal clear on your dreams. You know what? And you're going to screw up on video. And by the way, your screw-up videos will get more play than your good ones. So don't try and package them up. Okay? And you need to also go to your doctor, okay, and just go ask them, okay? And I know what the solution is. I'm going to tell you in a minute. You're not going to really like it, and say, go to the doctor, okay? Make an appointment when you leave here, you know, quick care or whatever it is, and say, I've got this disease, and it's called the getting ready to get ready. Can you cure me? And you know what he's going to do? He's going to say, yeah, bend over, okay? He's going to kick you in the butt. Stop getting ready to get ready. Man, this thing isn't about action. Dude, listen. I'm the most uneducated, poorest grammar dude on the planet. But you know what I got? I got commitment. And you can't beat me. You know why you can't beat me? Because I'm not competing with you. I'm competing with this cat right here. That's it. Oh, I got a distraction. Oh, that's the consumer. See, that's what it's all about, you guys. Stop getting ready to get ready. Do you see what you're losing out in the sales process by not doing video? You see the impact? See, on the telephone, you guys, is their body language going down? So what would you notice about the numbers? You got issues. You got issues with me right before the listing presentation. You know, when I'm going to go in, I'm going to talk about technology and marketing. You know, everyone talks about it. I'm the guy that demonstrates it. Hey, it's Jon Cheplak, committed to seeing you tonight. We're going to cover this, this, this. Look forward to seeing you. Boom, text. That took me 2 seconds. I walk out of the listing presentation. I hear this cat goes against 20 people. I mean, he's a player. He's a baller. It may not work for his environment because, you know, it may though. I mean, I'm finding, you know, people aren't, listen, they love it. You know, how many of you have left a listing presentation, you're competing with someone and you're going like this in the car, hey, Mr. and Mrs. So, thanks so much for your time. You know, I know a lot of questions come up after I meet with people. If there's anything I can do to answer any further questions, please let me know. And then, you know, the really cool thing is my competition's not going to do it. And everything's about symbolism. And the human mind, there's this thing called parasocial behavior. It's why you guys are attracted to the freaking, the Bachelor and the freaking, the Kardashians. And she's not hot. So anyways. But you're attached to her because you've got parasocial behavior. And let me share with you a little trick here. Because if I get one thing to do, if you guys go out and just go after this thing and make a fool out of yourself on video, people are going to call and laugh. See, here's the gig. You know what? You're trying to get all this knowledge in front of people. Knowledge, educate. Guess how you slip in the back door? With humor. So go do a video, screw it up totally, and throw some education in there. Game over. You're a winner. And I got proof of it over and over and over and over and over again. Now, I'm not saying go out there and be, you know, unprofessional. Okay? But you guys picking up what I'm putting down? You with me on this thing? Okay? That's the key. Get out there. And you know, here's what happens when you come with that edutainment, something fun. Change it up a little bit. You know, go to different spaces, environments. And you know what? Take advantage of the body language that the person sees. When I'm following up on that listing presentation, they met with 3 people and people talked about technology. You know, who's going to win? What's the likelihood of that? See, what I go into a lot of different things is this. Back in the olden days, see, because remember, I'm a grandpa, okay? So I sold real estate in the old days. So, you know, after a listing presentation, you know, I always did a handwritten note card. And so I'd send it Pony Express. You know, the pony would take it over to the house. Okay? was back in the olden days. So, but here's the deal. Wagon trains and all that kind of crap. So here's the gig. You know what? What's the number one thing that people complain about us, real estate agents? Oh, no follow-up. Wow, so I'm going to handle that objection in advance. See, here's the deal. You're screwing up. You're playing with the objections that are announced to you. Why don't you go after the objections you already know that are there that they're not bringing up and you're just avoiding? See, it's called handling objections in advance. Why fight human nature? See, here's what your job is to do. It's to disable and disarm sales skepticism. Disable and disarm sales skepticism constantly and reaffirm to them that you can be trusted. Pretty interesting, isn't it? Okay, so is video important? Yeah, you guys are weak. Is video important? Good. How am I on time? Oh, I got to hurry. Doing great. All right. Yeah, okay. I'll get going through here. So here's what I want to do, you guys. It's real easy to talk about it. And here's what's beautiful. You know what? Go reach out to her and talk to her, okay? And I want you to go to her Facebook business page. You guys have seen it, but you know what? I can talk about things. This is results. This is real life. This is a text message. A lot of people talk theory. She started doing video in November, okay? I started coaching her in November. You guys can read what happened, right? Everyone read that part? It says this. Oh my God, I just got a CMA and a call from a past client who's moving back to home and saw my video. Haha, you may have been a teeny bit right. Okay, so it's like everything you're saying is true. Got another CMA today. Boom. Here's what it is. It's a market snapshot, and I want you to write these things down. 1 minute and 30 seconds to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Hi, it's Jon Cheplak with ABC Real Estate. Here is your weekly market snapshot. Average sale price 2015 versus 2016. If you would like an entire download of the current marketplace, go to my blog. It's called, write this one down, 2 of them, okay? Psychological. It's called Open Circle and Demand Curve. Open circle and demand curve. We as human beings, we want to close the circle. We've got to drive them deeper online so we can build with them. We're making a deposit into the marketplace and don't be doing call to actions. 3-to-1 deposit, okay? This works. Next, and again, just sharing with you the content. Here's another version. You've got to be multi-platform. This is from an agent in the marketplace that I coach that's got a team, okay? Wrote a blog post on mortgage stuff. See what happened there? Let's see. Sent out the new blog post about where interest rates are. Not, I am super duper bajillion-dollar real estate agent. Please. Okay. Where the market's headed, what to do prior to shopping. It was a video that pushed the consumer to the blog. 3 now buyers, bang, bang, bang. I don't know, would that work out for you? This stuff works, you guys. Be a constant creator of content. Here's the other piece that we know, and I'm going to go into it quickly because I think time's squirreling away from me here. Listen, here's the gig. Any of you ever watched the Super Bowl? How about Super Bowl ads? You can't wait for them, can you? Okay, let me help you out with a little bit of math. 50 million people watch a Super Bowl ad, right? How many people log on Facebook in America between 8 and 10 p.m.? Twice as many. Twice as many. Coca-Cola and Doritos is paying 11 cents per video view. Think about this, okay? Oh, views, likes, shares, comments don't matter. You know what? The ding-dong that told you that, they're a ding-dong. They have no clue. There's this thing called the relevancy score that moves you up in the feed. You're bidding for a spot in the feed all the time, but that's for a whole other course, okay? Here's the gig. Coca-Cola and those guys are willing to pay 11 cents a video view, and they don't even have a call to action. You can't even click on this TV screen. It's a branding exercise. You can pull this stuff off. Wait till I show you what you can pull it off for, okay? Why you've got to do it. But we're going to go here. Here's what I want you to come and understand is this, and it's the way that you've got to position yourself, whether you're paying for traffic or whether you're doing it organic. You can make a ton of money paying for traffic or not. Google is a seeker platform. They go there looking for something. Facebook is an interrupter platform. You've got to interrupt people. You've got to capture them, okay? So here's some things that are really important. Your creative is the most critical thing on earth. It has to stand out. Your headline has to stand out. What are some headlines that come out? Dog whistle, okay, or a question. 2 things when you post, dog whistle or a question. Hey, Scottsdale homeowners, okay? Would you like this? All right? Stack your content. Every word that you write in the caption of your post is in the Facebook algorithm. It's in there. Okay, if you want eyeballs, you got to do that. Facebook is rewarding the user experience. Google pay-per-click, all they want to do is get as much money as they can per 1,000 impressions. Facebook wants to improve on the consumer experience, and so they will take you viral. If you've got good content, so here's the gig. Your content is everything when it comes to Facebook. Everything. And by the way, any of this BS that you're thinking, everything that you're putting on there, okay, your clients are watching. Oh, it's my personal page. Knock yourself out, dude. Remember the Kardashians? They're stalking you. I mean, you guys, come on, use your head. When you're checking something or someone out, okay, don't you kind of check out their social media environment to see what they're all about? Huh? Yeah. And see, here's my question. What are you guys selling as a real estate? What are you selling? Yourself? No, that's only legal in a couple counties of Nevada. I knew you guys were wild. Shit, Phoenix, Arizona. Terrible. Shame on you. Write this one down. You're selling the benefit of an appointment. That's what you sell. The benefit of an appointment. So you guys keep trying to get an appointment? Why don't you sell the benefit of an appointment? So you're missing a step. What's the benefit of meeting with you? A couple other questions too. What's your job? What's your job? Yeah, selling real estate? No, that's a result of me doing my job, Mr. and Mrs. Seller. My job is to take your home to market and test the market. The market's the message, I'm the messenger. What I'm going to do is I'm going to deliver the results of the test from the market back to you every 2 weeks. And based on the results of the test, we'll decide whether or not we need to adjust our strategy. You got it. Simple. Okay? Don't fall into I'm going to sell your house. The house isn't selling. You're a bad guy. Hey, listen, I took the home to market. I was going to test the market, come back, and I shared with you the results. I've done this. You've chosen. So you got to take yourself out of the middle. Okay? And you also got to remember, too, you're not selling yourself. Stop that. It's bad behavior. I was wondering about a few of you. I was watching you on social media. Okay? Here we go. This is the proof. You guys, can you see there? I want you to capture this really quick. Okay, this is a top agent, about $750,000. Okay, this is a market snapshot video. It's a pattern interrupt. Came running up the hill, okay, with her dogs there. Talked about 2 minutes about a market snapshot, market data. Can anyone see the numbers up there? There's important things I want you guys to see. A ½ cent per video view and a 10 relevancy score. The consumer likes edutainment. The consumer likes edutainment. Okay. One other piece here. So what do you want to do? You want to go out and do market snapshots. You want to do business profiles, interview business owners. Those are your connections to the community. Interview a new restaurant, 2 to 3 minute interviews, talking about it. They'll share it on their business page. Okay? This one here, the mayor of the city for one of my clients was so pleased with the agent that kept doing business profiles. That's the message he got from the mayor of the city. That's called connecting to your community, okay? We talked about this one. Here's the gig. What you guys need to do, see, there's the bottom line is this. What you've got to do, I want to give you a suggestion, is you need to overcome, you need to handle objections in advance, okay? You need to reduce sales skepticism. You need to reaffirm with people that you're the right choice. They're getting hit with people all the time. So the first thing I would do on your lead conversion to up your leads, I've got people right now that are getting 9 to 10% of every lead convert close. Good friend of Josh's that I work with. 9 to 10%, every lead numbers. And we're talking that they'll do 1,400 closings this year. The team, that's pretty good. Team, okay? So here's what I want to suggest that you do. Within the first 24 hours, send a video out and says, hey, it's Jon, thanks so much. I know if you're like me, you've had an experience with a pushy salesperson. I want to let you know that here's how I work. Try that one. How many of your competition is going to do that? It's called reducing. Why fight human nature? Reduce sales skepticism. That alone will up your conversions. Okay. She's got skills we lack. We're horrible at incubating. They're bad leads. No, you're a bad incubator. And I'm going to end on this one right here because of time. Unfortunately, you can't see this very well. We play a game because Josh is the wild, wild west, and the dates are, let's see, we sent to a database of 7,400, not a Mickey Mouse database of 100 people that you get great open rates, okay? 7,400, we sent emails to them every 3 days for a month. Can you guys see what the email open rates were? 45%. 45%. So here's what I want to leave you guys with is this, because I don't think I need to go to the next slide, and I see that I've probably gone over a little bit, and I apologize for that, stop worrying what people think, and stop listening to people that tell you how often you should reach out to people. Unless they tell you to do it more, then listen to them. Because the frequency rule is BS. It's called the relevancy rule. It's called the relevancy rule. If you position yourself as the most competent, relevant person in the marketplace, and you deliver the tools and information the consumer wants when they want it consistently in a sophisticated manner across all channels for free, they're going to open it, they're going to share it. Because you know what we all want to do? Remember we were kids when we want to discover something? We all act like kids right now. Oh my God, this great post. I mean, I see some people, they share stuff every day. It's like, God, do you wake up every day and look for bad news to share? You know those people? I mean, I wake up every day and I can't wait to find something positive to share. But we have that ingrained in us. And so why not be the person to create that? That's where you go, and then you don't have to sell, okay? There you go, you guys. Create marketing content, okay? Be clear on your creative, be clear on your language, push it out there, interact with the consumer, be the information portal, all right? Thank you all. I hope that you got value. I hope most importantly you go out and take action. It's an honor to be here with you. Blessings. Sorry, man.
Hey, please give it up for Mr. Christoper Kai.
Thank you. I don't need that. Let's give Miles some love, please. It takes courage to be on the stage to share your truth. So whenever someone's on stage, it really is a blessing. So I want all of you to get up for a second, please. Stand up for a second. Whether you realize it or not, our physiology affects how we learn. So you kind of like roll your head a little bit, roll your shoulders, shake your legs out a little bit, get back down. Thank you so much for coming here. Josh, where's Josh? We're going to give Josh some love. Let's give Josh some love for creating this whole thing. Some of the font's off because the formatting's off, but we'll deal with it. But really, our physiology changes how we think and how we learn. So sometimes when you're like, oh, I'm kind of tired, well, move more. I'm kind of depressed. Well, move more, walk more, exercise more. It affects how we think, and it affects how we act. So Michelangelo once said that the greatest danger for most of us is not that we aim too high and miss it, but we aim too low and reach it. So today I'm going to share with you, how do you aim higher in your business? How do you go to networking events that you actually want to go to, that you're inspired to go to, instead of the networking events you go to, you're frustrated, you're disappointed, you feel rejected? That's not a good thing. How do you build your business when you meet people with a sense of confidence? When you walk up to someone, you're so confident, so clear, and so courageous that you're going to secure that client. How do you build a business that's not just based on profit, but on purpose? Now, I don't want to help you just aim higher in your business. I want to help you aim higher in your personal life, too. How many of us have dreams? When you wake up in the morning, you have this beautiful smile on your face. You're like, Chris, I dream one day that I'll write a book. I dream one day that I'll travel to Europe. I dream that maybe I'll learn a new language, a song, or an instrument. And beyond the personal aim high, the business aim high, we don't talk about this enough. I want to help you aim higher in your community. There's 1.5 million nonprofits in our country, over 10 million in the world. What are we doing for those that have less? That's the mark of a man and a woman at the end of our lives. What are we doing for our communities? Make all the money you want, I hope you do. The whole big game concept, I had a mentor years ago. I said, hey, Fred, I want to scale my business. How do I do that? He said, Chris, don't be shooting at rabbits if you want to hunt big game. It has nothing to do with being predatorial. It has everything to do with, you want to aim high? Well, shoot to the sky or to the moon, because that's how you aim high. So let's begin. This guy is the epitome of aiming high, Richard Branson. His name is literally on hundreds of companies. And he's creating an entire industry in space tourism with his company called Virgin Galactic. So there's one truth that I'm going to share with you today, one fact, and that is, the best way to change your life is to change your relationships. The best way to change your life is to change your relationships. And so if you want to be more ambitious, well, hang out with more ambitious people. You want to be more healthy? Hang out with people that aren't picking up that donut at McDonald's and going out there and being like a Josh. Like every time I see him, I'm like, damn, that guy's buff. I gotta work out a little more. The point is, go to the people that are doing what you want, okay? So I'm going to offer you 7 things on how you can build these relationships, whether with a billionaire, an executive, a celebrity, or anyone, frankly, you meet in life. 7 specific things. The first one is this. We all know that networking is important. We all know that our network is our net worth. But based on science now, it's been proven that your network is the #1 best predictor. #1, not #2, not #5, not #10. The #1 best indicator for your career success. And this is why. So there's a guy named Ron Burt. He actually studies this. Literally, he's a network scientist. He studies this. And he found that the old paradigm is this. All of us congregate around certain groups, whether it's our neighborhood, whether it's our church, whether it's with realtors. So that's a cluster. But the new paradigm is, well, how many of us branch outside of our network? If, let's say, I go to a Catholic church, how many times do I go to a Muslim temple, or to a Jewish temple, or do I talk to atheists? How many times do we actually connect with people from outside of the clusters? What I often see at events is, if you're a lawyer and you go to an event and you're with 2 other lawyers, well, you've already just had your own cluster. You need to branch out, because the single best thing you can do is to create a network that is beyond what you look like, that is beyond just your church, beyond just your neighborhood, beyond just your socioeconomic background, because that's how you build that #1 best indicator for your career success. And if you look at this chart here, the large open network on the left-hand side, literally you're compensated more, you're happier because of the fact that you have a broader based network. Even how I got here. Josh and I have a mutual friend named Jay Campbell from LA. And he has a group on Facebook for entrepreneurs called The Cog. So he put me on this Facebook network. This 19-year-old young man from Sweden reaches out to me and says, hey, Chris, I love your content. I love your videos. I love your YouTube videos and all the things you do. And I'm like, what's up, man? And he's like, no, I'd love for you to mentor me. I'm like, I don't have time. But if you want to learn, you can be my intern. Let's try it out. So I asked him to reach out to different people with podcasts and webinars. He reached out to Josh. So this is a perfect example of how I just met Josh for the first time last month in LA, but we've been talking together for about a year. So talk about open network. A guy in LA introduced me to this social media on Facebook. Some dude in Sweden reaches out to me, and the dude in Sweden reaches out to Josh, and we connect. That's as clear of an example of an open network as possible. This would never happen even 5 years ago. Let's give some examples. There's a guy named Jack. He's horrible in school, gets rejected from Harvard, applies to jobs, and always gets rejected, to the point where he applies to KFC. 24 people apply, 23 people get the job, he doesn't. But little does he know, he grows up in a small town outside of Shanghai. At age 12, he wants to learn English. So he decides every single day for 8 years, every single day, talk about consistency, for 8 years, he rides his bike for 40 minutes. Because he wants to learn English. He wants to expand his network, literally. So what does he do? He bikes over to a hotel every day, rain or shine, and talks to people and gives them free tours so he can learn English. And in time, this guy literally starts speaking on the world stage, Jack Ma. He's worth $28 billion, and his company, Alibaba, which is like the Chinese version of Amazon, had the highest IPO in the history. Because he's focused on having an open network. He didn't have relationships. He didn't have these connections in the government. He was a poor guy in China who said, I need to create an open network. What does he do? He literally bikes to his opportunity. He literally says, I'm going to offer something, give you a free tour. Please teach me English. You know how he gets his name? Anyone know his story? One of the pen pals that he creates and nurtures is a foreigner, and she says, you know, Jack, your Chinese name is kind of hard to pronounce. And so Jack says, well, what do you suggest? What name should I use? And she's like, well, my husband's name is Jack, and my dad's name is Jack. Why don't you just be called Jack? That's literally how he got his name. Reid Hoffman. He recently sold his company LinkedIn for almost $28 billion to Microsoft. And I want you to look at the third line down. It's all about how extensive your network is. Whether from the network science side, the Ron Bird says it's about open networks, or Reid Hoffman says how extensive, the bottom line is if you look at your phone, and if every single entry is a realtor, or if every single entry is a title company, or if every single entry is a mortgage broker, you need to expand your network. You know, I showed my phone to someone one time, and he was like shocked because like, oh, this is an aerialist, and this is an Olympian, and this is a Grammy winner, and this is a billionaire, and this is a social worker, and this is a teacher. Now, I say this because I love to learn, and so beyond the whole business side of things, going back to what I said before, you aim higher in life when you expand your network. So it's so important, meet people that aren't like you. They don't talk like you, they don't dress like you. Keep that in mind. It's so important. Another guy, Warren Buffett. The funny story about him and Bill Gates and Warren Buffett are good friends. They've been friends for about 25 years. But early on, Bill Gates didn't want to meet Warren Buffett. Bill Gates is like, this guy's just a spreadsheet guy. He just knows numbers. He just knows stocks. But Bill Gates' mother, Mary, said, no, you should really meet this guy. He's really interesting. So literally, oh, surprise, surprise. Bill Gates is the richest guy in the world. Warren Buffett is often tied to the second richest guy in the world. He used to be the richest guy in the world. Oh, surprise, surprise. They have the same network. But they were in different networks. They're in different clusters. So keep building the relationships outside of your network, and that's how you will grow in your relationships. Number 2 is mindset. You know, I always want to try to find research and empirical evidence to back up some of the things I say. And when I went to Bill Gates' website, which, by the way, if you want to get depressed and anxious and fearful, watch the news. The news is made for that reason. The news is made so that we're afraid, oh my gosh, there's another flood, there's another terrorist attack. If you want to get inspired, read about the people that are literally changing the world. Bill Gates has his free blog, gatesnotes.org. You can read about all the things that he's doing in the world. So if you're ever depressed or sad, just watch the people that are doing amazing things. And so there's a woman named Carol Dweck who studies mindset, who wrote a book about 10 years ago. And she found that after 20 years of research, it really comes down to 2 very basic things. There's the fixed mindset, and there's the growth mindset. Going back to what Josh said, okay, Chris, I know that already. It's not about what you know. Knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. Knowledge is not power. Applied knowledge is power. So fixed mindset is this. Oh my gosh, Chris, I'm not smart enough. I did really poorly in school. I don't know if I can handle this stuff in school. And those are scars that we have in our past. Oh, Chris, I'm not pretty enough. I'm not handsome enough. I'm not tall enough. I'm not bulky enough. And lastly, I don't have time. That's the one that we often say, but yet we have 5 hours a day that most Americans on average spend watching TV. 4.7 hours on average people spend on internet, on social media stuff, which doesn't make sense because if people on average are spending 5 hours on TV and 4.7 hours on social media, that's like almost 10 hours of our time. So where are we working? The growth mindset is this. Instead of saying, I'm not smart enough, you say, what can I learn today about myself? Not comparing yourself to anyone in this room, but comparing yourself for who you were yesterday. I want to be a better person than I was yesterday. I'm going to compare myself with yesterday, last week, last month, last year. Instead of saying, oh, I'm not good enough physically, I used to have horrible acne. I had cystic acne, I have scars, I have all this like horrible experience. I've had parades of dermatologists that I've met in the past. And so I could easily say, I'm not that good-looking guy with nice skin. Instead of saying that in a fixed mindset, I'm going to say in a growth mindset, how can I be healthier? By walking more, by moving more, by running more. And lastly, it's not that we don't have time. That is the biggest lie we say to ourselves. It's the biggest excuse we say to ourselves, I don't have time. We all have time. It's about your priorities. What are you prioritizing in your life? Because your priorities are what dictate your purpose in life. If you don't have a clear purpose, then your priorities aren't clear. My clear purpose is I want to serve you, I want to give you knowledge, I want to inspire you, I want to inform you. That's my purpose, so therefore my priority is I'll fly here on my own dime, I'll come here yesterday, I'll wake up at 5:30 in the morning, meditate, exercise, and be here so I'm fresh, alive, aware, because I want to serve you. Here's a story of a man that I deeply admire, Mikey Oliveri. His mother tells him when he's a young boy in Jersey, says, Mikey, you have a very rare form of muscular dystrophy. You're not going to live very long. I'm sorry to tell you this. Now, think about that. You're 6 years old. Your mother tells you you're going to die young. Your own mother tells you, Mikey, sorry, you have a disease. You're going to die young. And so what does Michael do? What would all of us do? Mikey retreats into himself. He starts doing these self-destructive things. In junior high school, he literally tries to commit suicide multiple times. He's so frustrated. What do you want to do when you know that your fate is, with muscular dystrophy, every single year, your muscles atrophy, and so at one point, he's going to be in a wheelchair. At 18, he's in a wheelchair, and now he's just like distraught. His doctor says to him, you know what, you're going to be dead by 20. So all this fixed mindset is in his life because his mother told him at a very young age, he's going to be dead very early. But one day, he meets a guy that went to Hawaii who was also paraplegic, and he lived his whole life for 30 years in a wheelchair. And so for the first time in his life, Mikey said, you know what? This whole time I've lived in this fixed mindset because I told myself I'm not smart enough, I'm not healthy enough, I have all these dreams that I want to live, but I can't live them. Then he meets one guy, what I call a big gamer, a person of influence, and he completely shifts his mindset to a growth mindset. The growth mindset is now, you know what? Though I live in New Jersey, I'm going to move out to California because that's where I want to live. If this guy went to Hawaii and lived there for 30 years, I can do that too. So Mikey flies out to California. I met him a few years ago. This picture is of him with Richard Branson. He says, you know what? I'm going to live my dreams. I'm going to inspire people. I want Richard Branson to send me up into outer space. He puts a video up online and says, Richard, I have the world record as a person this disabled skydiving. I've gone to these zero-gravity flights. I live my life to the extreme. I aim high. You are that way too. Send me up into outer space because that'll be the first time in my life that I'll feel like I'm whole again. Richard sees that video. Richard invites him, and now they're buddy-buddies. The point is, Mikey is a perfect example of how we can be. Are we going to have that fixed mindset? Oh, Chris, but I'm not that smart. Oh, Chris, I'm really not that pretty handsome. Who cares? We all have issues, right? But have that growth mindset because that's how you'll be more inspired. That's how you'll be more purposeful. And surprise, surprise, you'll make more money too. Third thing is this. There's a charity that raised $101 million in one night. The reason why I focus on billionaires is because they've already qualified the room for you. There's 1,810 billionaires in the world, according to Forbes magazine. 1,810 billionaires. Not even top 1%. It's like the top like 0.0001%. So if they're in a room, then they've already qualified the whole room. And so the first question you might say, well, but Chris, he or she is a billionaire. What do I say? What kind of value do I bring? This is the sad thing. If you place your value only on your bank account, you'll never be that valuable person. But if you place your value on who you are as a person, the character, the compassion, the givingness you have in your heart, then you can walk up to anyone, anywhere, anytime, because your value is not based on your bank account, the car you drive, the suit you're wearing. It's based on the value you place in your heart and in your mind in terms of how you give. So when you go to events with these billionaires, that's a great room to be in because they can literally go anywhere they want, meet anyone they want, buy an island like Larry Ellison if they want. So it's a great way to start focusing on, well, what kind of charities do they focus on? If this charity, for instance, it's the Robin Hood Foundation based in New York City. In one night, they literally raised $101 million. So imagine that room. Now, granted, I know, like, if let's say you've never met a billionaire, you've never been to any of these events, it might be scary, but the point is, again, to have a growth mindset. Not to immediately say in the fixed mindset, well, Chris, I can't do this, I don't know what to say. Look, that's the fixed mindset. Remember, Mikey is in a wheelchair. He's in a wheelchair, but he has a growth mindset, so keep that in mind. It goes beyond the money. It's about the value and the meaning you place on yourself, and it's about pushing yourself. And so it's called the Robin Hood Foundation, and they've literally given over $1 billion. And the thing is with this, we've all heard the term, oh, we got to work the room, Chris. We got to work the room. We've all heard that phrase, right? It's a complete waste of time if you're in the wrong room. Work the right rooms. The right rooms are, you should be able to qualify exactly who the people are. For instance, before I wrote this book last year, my primary clients were men over 40 making $100 million and higher. So if you go to events, and in my case, if I don't go to events with that specific qualifications, then why am I going to the event? Why do we get so frustrated going to events hoping to find the clients when you're better off researching online, looking at who's there, and so when you get there, at least you have a higher probability of knowing who's in the room. There's websites that literally say 42% are C-level executives, 22% are SVPs, 15% are managing partners. So why wouldn't you spend 5 minutes on a website looking at who's going to be in the room, then going to the event, getting all dressed up, and then getting all frustrated when you get that stack of business cards and it goes nowhere. So I create acronyms. Acronyms, in this case, is Nirogi. So pierogi, I think it's a Polish term, but Nirogi, I use these acronyms to remember because whether you realize it or not, we forget 50% of what we learn after an hour. If any of you have issues with your memory, if you want to always learn, again, going back to the fixed mindset, oh, Chris, I have a really poor memory. Growth mindset is learn how to memorize better. There's a book called Moonwalking with Einstein, The Art and Science of Remembering Everything. Moonwalking with Einstein, The Art and Science of Remembering Everything by Joshua Foer. He found that literally we forget 50% of what we learn after an hour. If you use acronyms like Nirogi and you just associate the fact that, oh, wow, Chris is talking about Nirogis, which rhymes with pierogi, I might remember that. And these are the 6 specific things that you want to qualify for your clients. What nationality are they? What age? What race? What occupation? What gender and income? So imagine in my world, literally, let's say from now, since I wrote this book, when I qualify the room, why do I fly here? Well, I have a lot of realtor clients. So for me, I have a 100% chance of meeting my potential clients. Do I get them or not? Who knows? But I know at least this room is the right room for me to network. Does that make sense? So keep that in mind because it's about using specific things that you can learn in a growth mindset. Next one is this. Let's say you meet people, you want to connect with them because one of the most common questions I get asked is, Chris, what do I say when I meet someone? I don't know what to say. Beyond what you say, you should be listening. We don't do this enough. We're on this all the time. There's a company named Locklet. They're an app company. They found that they surveyed a bunch of their customers, and they found that on average, they check their phones 110 times per day. But the high-frequency ones check it 900 times a day. Now, that's like some serious addiction when you're like, oh my gosh, 900 times a day. I mean, that's like serious addiction. The point I'm getting at is this. Stop talking. Shut up more. Listen. This character is a Chinese character for listen. What's crazy about Chinese characters is not just one character. It's actually small characters all pieced together that create another character. So in this case, to listen, if I say, 我听到你, you have the ears, which is obvious, but then you have the eyes, because you're listening now with the ears, but with the eyes. Right below that, it says focus, but really that character is one, meaning you're listening to them with one undivided attention. And right below that is heart. This is the most important thing. We live in such a cynical world where if you see something that happens, you're like, that can't be true. Because we've been taught that. You watch the news, you meet people on the street. Again, we're all salespeople per se, but the point is, if you don't listen with your heart, you're not really listening. So if you're listening to someone, make sure you're focusing on what they're talking about. And the 2 things you want to focus on are their interests and their relationships. It applies to billionaires and it applies to everyone else in between. For instance, yesterday I got off the plane at 11:30 at the Phoenix airport. I flew in from LA. And I needed to shine my shoes, so I went up to the shoe shine person, and there's a gentleman there already shining his shoes. He was just on a smartphone. This woman was shining his shoes, did a great job. The customer leaves. I walk up, get my shoes shined. First question I ask her is, tell me your story. Smile. She's like, oh, I don't have any stories. I don't have any stories. But we all have stories, right? So I ask her, no, Amina. I looked at her name tag. Amina, used the person's name. Amina, no, really, tell me your story. And she's like, well, I just have a lot of sad stories. I'm like, well, what do you mean? It turns out that Amina's from Ethiopia. It turns out that she's really sad that her family's there still, and the person that's there is a dictator, and that if someone protests, they literally get shot. But I asked her, well, what are some good things about Ethiopia? What do you want to teach and share with Americans? She's like, well, there's beautiful farms there. We used to plant barley and wheat and tomatoes. And so all these things I learned just by listening and asking questions. So now when I look at my shoes, I don't just see these shoes that I bought from Hugo Boss. I see Ethiopian-inspired shoes by Amina. They're simple things, but how cool is that I just spoke to a woman who easily we can say, oh, she's not a billionaire, Chris. I thought you focused on billionaires. This is a lie now. I thought you were going to teach me how to meet billionaires. It applies to anyone. Listen more to people around us because hopefully that woman knows that she has value. She has purpose because she taught me about Ethiopia, and that's beautiful. 2 more examples. I gave a keynote in Puerto Rico last year, going back to, again, interests and relationships. You want to learn things, be in the physiological state to learn, but also repeat, 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 repeat. Those of you say, oh, I already know this, well, so what? That's a fixed mindset. It's not about knowing, it's about doing. Growth mindset is learn, apply, teach. In a Puerto Rico conference last year for realtors, they have sold properties from $1 million to $100 million. I meet a guy named Jim from San Francisco. For whatever reason, he loves sailing. This is during lunchtime, by the way. There's 120 realtors there. Jim and I connect. I used to live in the Bay Area. I now live in Los Angeles. And for whatever reason, his eyes light up when he's talking about sailing. And I'm saying, Jim, why do you like sailing so much? And he actually never thought about it. He's like, well, I just like it's just really relaxing and it's laid back. But I'm like, well, but why? Like, probe deeper. And it turns out that his father was abusive to him as a kid. His father on the outside was this man of stature who had all these amazing things that he was doing, but behind closed doors, he was literally abusing his son. And so he said, finally in that conversation with me, he's like, Chris, thank you so much for giving me this eye-opening experience. The reason why I love sailing is because it allowed me to get away from my problems, which was the fact that my father used to abuse me. And the cool, happy ending for the story is that when his father, before he passed away, he forgave his father. His father told him I was sorry, but it was so amazing to know that we're at lunch at a conference. I'm talking to this guy who, going back to the open networks, he's Caucasian, I'm not. He's 65, I'm not. He doesn't have hair, I do. But again, I could have easily just went to, oh, where's that Asian person? I got to talk to those Asian people, right? Or I can say, I want to meet people that don't look like me. I want to meet people that aren't in my industry because that's an open network. The other example I have is, I was in Jerusalem earlier this year for a US concept program teaching entrepreneurs there, and I asked the same question. Instead of asking them, what do you do for a living, ask them, hey, you know what? I went to this really cool speech by Christoper. He wrote a book about networking, and he said, instead of asking what you do, ask, who's the one person you most enjoy spending your time with? Who's the one person you most enjoy spending your time with? Now you tell me, is that going to be a more meaningful conversation than, what do you do? Right? So I asked this woman in Jerusalem, so who's the one person? And she says, Chris, every morning I wake up and I go swimming with my swimming partners. If I don't go swimming, I get all anxious, I get depressed, I get sad. But if I go to swim, I just feel alive and happy. And so what happens is this is not my opinion. This is physiology. There's 4 chemicals that are going on, just like when I asked you to stand up before. The 4 chemicals are dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins, and serotonin. When you talk about their interests and their relationships, whether it was Jim and sailing or this woman in Jerusalem about swimming, their physiology changes. So they're not going to even know that they're like, oh my God, Chris is so cool and amazing. I'm not cool and amazing. I'm just mirroring their experiences. I'm mirroring their relationships. I'm mirroring their interests. And so it's amazing because they feel that they're heard. They feel remembered. And it's amazing to know that it's not just an opinion. It's actually empirically studied. So going back to acronyms, DEOS, dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins, serotonin. Talk less, listen more with your ears, your eyes, and your heart, and you'll be so much more building those relationships. Next one is this. How do you be more effective as a communicator? John already talked about the words we use, the tone, the body language. I'm going to talk about this. So there's a guy named Carmine Gallo. He wrote a book called Talk Like Ted, which for those of you who want to learn more, grow more, get more inspired, TED.com has free videos. It's a conference that is like the Super Bowl of world leaders and thought leaders, but they have 20-minute videos, inspiring videos on all different types of topics. And this guy, Carmine Gallo, found that, you know what? Even back in the Aristotle days, 10% was about the credibility. So when Miles introduced me, Christoper is an international speaker. He's given over 1,000 speeches. He's spoken at New York Life and American Express. Those are the credentials. But that's only 10%. The 25% is, well, what are the empirical evidence backing your research, Chris? Well, that's why I talked about these chemicals. That's why I talked about this network science, right? That's 25%. But the 65% is the stories, the emotional appeal we have toward people, and how we feel. Maya Angelou once said, she said that you might not remember what a person says or where you were, but you'll always remember how you felt when you're with that person. So the thing is, I'll tell you a little bit more about the story later on, but focus on not just your credentials, but but on the facts and figures. And lastly, the emotional appeal, the pathos. So here are some things on being more successful. Grant Cardone is one of those guys that I admire. He's a sales guy based out of Miami Beach. And he talks about how if you want to succeed more, you have to follow up. I mean, you're literally wasting your time going to an event, getting business cards, and leaving those business cards onto that table. You're literally wasting your time. You might as well just like burn cash away. Because if you have those business cards, you don't follow up, you're just burning cash away. 80% more successful if you follow up, not just after the first time or second time, after the 5th to the 12th time. Most of us email someone, text someone, call someone, you're like, oh, but Chris, they didn't respond. So you assume, well, they're probably busy and you don't want to bother them. Just thinking that you don't want to bother them, that's already a fixed mindset. The growth mindset is maybe they're busy, who knows? How many of you check and respond to every single email you get? None of us do. So I'm going to first walk through what you shouldn't do. So after I wrote this book last year, I'm getting requests literally from all around the world. Unsolicited, solicited friends, like it's just crazy, right? It's like, hey, Chris, I know you know Elon Musk. I know you know this billionaire. Can you introduce me? I'm like, why? Like Josh has this, GSD mode thing. I mean, so many of us don't get past the GAS test. The GAS stands for give a shit. Why should I give a crap, right? So this person, I don't know, Facebook messages me. You don't have to even see what it says, but pretty much he's looking for money. He wants someone to back his funds, his films. He's supposedly an Emmy winner and a Cannes winner. And then after this message, he sends me all these pictures. I'm like, dude, I don't even know you. So the first impression he makes is asking for money. Doesn't pass the GAS test. Next, this I wouldn't really call her a friend, but I've seen her around. She Facebook messages me again. Hey, Chris, I have this free event at 7 o'clock. Do you want to come by and check out my presentation? It's 6:49. I mean, 6:39, so 21 minutes before a presentation. She's like, yeah, please come out. I'm like, oh, great. I'm going to drop everything and go watch a presentation. Again, doesn't pass the why should I give a crap. Lastly, this is the most horrendous, grammatically, whatever person I've ever met. Meet this guy at a private membership entrepreneurship conference in San Diego I spoke at 2 months ago. So I send out an email every week, right? He's like, you check this email. You spells you. Now, maybe it's because I'm a writer, so I'm a bit of a stickler about that, but he doesn't spell any of his things capitalized, and it's just like, can I get 5 minutes of your time? Again, all these people are like, oh, I just need 5 minutes of your time, Chris. I just need $10,000. I just need $100,000. They're asking all these things. I don't even know them. And he's like, when I push back on him, I'm like, dude, why are you asking me? I don't even know you. And then lastly, he's gets all offended. He's like, don't say I didn't ask you. So he gets all offended. I'm like, is that the best way to approach a conversation? If you say you want to meet and engage me, is it the best way to say, don't tell me I didn't offer this to you? So I tell you these things because it's so frustrating. You talk about effective communication 101. You meet someone for the first time, you're asking for something. I don't even know them. Because in their world, they're like, no, but Chris, it's a great opportunity. Well, so are the 500 other people that asked me the same question. So can you imagine Oprah Winfrey or Elon Musk? They get approached tens of thousands of times or millions of times. I'm just getting approached a few hundred times. But imagine, just get out of your own space. We are important as individuals, but if you can't add value, why should they respond? So for me, I'm always like, look, I speak for a living. You want me to respond to your emails? Say, hey, Chris, I have this paid speaking gig that I might want you to speak at. Well, guess what? My assistant will probably get back to you pretty quickly. But if you have all these people that are sending things like, oh, I just need 5 minutes of your time. I just need you to watch my presentation. And then he gets offended. He's like, oh, dude, I thought we were buddies. I'm like, dude, we spoke for 3 minutes at a conference 2 months ago. You're lucky I even remember your name. And the only reason I remember your name, Eric, is because you annoyed me. Not a bad impression to have. So here's what you should do. What you should do is this. I want to make sure I'm on point, so I got about 15 minutes. What you should do is this. Add value. I have a newsletter called Be Inspired every week. I send articles, videos, and events. Surprise, surprise, acronym. Avenues of follow-up. Send articles, videos, and events. Who doesn't like a cool article? I have a client named Doug. He has a massive restaurant conglomerate. He makes about $200 million a year. He has difficulty motivating his employees. I said, hey, Doug, here's an interesting article I read about how do you motivate your employees. Elon Musk, I read one time, he has difficulty sleeping. I'm like, hey, Elon, here's a video you might like. Lastly, events. This is the best thing with real estate, especially on the higher end side. all this social media is great, but nothing will ever replace looking at someone in the eye, giving them a firm handshake, smiling, asking them, how are you? But literally asking them, thumbs up, right? But again, we all say that, oh, yeah, we're great. But the events are great because it allows you to build that high-touch engagement. One of my friends, she used to be a CFO of Coffee Bean. I don't know if you have Coffee Bean out here, but it's like Starbucks' competitor. And I'm always building my relationships. So Jack Welch is the CEO, former CEO of GE. He's speaking in LA, low price point. I think it's about $50 for a ticket. And I say, hey, Angie, come by and listen to Jack Welch. Because again, high-level people want to meet other high-level people. Don't be invited to the coffee. Again, I get invited to coffee and lunch. I'm like, look, I don't have time for your coffee and lunch. What they really want is private consulting, like free consulting work, right? So add value, stand out. What do business people want? They want more business. In Angie's case, what does she want? She wants to learn from Jack Welch, because she's at a level that, she's a former CFO of a very publicly and privately traded companies. So in her case, I invited her to Jack Welch, and surprise, surprise, I meet one of my clients there who's an executive at City National Bank, and they manage about $35 billion. So whenever you meet people, give them value, give them articles, give them videos, and how do you know? By asking questions. What do I do usually when I meet people? I literally email them my book. So the worst examples, oh my God, I met that guy Christoper Kai. Holy crap, he was horrible. He gave me an ebook. What was he thinking? That's the worst impression I'm going to give this person, right? But hopefully they say, you know what? Even if I never see that person ever again in life, at least they know that Christoper Kai spent 20 years researching a book, and I just gave them a free book. And what's sad is that, when you give things free, people don't value that. But when you have them pay for it, they value it more. And it was really, really sad. Like, I was giving a speech a few months ago, and I was selling my books for like $20. Like, I got paid tens of thousands of dollars to speak for a living, and like, this kid's like, he's like 20-something years old, and I'm like, do you want to be a millionaire? He's like, yes. And I'm like, so you're not going to buy a book, cost $20, that teaches you how to meet, engage, and follow with these people, and you'll spend $200 on like a weekend at Vegas, right? So back to priorities. Make the investments when it's necessary, because if you don't make investments of your time and money, you will never be successful. Make sure you follow up with value. Lastly is this, stand out and be remembered. Stories are 22 times more memorable than facts. Stories are 22 times more memorable than facts. So here's my story. I was born and raised in New York City. My mother was a school teacher. My father was a case manager. So you might think, oh, I can't do this, Chris. Well, now you can, because trust me, I'm going to tell you my story. Middle-class upbringing, hand-me-down clothes. I used to get my mom, bless her heart, she didn't cook very well. Hopefully she's not going to watch this. But she used to make hamburgers, not with hamburger buns, but with Wonder Bread. So she'd put the hamburger onto the Wonder Bread, put it into the Ziploc bag. I'd go to school. I'm really, really hungry. I would open up my brown paper bag, and I just see this soggy hamburger. Right? So I didn't grow up with any means, any access, any connections, any wealth. And I had a lot of struggles too. You can't read what that says, but it pretty much says the 4'10", 4'10" at the time. But I talked a lot in school, so I got punished. I was ridiculed, and they told me I had a reading disability, so I felt I was stupid. But the last thing was I was really short. I was the shortest kid in my class for 8 years going to elementary school. And then my mother sent me to a school which all boys, and so I was 4'10" going into high school. So that's a picture of me, 4'10". Now, if you're a woman and you're short, it doesn't really matter, frankly, because you can just wear heels. But if you're a guy and you're short, it's really sad. To the point where before Twitter, people just blast you. Like, Bobby's like saying, oh, I'm looking forward to seeing your little head roaming around in school. And Ray's like calling me a dwarf. And my favorite is Noel. He doesn't even call me by my name. You can't read it. But this is actually from my 8th grade graduation book. He's like, Tu Ching. Don't worry. Keep eating those vitamins. Be patient. You'll grow. So I text Noel this. I'm like, dude, this is so funny. I was looking back at our yearbook, and I found what you wrote here, and he completely denied it. He's like, no, I didn't write that, Chris. I'm like, no, Noel, I think you did, because that was his nickname, the Twixter. Him and I both are really skinny. And I share this with you as this. We've all had scars in our past. We've all had disappointments. We've all had rejection. We've all had failures. But what's so sad and unfortunate is that we allow these scars to dictate our successes. We allow the scars in our past, whether emotional, physical, mental, whatever it might be. We allow these scars to dictate our future successes. And so what I ask you to do is, when you want to aim higher, you can't have that fixed mindset, which is why it's so important to hang out with people like Josh and Albert and John. I will literally cut people out of my life if they're negative. I'm not talking about, oh, it's a tough, market, or I'm talking about, okay, if you're like getting like bypass surgery or you got into an accident, I'll listen. But if you're whining about how your day was because you couldn't close a client or some traffic jam or someone that like got angry at you, those are like gnats, okay? Those are like mosquitoes. You're the elephant. You'll always have those things in your life. Don't worry about those gnats and mosquitoes because you'll always have those people, and hopefully you are not those people, okay? So I share these stories because they're 22 times more memorable. When you meet people, share your story and listen to their story, because otherwise they're not going to remember you. What happens is this. You go to an event, you get all excited, you get a stack of business cards, you go back home, you're looking for these business cards, and you're literally like, Michael Johnson, wait, who's that? Candace Curley, who's that? Like, you're looking at these people, you know you've met them, but you don't remember anything about them. So make sure you find some level of connection, whether with their interests or the relationships, because you're going to be that person in that pile of business cards on the other end, and they're not going to remember you. Okay? Thankfully for me, I had this guy in my life. Though I was being ridiculed, bullied, teased, beaten up in school, at 12 years old, my Uncle Ding said, you know what? My Chinese name is G. He's like, G, you're a smart guy. I'm going to take a chance on you. He had a boutique insurance company in Lower Manhattan. While on one end I was getting bullied, my uncle was like, no, you're amazing, you're talented, you're trustworthy, and you're hardworking. And so I had that big gamer, that person of influence in my life. And from him, I learned how to buy stocks. From him, I learned how to invest my money. From him, I learned the true calling, which is what entrepreneurs do. They serve their clients. They give value. It's not just some catchphrase, some cool phrase about adding value. It's believing that you have to be valuable yourself. If you don't believe you're valuable, how can you add value to someone else? In my uncle's case, as an immigrant coming to the United States, having his own entrepreneurship dream fulfilled is phenomenal, and he taught me. So the reason why this is important for you is you have to find people in your life that create that foundation. It's really, really, really hard to build confidence in yourself and meet people if you don't have a foundation. If you don't have people in your life, then find people around you. It's really important. Remove the ego. Remove that sense of, oh, I know how to do this. I remember at one point, I had a client, he literally sells toy guns. It's called Bug Assault. It shoots flies with a pinch of salt. He literally raised over $500,000. You laugh, but he raised $500,000. This is a multi-million-dollar business based on the fact that he spent a few $100,000 on creating a toy gun that's this big, really bright yellow, and it shoots flies with a pinch of salt. It costs like $40. At one point, I was hired on as his worldwide marketing and sales executive, and I needed to learn about e-commerce. I could have been very, very egotistical and very, very arrogant and not learned from someone who was 20 years old at the time, who literally made his first million when he was 16 years old. And I said, Mike, can you please teach me about this e-commerce world? Because he built his own online website and literally, again, made $1 million by the time he was 16. When I met him at 20, he was already a multimillionaire. So if I say, well, I know so much more than this guy, but instead I said, you know what? I'm going to keep my ego at the door and say, Mike, can you please teach me? So for those of you in this room who think you're so experienced, you've traveled all around, great. But if you want to learn about social media, talk to someone who's 22, not 62. Not to knock the 62-year-olds, but you need to meet the people that are naturally inclined to do what they do. Okay? So keep that in mind. Lastly, I'll share one other story. You're not going to always realistically have a chance to tell them like your whole life story or listen to the life story. So I'll keep it really simple. My mother named me after St. Christoper. St. Christoper is the patron saint of transportation. He supposedly was 7'5" tall, so just you could please imagine with me, he had these really broad shoulders. He's a Canaanite, 7'5" tall, and apparently there's this raging river, and his goal in life was to carry people along this raging river to the other side. So it's kind of cool that my mother named me after St. Christoper because I see that as my goal, my purpose in life, to carry people along the raging river of their life. So one day, he carries this little baby on his shoulders. And for whatever reason, with every single step he takes, he's literally like, what the hell's going on with this kid? It's like he's literally almost drowning. He passes the river, puts the child down, and is almost like angry at the child. He's like, what's going on? And it turns out that this little boy, this little kid, is Christ, Jesus Christ reincarnated. His name, Christoper, means Christ bearer. He's bearing the burden of Christ. So I took 2 minutes to share a story about my name. So it doesn't matter how much time you have. You literally want to have a bag of stories wherever you go. Whether it's about a woman named Amina who's shining my shoes at the airport from Ethiopia, or it's about my own story about getting these soggy hamburger sandwiches, because the point is, if you don't share your stories, they're going to forget you. Not just in that room, but in life. So make sure you understand how to share stories, how to process stories, how to engage stories, using that body language. So if you say, yeah, Chris, I'm really passionate about entrepreneurship. Oh, really? Well, your voice doesn't sound that way. And these things you can train. Join Toastmasters, take an acting class. Like, there's no excuse. No one ever feels so energetic. When people meet me for the first time, it's like, wow, Chris, you're so energized. What do you do, man? Do you drink a lot of coffee? I'm like, actually, I don't drink any coffee. It's about purpose. When you know your purpose in life, if you know your purpose is to serve, you can completely be vulnerable. It doesn't matter what people say. You can hate my speech, but you're not going to say, Chris wasn't very honest. You're not going to say that. So make sure you know your story. Make sure you ask them their story, because if you don't do that, you're not going to be remembered. If you're not going to be remembered, how are you going to secure more clients, whether with a $1 million listing, $20 million, it doesn't matter. It goes across the board. Summary is this. Networking is literally the #1 best predictor of your career success. Make sure you have that mindset. Make sure you're not focusing on working the room. That's working hard. Working smart is finding the right rooms to work. 4 happy chemicals: dopamine, oxytocin, endorphins, and serotonin. Talk about their interests and their relationships. Listen to them. Be effective by focusing on the pathos and the logos, not just your credentials. And the last 2 is you have to follow up, because you are literally burning away cash. You are burning away cash if you don't follow up. And then the most important is, if you don't share your story, they're going to forget you. Jim, the guy I met in Puerto Rico last year, I will literally remember him for the rest of my life. Because how many of you, like again, on the outside surface, you will see 2 dudes at a lunch-in hugging each other. Because we had such a powerful conversation at lunch, him talking about his father getting abused, like that's pretty crazy. But again, it was at lunch. I just met this guy. But I'll never forget him, ever. And he also invited me to the Bay Area to go sailing. So that's powerful. This is all the things that I put into this book. It isn't just 7 skills, it's 20 skills. And please sign up for the newsletter. I'll share one final story. So a woman earlier that I met, she asked me, oh, you speak all around the world. Is this another one of those days? I'm like, no. Every single time I speak, just like what Jon said, it's a unique experience. I grew up in New York City. I was born and raised there. I used to work at 7 World Trade Center. That was the 3rd building that collapsed. So as soon as I got into this building, I literally got chills, because I used to work at 7 World Trade, the 3rd building that collapsed. I have family and friends and coworkers. They're all there. Thankfully, I moved out here by that point. But then my last thing I want to say is this. You can listen to all these amazing speeches today, or you can do something with them. And what I encourage you to do is find one person every month that you want to meet that's outside your network. In a year, you'll have 12 different open networks. If you want to be really ambitious, meet one person every week. So in a year, you'll meet 52 different open networks. Because what do we often do? Again, we'll go to the same church. If I'm Christian, that person's Muslim, oh, those bad Muslims. If I'm Muslim and that person's atheist, oh, you don't believe in God. If I'm atheist and that person's Jewish, oh, that Jewish person. I just came back from Israel and Palestine. It's the saddest thing to know what's going on there. But the point is, if we're not open-minded, we'll never learn. This is why we have so many problems in life. John F. Kennedy, I think, once said that when communication is impossible, conflict is the only thing that happens. So keep that in mind, that if you don't have open networks, you'll always start going back into the stereotypes. You'll always just saying, oh, those people are like that. And if you don't open your mind, you'll never grow. And the last thing I'll end is this. Like I said, courage is like a rubber band. I literally could be dead right now if I didn't have the courage to step out in my growth zone and move out to California. So courage is literally the single most important quality I see of successful people. And by success, I don't just mean my money. I've met some of the most depressed, horrible people in the world. I don't want to judge, but I've literally when you say, oh, I want to be rich, Chris, I don't doubt that. I want to buy this, but I'm just saying, I've met some of the wealthiest, famous people in the world, and some of the most unhappy people not because of the money, because they don't have the courage to provide for other people. They don't have the courage to serve. So all I ask you to do is do one thing you're afraid of every week, and that one thing is the best way to change your life is to change your relationship. So meet one person outside your network. Thank you so much.
Awesome, brother. All right, we on? Okay, you guys, we're gonna break, but I got a few things that I wanna add and say before we break. But when we break, we gotta take a 60-minute break. So what time is it right now? So it's 11:30, so let's be back here at 12:30. Gonna jump into a lot of content. Once we get back, Albert's gonna jump up. He's gonna be the next speaker as soon as we get back. And then I'll be speaking after Albert, going deep on some strategy, and then we're gonna do a Q&A session where we're just literally gonna line up some chairs. We'll stay as long as you guys need to ask us anything you wanna ask. Nothing's off limits there with that. So I wanted to add a couple things to Chris's story, and I'm not looking at my phone because I'm trying to be distracted. I got the notes in here. I always lose my thoughts. So he talked about Grant Cardone, and Grant's been a coach of mine, and I've been able to, over the years, develop a relationship with him, and I had him on the podcast. And I asked him, any of you guys in here ever heard a dude named Tim Ferriss? We follow Tim Ferriss, like brilliant cat, right? Author of the 4-Hour Work Week, the 4-Hour Body. So he was recently interviewed in Success Magazine. And Darren Hardy asked him, he said, what's the biggest piece of advice or the most important piece of advice that you would ever give an entrepreneur? And he's like, the 5 people that you spend your time with the most, you're the average of those 5 people. So make sure you choose those 5 people very, very carefully. And Tim's not the only other cat that we've heard that from, right? A lot of people talk about that, your fave 5 and how important that is. So I asked Grant, and this is something I ask a lot of our elite entrepreneur guests that are, Grant at 26 years old, checking out drug rehab. Now he's worth hundreds of millions of dollars and owns his own private jet, so pretty gnarly stuff. So I'm like, dude, you get to a point where, okay, like I need to increase these 5, right? Like, I'm leveling up in life. I want to go out there and expand. I feel like I've kind of outgrown my circle. How do I reach up? Because I told Grant, I'm like, dude, like I can't go to a guy like you, Grant, that's maybe worth, I know he's got a $400 million apartment complex empire. He's probably worth $200 million at this point. I can't call up Grant and be like, hey, dude, can I pick your brain? Can I take you to lunch? The guy's extremely busy, right? So I asked him, I said, how do you reach up for friends? How do you go out there and level up, reach up for those friends to get those 5 people? And he said exactly what Chris said. He's like, you got to treat it. How would you go out there and get a business client? Right? Do your research and attack it. Follow up like crazy. I mean, it took me 8 months when I first started the podcast. It was like, Grant Cardone was the guest I wanted on there. I'm like, that would be success to me if I get him on the show. 8 months, every single week of reaching out. And now I've been able to expose his story to over 60,000 people that have downloaded his podcast. And now we have a relationship from that, right? So it becomes critical. So make sure that you're doing your research. I get reached out to almost daily at this point of people that want me to invest in their business. So I'm in my other business, which is a software company out in Illinois. And I'm actually just got done working. I'm out to dinner with one of our clients out there. And I get a message, and I get these almost daily, but I get this message of this dude that wants me to invest in his new app. He's like, oh, this is going to be this game-changer app, dude. I need your funding, da-da-da-da. So he started, I'm listening. I'm always open to ideas. So I'm looking at this, though, and I start reading further, and it's a freaking, fantasy football app, right? So if anybody knows me or follows the podcast, like, I am like the not that I have a beef with sports, but it does nothing for me. Like, I can't stand watching sports, right? I'm like the opposite of that. So obviously, he didn't do his research on me, with that. So make sure that you're attacking that research. That same evening, I got a message from Bravo TV asking me to go on a new show. It's going to be called, I don't know, they want all these successful entrepreneurs, young successful entrepreneurs to go out on a yacht and spend like 5 weeks together. I'm like, obviously you didn't do your research on me, right? It's not my style. I'm not going to take 5 weeks off. I won't even take a day off. I'm married. I got 3 kids. Not something I'll do. But if they did the research on me, I could easily have connected them with 5 people that would have met the criteria that they're looking for. But because they didn't do the research, I just blow them off, right? Ricky, that came up here. And props to Ricky, dude. I can't tell you guys how difficult it is to be on these stages. I haven't spoken on thousands of stages like Chris, but I probably spoke on hundreds. It's still, like, every time I do it, it's still scary as absolute shit. Like, it's, like, it never gets easier, dude. I I was with Remax Professionals, a brokerage out here. I don't know if you guys know Remax Professionals. Nate Martinez, Frank Russo, amazing cats, great mentors of mine. At the time, I was one of the top REO agents, not just in Arizona, but in the country, right? And they asked me, like, hey, do we want to do an event, and we want you to speak at it, like on how to get into the REO business. It's like, oh, it's just going to be in the basement of our training room, nothing big. You know, the basement holds like 40 people. So Nate calls me the morning of. He's like, hey, Josh, we had to switch locations of the venue. We had to rent out CCV. We've had over 650 people RSVP. I'm like, holy shit. Like, what do I do here? Like, I'm an introvert, you know, right? So I'm like, okay, what do I do? All right, well, I already committed to it, so let's go show up. I show up 2 hours early because I just had to mentally figure out a way to prep for this. So I go on the stage before anybody's even in the church, and I'm almost ready to pass out. So I tell him, I'm like, dude, you got to bring up a bar stool. My legs were shaking so bad. I'm like, I'm going to lose it. I'm going to be done, you know, with that. So at that point then, I decided to join Toastmasters. So I go to join Toastmasters, and most people are joining Toastmasters so they can speak properly. You know, that wasn't my goal. My goal was just to be able to get in front of a group of strangers and speak, right? So did that for a year just to take it to the next level. Even though speaking scares the living hell out of me, it's allowed so many opportunities. I shared this same stage here last November, with Mark Victor Hansen, who's the author of Chicken Soup for the Soul. He actually owns the Chase building downtown. You know, he's worth, what, $3 billion at this point, and being able to go on a stage with him because I've chosen to get way out of my comfort zone, something that scares the living hell out of me continuously, no matter how many times I've done it, but I continue to do it. This year, I personally invested over $40,000 of my own money. I don't get paid to speak, right? Now, I might have shared a stage with Mark Victor Hansen where he's getting paid 35 grand to speak for 45 minutes, you know, but I'm not getting paid a penny. I'm usually having to pay to be there. You know, but I do that because why, right? So I was able to go out to lunch privately. I mean, how often do we get in life to go sit there with a self-made multi-billionaire and ask him anything we want to ask him for an hour? You know, right? I mean, it's pretty gnarly stuff. So, but what I want to go out with Ricky is I love the story I talked about with a 19-year-old agent that reached out to him. And this goes back to what Chris was talking to, of keeping an open mind. So, and I'll pick on Ricky a little bit because he's my boy, he's my lender. I mean, the dude adds so much value to our team. I mean, it's just insane what they do and how they pour into our agents and the help that they give us. You know, but we look, because I'm a realtor like you guys, right? So we look at lenders, we're like, oh shit, another lender, come on, like seriously, right? Or you know, all these different vendors that are always at us, right? What we don't realize is Ricky is a serial entrepreneur. I mean, the dude owns multiple businesses. He flips businesses. You know, the dude's worth millions, right? Why wouldn't I want to go connect with him? It's one of the reasons that, I mean, he does a brilliant, amazing job, and that's why he's our preferred lender. But I love having a relationship with a cat like that. Any guy that goes out there and buys a business, doubles the revenue and flips it in under 12 months, like that's a dude I want to learn from. So a 19-year-old kid's probably like, you know, I've got to go now meet this 19-year-old kid and try to recruit him to my team because he's a smart-ass dude, you know, right? So keep an open mind to this. Don't be closed-minded to, oh, well, it's a lender, oh, it's a title company. I mean, there's so many, it's so much deeper than that, right? So keep an open mind to that. All right, so we'll come back in an hour. So we'll be back at 12:30. We got a few things that I want to, Albert brought in. He got a special gift made for you guys. So once we wrap up tonight, he's got a special gift that he's going to give you guys. And at the very end, just to encourage you guys to stay, you can see we got 4 cameras. So as Cheplak talks about cameras or video, I choose to listen to my coaches. So I now have our own studio in-house, and we have a 4-camera setup here. So all of this is being videoed. So we'll make sure we hook you guys up. We'll give you a way to reach out to me to get a copy of the video and get a copy of this slide deck. You know, so you guys can have everything that's been featured on this slide deck. So we'll be back here at exactly 12:30 and get rock and rolling.
Help me in welcoming the one and very only Albert Garibaldi to the stage.
Woo. Welcome, Arizona, huh? Unbelievable. How come it's so cold here? I'm from San Francisco. It's like a built-in air conditioning unit over there. So you guys are going to be super excited about what's coming up. Super excited. I get chills just being up here. Believe me, I get chills when I'm up here. Here's what I'm committed to. I'm committed to inspire each and every one of you, motivate you guys. I'm really going to be focused. When you walk out this door, you're going to have the success you desire. Is that fair? So let me share with you what's coming up. A few things are going to be coming up. I'm going to share with you guys, well, first of all, I got to think, where is Joshua? Is he around here? Joshua, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Christoper and Jon, you're absolutely amazing, and I can't wait to put myself in a jet plane and take off to California and implement a lot what you just said. So thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So here's what's coming up. I'm going to share with you guys a few things. I'm going to share with you some qualities of a great leader. Because being a great salesperson is great, but that's really not who I am. I'm a great leader because I lead people to what their needs and wants are. So I'm going to share a few great qualities with you guys. I'm also going to share with you how important it is to adapt to every market or you will die. And I'm going to take you on a journey how I adapt so I don't die. Okay? The reality is this. My marketplace is in California. The average real estate agent sells less than 1.5 homes a year. The average real estate agent will be out of this business in 18 months. From the time a real estate agent gets their license, hangs it with a broker, 70% of those real estate agents will not re-up their MLS dues. When it comes to the Harrison poll for prestigious jobs, were you guys aware that firefighters were on the top of that list? Who's on the bottom of that list? Bottom of the list, ladies and gentlemen, is welcome to your wonderful career, and that's real estate agents. So I'm going to go over some tactical things for you. How did I get into the luxury market? What do I do to generate business? And I'm going to blow each and every one of you away because the reality of it is I don't spend money in advertising. I never have and I never will. Who here wants to spend a lot of money to go out and get business? I haven't met an agent. There's a few agents that will do it. A lot of agents don't have the money to do that. So before I go over some tactical things with you guys, none of it, please listen to what I have to say, none of it will work if you don't have the burning desire to succeed. What is your engine? What is your why? What's going to drive you every day? I'm going to share mine with you so I can motivate you guys. Second thing, it's important no matter what you do in life, find your passion. All the business I've done in my 17-year career, everybody that I've come across, that I've done business with, hire me for one simple reason. It's not how many homes I've sold. It's not about my negotiation skills. It's about my passion. So I'm going to share with you guys the Garibaldi passion punch to success. And you guys are going to get a little gift when you guys leave so you guys can remember it. How does that sound? I'm going to ask you guys a very, very important question. And be honest, because I ask this question all the time. It's fascinating to me, and this is the reason why I do what I do. So the question is this. Raise your hands if you're happy, if you're excited about where you're at today in your business. Very low percentage. I am committed. I am so committed to get you guys fired up, excited about it. Believe me. Second thing I want to ask you guys. You're not alone, by the way, because I ask that a lot. You have a prospect. You go on an appointment, but you don't convert that prospect into a customer. The reality of it is 60% of the time, the real estate agent will not convert that into a customer. I'm going to share some ideas with you to help you build likability and trust so they'll work with you very quickly. How does that sound? So I'm going to share something, my why, with you. If you have something to write down, question mark, what's my engine? Ask yourself that. My success is because I'm very driven. And I'm going to share something with you. To be quite frank with you, I'm a little bit nervous. But I'm going to share it because I want to inspire all of you to figure out what your engine is. So once upon a time, 1982, I was 13 years old, and I got hit with a ton of bricks. Hit with a ton of bricks. That ton of bricks was, I have learning disabilities. Struggled through school. Some of you are probably looking at me saying, how in the world did he pass that real estate exam? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I didn't pass it the first time. And I did not pass it the second time. And I did not pass it the third time. Actually, driving to Oakland, California, I got to know the parking attendant very well. He said to me, you're going to do it this time. Well, literally, he saw me 2 more times. I flunked it the 4th time and passed my real estate exam on the 5th time. Before the 5th time, I had to hire a private tutor. Private tutor. Because of my learning disabilities, I've been scared. And for me to tell you that is amazing because I've been hiding it from all of you. So, pretty cool, right? So, because I was scared shitless, I wanted to have a great family, right? I marry a beautiful woman. Scared. So, my point is, I'm constantly trying to prove myself. Work out every day, stay dressed professionally, look good, hide it. Just to show you how bad I wanted it as a 13-year-old kid, been married 22 years. Three kids. Second thing that drives me is my mom and dad. So my dad passed away when I was 52. Great guy, gave me great values, right? So I want to implement those values in my kids. Got 3 beautiful kids. They drive me nuts. Teenager life, amazing. So I want to implement these values into my kids like my dad did. Hard-working guy, didn't make a lot of money, but boy, did he give me a lot of love. Boy, did he give me a lot of happiness. So I want to bring that to my family, but add a little bit more financial freedom so we can travel the world. Third thing. Why are you guys going to, is this guy sick? You know what the third thing is? You. How crazy is that? You guys motivate me. Because when I got in this business, I started looking and I saw so many people just not excited about where they're at. And I'm like, you know what? Every one of you guys need help. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go kick butt in this business, be a good student, so I can give back to you guys, because every one of you that carries a license in the United States has motivated me. That is what drives me. What drives you? So you have this engine, right? I got this amazing engine. That's not enough. Let me tell you what else you need. You need the passion, fuel to put in it. Passion. Passion rules. So 8 months ago, I sat down. I'm like, what is it about this passion? What is it? 5 o'clock in the morning, I'm getting up. I'm writing down words. Boom, 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 boom. Came up with the top 10. The top 10 led into the Garibaldi Passion Punch to success. You want to hear it? If you got a pencil, write down P. This is so required in our business. This is the reason why I'm succeeding. It's because P is you have to have patience. Do you need patience in this business? When you meet with a seller and the seller wants $1.5 million or $800,000 for their home, it's worth $700,000. Do you need patience? When you're negotiating with people, you know it's the best price, you got them the most money, and your seller wants another $10,000. Do you need patience? Do you need patience when you hold an open house? Huh? Patience, patience, patience. Period. If you're not passionate enough, you won't have the patience required. You won't. You is you're unstoppable when you love what you love, doing what you're doing. Nobody can stop you. It's hard to say no to me because I feel the passion. I interviewed for a $20 million listing, never sold a home in this place. I went up against the top agents in the area. They hired me not because I sold homes in the area and I didn't, not because I'm a great negotiator, none of that crap. They hired me because of my passion. He said to me he's never seen that in anybody. N. I'm sick of everybody talking about N. But when you're passionate, there is no excuses. I don't give excuses. N is no excuses. You got a prospect. I'm scared. I don't want to. I'm going to go have a donut. No excuse. I don't want to stick. I can't stick in my schedule. My dog ate my paper. I can't do that. No excuse. Stop making up excuses. But when you love what you do, there is no excuse. You guys get that? Stop making up excuses. Get to work. Here's C. C is what has made me who I am today. Because in 1982, I sat back in front of the back of the classroom, insecure. Teacher gave a lecture. I had to take a test. Had no idea. I flunked every one of them. My grandmother, at 68 years old, read my book and did my report. Read my book, did my report. My coaches begged and pleaded with the teachers. He's our starting quarterback. We need him to play. Can you give him a C-? C is the only reason why I'm standing right in front of you. Because in 1982, if you would have said, Albert, you're going to be able to speak in front of so many people, motivate them, inspire them, and move them, I would say you're on drugs. That ain't happening. I'm 1982. Sitting back of the class. Airhead. Huh. Shouldn't say that, but I wasn't an airhead. I just wired differently. Courage. Courage makes you do things that make you uncomfortable. If you want to succeed in anything in life, make yourself uncomfortable, challenge, and do things that scare you. Because of the love of this real estate industry and the love of being in front of you, it's given me the courage. H. H is something that I had to battle with. There was 2 words. So I reflected back. I won this amazing award in front of 2,000 people. Still on YouTube today. My CEO of my company introduced me. I don't watch the video because I'm a crying mess. I won the Intero Value Award. Unbelievable award. I played the beginning of it, and he says this. I've known this guy for 12 years, and there's never once I've seen him in a bad mood. What do you think H is? Happiness. I am so happy, my face hurts. My face hurts. Not too many people can say they're happy with where they're at in many aspects of their life. I am so happy. I've been married to my beautiful wife who's here today, Deanna. I am so happy that I can go into my son's bedroom, 18 years old. I'm not quite there yet, but I am trying to get his pants on. I'm happy with what? My health. Happiness is key. And boy, am I happy. I'm going to give you something, 2 gifts. One gift you're going to be able to walk out of here with, which is a Garibaldi Passion Punch keychain. Bring that home with you so you can remember the punch. And watch this gift I'm going to give you. It's an amazing gift. I just used it the other day on a couple. I went on a listing presentation. It was a husband and wife. I said to them at the very end, before you sign this paperwork, now they haven't even decided to sign anything. Okay? You see what I'm doing here? An assumption? Watch this. Husband and wife. And I can already tell that and I already knew they interviewed a couple of agents, and I didn't think, I can sense they weren't going to hire me, but I blew them away from my passion because I think they had somebody else in mind. I said, listen, before you sign that paperwork tonight, let me tell you why everybody I meet hires me. They're like, okay, because I have the passion punch to success. And they looked at each other. They're like, holy crap. What is this man going to say? I said, listen, this is a big deal. When you work with me, I have the Garibaldi punch to success. I'm going to have P for patience, because you're going to have so many questions during escrow. I have the patience to get you through it. I am so unstoppable that people can't say no to me, and that's easy for me to sell your home. And I'm not going to give you guys any excuses why your home's not going to sell. And C is I have the courage to do crazy things to find buyers that most agents can't find, that I'll bring them to your house and sell your home. And H is I'm so happy my face hurts. That's why you're going to sign this paperwork. They're like this. Holy shit! They're looking at each other like, the wife's like, oh, I know, and before this maniac came here, I was saying no, but Jesus, I can't say no to this guy. But there's a lot that led up to that point. There was a lot that led up to the point that I'm going to share with you. The number one reason the consumer, the home buyer and seller hires you as a realtor, Google has proven this. NAR has proven this because they did a survey. The number one thing they look for is trust. Number one. How do you earn trust, guys? How do you earn it? You know how you earn it? You get people to like you, and you got seconds to do it. People, you got to get them to like you, and then like you, they'll trust you. My mentor, somebody I admire and love so much, who's responsible for me being here on this stage. You know what he said to me one day? I don't even know if I should take it as a compliment. I figured it out, Al. I'm like, what did you figure out? I know how you can connect with so many people. I'm like, yeah, what is it? You know what he said? I don't know anything. What in the heck does that mean? He's right. See, when you know too much, you want to what? Tell them how much you know. And then you'll be the yeah, but person. Yeah, but. Yeah, but. You got to be and. So let me tell you what I do when I'm out meeting with people. So one of the qualities I want to tell you is this. Quality number one, I'm an award-winning connector. Write that down. Are you an award-winning connector? How do you connect with people? Can I tell you something that I shouldn't say, but I'll say it anyway? Can I say it? Yeah. Promise? You ready? You won't judge me when I say this? Promise? I am an award-winning actor. Now, please understand when I say that. Let me tell you. I've been doing this long enough. I've seen enough. I cannot afford this beautiful person to hire any other real estate agent but me. But for me to get them to work with me, I have to become them. You want a homework assignment? Go to Google, put in the 4 personality types. Amiable, expressive, analytical, and driver. 4 personality traits on this planet. I do my best to figure out who I have in front of me. Guys, you got to understand something. Literally, my beautiful daughter, Daniela, is 9 years old. You know what she said? Do I have a job? She doesn't think I have a job. Isn't that cute? Why? Because when there's an opportunity there, my conversion rate's almost 100%. You follow me? Where most agents are going on interviews and not converting because they don't get the communication breakdown. Just like Jon was sharing, or Christoper, they were sharing. The communication breakdown is 7% words, 38% tonality, 55% body language. Thank God for me, because the words on my vocabulary are very basic because of my learning disabilities. Thank God, but when I show up, it is game on. If they're happy and bubbly, I am happy and bubbly. If they're old and sick and their back's killing them, my back hurts even more. You guys follow me? Now listen, because I don't know too much, my mentor said. Isn't that beautiful? I don't know too much. Crazy. Because I don't know too much, it's easy for me to connect with people. And I'm always open to learning from people. Because that's one of the things that hides me not having a college education and my learning disabilities. I'm naturally open to hear their opinion, and I don't give a crap what it is. It's the best thing I've ever heard. I've told people in my presentation that they should be a realtor, and I'm there to list their home. What kind of crazy crap is that? Probably think I'm some type of wacko, huh? No. I want to spend time with my family. I want to spend time with my wife. I have high standards. If they sound bad, they get worse. I qualify. When I qualify, I have high standards. If they sound bad, they get worse. My kids are too damn important to me. My wife is too damn important to me. So I have high standards who I'm going to spend time with. See, when I'm on presentations and I meet with people, I'm always eager to learn, no matter what it is. You should see me. I'm always eager to learn. I went on a presentation the other day. They love Hillary Clinton. Right? So do I. I went on another presentation. I'm telling you guys, they gave me a wireless microphone. This is dangerous. I want to go down there. Went on another presentation. He loved Trump. So do I. Because I'm eager to learn. You guys got to understand. I listened to why Trump is the man. I listened why Hillary Clinton is amazing. When I walked out of there, they thought that I was going to hire them. I went on another presentation. This person loves farm animals. Okay, so I learned about farm animals. When they left, they thought I was going to go buy a farm. But I left with the listing presentation. You guys understand? Let people, when you go to a party, they're not telling their friends and family members aren't listening to them. They don't care. They at a party, they barely get a hi. Now, you got a guy like me looking like a vampire, higher hair, coming in and saying, oh my God, you're amazing. They're like, man, I like this guy. He's willing to listen to me. Listen to people, man. Don't judge them. Accept them for who they are. Listen, I went on another presentation. I have to learn all the time to like things and really learn from people. Now, I am allergic to certain animals. I'm allergic to cats. Now, when I went on this presentation, this was a cat lover. Now, do you think when I show up, I'm going to tell her, time out, this presentation's got to stop here. Can we go outside? Can we do it in my car? Because I cannot give this presentation because I'm allergic to cats. No. What do? I put my life on the line. Yes, I did. I went in that house, give me that cat, and I went, love it. Give me that cat. Where did you get this cat? It's an amazing cat. I love that fact that throws its hair all over my beautiful suit. She thought when I left, I'm going to adopt a cat. You guys understand? She interviewed 3 realtors. No realtor grabbed that cat and like I did. I almost suffocated. See what I do for these beautiful people, my customers? Because I have to suffocate myself, because if I don't, they're going to what? Hire another horrible real estate agent. I can't have that. Guy walks up to my open house. He walks up. He had these shorts up to here. Okay? What are you doing at your open houses? Let me tell you what I'm doing at my open houses. He's walking up with his shorts. Okay? He's walking towards me and I'm over here. And I'm like, remember the award-winning actor? Stop. This is a guy coming to my open house on a $5 million listing. And I pull the full-on brakes. Stop. And he goes, what? I go, listen to me. I am 47 years old. I work out like a beast. And all I'm going to say is watch this. I pick up my pants. I said, look at these things. They look handicapped. There's no cab here. I said, I said to him, award-winning actor, right? Because I can't afford him to hire any other agent. What in the heck? How do you get those calves looking like that? And he's like this. Oh, these? Oh, yeah, I know, man. I work out hard. We connected on calves. I showed him mine. He felt sorry for me. I looked at his, and I was like honored to see his calves, how big they were. He refers me a $2.5 million buyer because we love each other's calves. No, you just waking up in the morning, getting a cup of coffee, having a donut, not working out, showing up, hanging out with people that are negative. Oh, this sucks. I went to this presentation. The guy looked like a vampire. I ain't going to listen to anything he says. This business sucks. Stay away from negative people. You want negative? They're out there. You want positive? They're out there. What are you doing when you get up every day? You better be promoting yourself every day, or you're going out of business. If you're not having dialogue with somebody about buying or selling real estate, you are closed. Most real estate agents are closed. They come to the office, sit on the computer all day. They might have got lucky, got a listing, and then they work on that listing all month. And they get the happy dance. Did you see this? Did you see it? I got this listing a month ago. Yeah, have you sold it yet? No, but look at it. They don't do anything else but admire this listing. That's all they do. In Albert Garibaldi's world, when I get a listing, that is the best time to go get more. Why is that? Because it's the momentum. You have been accepted. Pick up the phone. Start calling people. Listen, my business is driven by the phones. Period. Do I do social media? Yes. But I don't rely on it. I call people. Call people. Call your loved ones, your friends, and say this: hi, it's Albert Garibaldi. I'm thinking about you. Do you know how nice that is? Nobody's using the phones anymore. And then when you do get a call and somebody's thinking about you, they love you. I call all my past clients. I don't advertise. All my business is done by the phones. Every one of them. And let me tell you something. I have adapted. I've been doing this for 17 years. I have adapted many times in this business. One of the things you better be prepared for is homes, because I'm starting to see it in my marketplace, are price reducing and staying on the market longer. We have an election year coming up. What does that mean? There's going to be more expireds hitting the market. Great opportunity. And I brought another gift for you. I belong with the company for 15 years. I'm going to give you your name. I'm going to give them, all of you guys, the number and the guy's name, Alex. I want you to call him. He's going to give you a discount for the first 30 days to try it. We'll talk about that later. If you have to, please, when you get in this business, don't wait for it. You have to be looking for it every day. You have to be promoting yourself every day, or you'll be shut down and you'll be out of business. Okay? Another thing, which is super important, and I'm going to share. Somebody said something. I'm going to give a free gift. Hold on a second. I think I heard something over here. Give this to you. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. You know what the magic is? When you're not promoting yourself every day, this is such the truth, you can't be unattached. Too many realtors are attached. Why? Because they don't promote themselves and they're not lead generating machines. I'm super unattached because I have leads all the time. You want to earn somebody's likability quickly? I don't even know how to spell this word, but it's a powerful reverse psychology. Reverse psychology is a very powerful tool to get people to like you quickly. When I go on a presentation, the first thing I say when I meet with them is thank you for the opportunity, because I know you have so much other agents to interview and you have other options. But I am so grateful that I have this opportunity to meet with you today, is what I'm going to say. And then I'll say, why do you even want to sell this home? Can you keep it? You hear what I just said? I am there to list it, and I'm telling them to keep it. I went on a presentation. He wanted to buy a home. He was referred to me. He sat down in his chair in my office. We sat across from each other. And you know what was the first thing he said to me? I'm not buying. I'm like, in my mind, I'm thinking, well, why are you here? There's a bubble. That's what he says to me. What do I say? Because what? I'm eager to learn. I said, what? I've been doing this for so long. Tell me more about this bubble, because I think there's one coming too. Isn't that great? I threw him for a curveball because he wanted me to what? There's no bubble. The job market. Do you think I could take this guy where I want to go without being where he's at first? Are you guys nuts? I had to bubble with him. We were in a bubble bath. You know what I mean? He was telling me this is going to happen. Boom, this is going to happen. Boom, this is going to happen. I'm like, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. Yes, finally. You're absolutely right. Just put him in a house, $1.2 million. How in the world did I do that? I just bubbled with this guy. Want me to tell you why? Because I have trained myself to ask questions and shut up. Do you know why you ask questions? Because makes you powerful. It helps you build rapport. Stop making so many statements. Ask powerful questions. So the bubble man, I said, listen, what is your goal? Is your goal to buy a home and flip it in 2 years? No, Mr. Garibaldi. Now, this whole Mr. Garibaldi thing is getting out of hand because I'm feeling like I'm getting so much older. Everybody's calling me Mr. Garibaldi now. I'm 48, which is great, but I'm like, oh my God, can we call me Albert? So he said, Mr. Garibaldi, listen, I'm thinking of buying this house and living it for the next 10 years. Now, he would never give me the time of day, but he will because we bubbled bath together. You follow me? So I said, listen, 10 years? Are you nuts? You need to buy now because money's so cheap. Do you realize how important that is? When interest rates are that cheap, you're putting more money towards principal than you are interest. That means you can buy down your home a lot faster. Did you guys know that? He said, oh, really? Yes. But he said, oh, really? Is because I listened to him express himself. So for his goals and my passion, sold him a $1.2 million house. Guys, the reality of it is this. You're going to get a lot of rejection. Rejection's cool. You got to be grateful for it, because all the other agents are getting it. You just don't want too much of it. Then there's a problem, right? But when you're rejected, how are you processing that? Are you going back to your office pissed off, sitting in a corner? Or are you doing what I do? Put air in my tires and put fuel in my tank. I'll show you. How are you processing the rejection? Because you're going to get a lot of it. My neighbor on the left knows I'm in real estate. Another sign pops up. That neighbor on my right knows I'm in real estate. Another sign goes up. An agent across the street lists and sells her home with that agent. It expires, I call it, I list and sell it. Is that cool? So you're going to get rejection. Is how are you processing it? It's part of what we do. This business is super hard, but that's why it's so great. If it was easy, I wouldn't have this opportunity. The CEO of my company, who's an amazing man, who actually inspired me to get into this business. Him and I say this all the time when we see each other, and I actually saw him. He's actually doing a golf tournament here today. I actually saw him at the hotel because I'm staying with at the same hotel he is. Do you know what we say to each other? Thank God for real estate. Thank God for real estate. Thank God it's so hard. A lot of this is about mindset. If you don't have the engine, the burning desire with the passion in it, it will be hard to sustain this business. It will be super hard to sustain this business. But for me, with my engine and my passion, I sometimes don't say the right things, but because of my passion and my engine, I'm unstoppable. So my question is to you guys, what does your punch look like? I've been doing this passion punch thing because I'm super excited about it. I really am. And so many people come up after me. I said, what does your punch look like? This is what they do. Seriously. Some people come up and say, Albert, I said, what's your punch look like? Well, I'm a little nervous. It's something like this. It's, I get a little, I don't have the courage like you. I do a lot of some excuses. I'm not that happy because of this and that. It's true. You know what I visualize? Do you know what my punch is like? I visualize myself with 10,000 realtors at an airport somewhere in the United States. And we have these jets, the Blue Angels. They're behind me. And I blow the whistle. All 10 of us agents, all 10,000 agents are running our butts off to try to beat those jets. When those jets fly over, right before they fly over, we all just punch. That's my punch. Look at this. When you're passionate, there is no that many objections. They're afraid to give you any. Seriously. Oh, God. What do you sign? Seriously. There is not that much failure. Failure is good, don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be standing up here if I didn't fail so much. Anxiety, rejection, laziness, self-doubt, negativity. I wanted to bring this up to you because no matter where you go, no matter who you listen to, will give you the strategies and techniques. A lot of people are awesome with information. None of it is effective if you don't have the burning desire or the passion. Now watch this. Excuse me, sir? Yes. Real? This is real. I don't know if I have the passion for this business. I said to him, come here. I said, that's okay. So when I graduated from high school, didn't go to college because the way I was wired, I worked, retail, corporate, didn't love it, but did very well. Thank God for my wife and the people I surround myself with, kept believing in me, said, listen, get over yourself, keep moving on. I don't care if you're the top salesman at electronic stores. I don't care, move on. My point is this. I found my passion through the exploration. So there's a lot of agents that get into our space for many different reasons, because they want to try it. But they see how hard it is, they don't have the passion. That's okay. Don't give up, keep exploring, because like me, I found my passion. And I get chills because I would have never known. I mean, watch. Born 1968. Something else was born in 1974 when I was 6 years old. That was the Anthony Robbins organization. Speed up 4 years later, I was 11 years old. 11 years old, and I watched my first Anthony Robbins video. Now, whatever he was saying went right over my head. But what I was attracted to was his physiology, his body language, his tonality. I was super attracted to this man. And I said to myself, when I was 11 years old, that I wanted to do this, what you're witnessing right now. But 1982 hit, and it scared the crap out of me. But I never gave up on my dreams. It's the passion is what got me here. My daughter today, she's 9 years old, Daniela. She says to this day, I ask her, honey, what do you want to do? I'm going to be a teacher. I said, really? Do you want to be a nurse? No, Dad, I want to be a teacher. What about do you want to be a doctor? No! That was me when I was 11 years old. I wanted to be a speaker, but I never gave up on my dreams. And the reason why I'm standing here is because I surround myself with amazing people. Like Joshua, like John, like Christoper, like my CEO of my company, like the friends I'm with. I couldn't get here by myself. You guys understand that? You have to surround yourself with amazing people. The challenge is finding them. But I believe in the laws of attraction because when you write it down and you know what you want, the universe will give it to you. Fight it. Go ahead. What you think about expands. You want to think about how unhappy and miserable you are? You'll be in a downward spin. You want to think about how happy, how awesome life is? You'll start attracting more awesomeness. How am I doing on time? I swear to God, I can do this for 10 hours. I have so many topics to talk about, it's ridiculous. Here's what I want to tell you. If you want to get in the luxury market, you got to be luxury. It takes time. It's a process. Where are you shopping? Where are you eating? Where do you hang out? What are you reading? You want to be luxury? You want to get in the luxury market? Be luxury. What kind of car are you driving? I made up 4 years ago after the REO market, got out of the REOs back in, during the REO times, I was doing very well, selling a lot of homes. But I also was doing well, I gained some weight. It was 218 pounds. But I knew that I had to get in the luxury market. Don't get mad at me, it's an image. So now I'm down to 189. I work like a madman. I work out 6 days a week. Nobody messes with it. If you hit me up on Facebook, I share it all the time. You need to prioritize your life in 3 ways. Your health is number 1. Because if you're not healthy, you can't serve your family, let alone your customers. Health, number 2, is your family and friends. They're important. And number 3 is my business. Unfortunately, everybody has it the wrong way. They have business, family, health. I don't know about you guys, but diabetes, heart attacks, we're hurting. But here's what I want to tell you. My mentor said to me, whenever I have a challenge, he always nails it. You know what he says? Well, Albert, it's pretty easy. What's wrong? I'm like, oh, really? What's wrong? You don't want it bad enough. Think about it. Everything you wanted bad enough, do you get? Come on. You want those darn shoes? You'll make it happen. You want that car? You'll make it happen. Things you don't want, you don't get. I want to wear my son's pants. I want to grow old with my wife. You see what I'm saying? Because I want it bad enough. I want to serve my customers at a high level so they can have an amazing experience, so they can tell everybody they know. I give beyond superior service. Am I going over time? Anybody watching the time? I don't even watch. It's so funny, guys. My daughter, I'm all about dress for success. Sometimes I wear the same damn thing every day. And my daughter calls me out on it. She's so confused because my kids, when they go to school, they lay out a dead person in the room because that's what it looks like a dead person, but it's their clothes they're going to wear the next day. When I show up, my daughter goes, hey, Dad, come here. I'm like, what? Hey, Dad, didn't you wear that yesterday? I'm like, yes, I did. I wore this Daniela, I wore this exact same thing yesterday. She says, well, why are you wearing it again? I said, because I'm seeing a new customer. She's like, oh. See, she sees the same kids. I see new customers. My point is, go buy a suit. You don't need to go buy 10. I have an appointment on Thursday. I actually like this outfit. I'm going to wear this again next week or the next day. Don't spend a lot of money. You don't need to. But you need to be dressing for success. Now, I will tell you, sometimes it gets hot near San Francisco, and I still wear this outfit, and it's hot. So I don't know how it is here, because I don't know how I would even make it here in this kind of an outfit in Arizona. Come on, yeah. Yes. Guys, here's the deal. You got to have a schedule. Now, I'm the most basic guy you'll ever meet, but I have a schedule that nobody screws with from 5 o'clock in the morning till 12 o'clock every day. You want to know what it is? I get up, I reflect on what gives me the burning desire. I reflect on my dad. I reflect on my marriage. I reflect back on how I struggled in high school. Joshua gave me this, and he's sharing this with me, and he says, you need to reflect, plan, and take action. That's exactly what I do every morning at 5 o'clock. You got to be grateful for the things you have. I do it religiously every morning. Then I go work out, get my butt kicked. God, Albert's got a great life. He goes, works out. Oh, really? Do you want to come with me? I bust my butt. Burn 900 calories, 800 calories. It's there because it's part of my job description to be there. Put that in your calendar. It's part of being a successful agent. Then I take my kids to school. Then I come home and I prospect for a couple of hours. Then at 1 o'clock, my wife and I go get our nails done. Pedicure. Not a manicure, is it a pedicure? Religiously. That is my schedule. Stick with one, make one. Find a schedule that works for you. That happens to work with me. But you need to have a schedule. So, here's what I want to tell you. All this is cute, right? All this is great. We all came in this business, in my opinion, for many different reasons. I like the fact that if my wife and I want to go get our nails done, I can do it. My wife and I want to go on a date night, we go on a date night. If my wife and I want to go watch a movie in the afternoon, I can go watch a movie in the afternoon. Right? Is that cool or what? My wife has a problem. She has to pick up the kids. If she's not available, I can go pick up the kids and we can work together. That's a cool career. It's a cool career. But with all said and done, what I just covered, this quality is needed. And thank God that we have people like Joshua. Because Joshua can give it to you. And let me tell you what it is. This is the reason why I'm successful. You need some type of accountability partner to hold you accountable. When I work out, I send texts to 4 people about my workout. That just gives you an idea. Accountability is very, very important. And it's always good to kind of switch up some of your accountability partners, but it's always good to have an accountability partner. Now, I am blessed because I've had a lot of great accountability partners, and there's always been 2 that have always been my accountability partner. How cool is this? My wife. My wife is my accountability partner, amongst many other ones, but my wife is my accountability partner. We come up with a plan. Besides our schedule, what is our goals? And my wife is so good at that. I'm not very good at that. She's very good at putting together the family goals. And she holds us accountable to them. So my point to you guys is, find somebody that can hold you accountable. Because it's extremely important. I drove when I first got in this business. When I first got in this business, guys, I was broke. I mentored an agent for a year, and we would go to lunch all the time, and I would follow him like a puppy dog. Can I have a taco too? Because he would have to buy the taco. Can I have it with rice too? Or you're just going to give? I'll take the taco, but if you have rice, I'll take the rice. He would buy me lunch. But I was there with a smile. Right? We all have financial hardship. That makes you who you are. I've had financial hardship. When the meltdown in 07 happened, I had to short sell some stuff. But I did it with a smile. I'm smiling, you know why? Because God has given us the opportunity to live this life. You only have one shot at it. You should be grateful that you can walk this planet, meet with sellers and buyers, and sell real estate. You hear what I'm saying? You should be grateful for that. And because of that, that's why I'm so happy, because I have this one opportunity. I just want to make it in the Hall of Fame. So, thank you all for allowing me to present to you. You have no idea how awesome this is because of 1982. I grow from this all the time. This is scary. but because through being scared, I've grown. I want you guys all to challenge yourselves. Do something that makes you uncomfortable, because that's when you grow. So thank you so, so much. I love you guys, and thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Without further ado, again, not to discredit what all his attributes were that I have here on my phone, but more so as a friend and a person and relationship-based. Josh Smith.
All right. Thanks, homie. All right. What's up, everybody? Let's dive on into it, man. Awesome speakers, man. Powerful messages. I had Albert on the podcast. It was probably like 8 months ago. And I hadn't met him before I had him on as a guest on the podcast. I had a mutual friend that's like, dude, you got to get this guy on the podcast. He's doing massive things, killing it up in Northern California. So I had him on the podcast, dude. And I literally at that point, after we was doing the podcast, I just had to sit there for like an hour, just goosebumps everywhere. I'm like, I don't think I've ever met a guy with that much passion, dude. And it's just an honor to be on stage with him and all these amazing speakers. Couple things before I jump into my speech today. And, there's been a couple common themes that all these guys have talked about. Number one, mindset, which I know we always talk about. Everybody always beats that to death. You guys probably get sick of hearing that. But it's so important. It's 90% of the game. Now, I'm not going to go into the mindset thing like I do a lot of times. I'm going to go very strategic, tactical here, because you guys heard a lot about mindset today. But the reality is, dude, what do we do when we wake up and we're feeling like absolute shit and we're depressed? And a lot of people sit there and think, oh, like, Josh, how do you get this motivation? You grind 7 days a week. You've been doing this for 11 years. You never stop. How do you keep the motivation? I'm like, dude, I'm not motivated. I'm just being honest with you. I wake up half the time depressed as shit. I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to do any of this stuff. But I've learned to train my mindset to choose to do the work anyway. And I hate the word winners and losers, but winners don't wait for motivation or to get motivated to take action, right? That's what those that lose or losers do, right? They wait for somebody to turn them on or to get motivated, to get fired up. They gotta go to that weekend seminar where they walk on frickin' fire and they're all like pumped up for a few days and then that dissipates, right? Where winners out there, regardless of their mental state, they take action no matter what. And the dope thing is action breeds motivation like nothing else. So all these guys obviously have trained themselves. It's not natural, but to become mental warriors. And like Zig Ziglar says, so I got to drink a ton of water. I always get nervous as hell, so I get really bad cotton mouth. But Zig Ziglar, my favorite quote of his, which I'm sure you guys have heard before, but motivation doesn't last, neither does bathing. That's why we need it daily. Right? Like, I gotta have this shit daily, dude. If I, like, literally, even after being on this journey that I've been on for 12 years of leveling up in my life and creating more success year after year on this journey, I mean, if I have a week break from my routines, from making sure my eyes and ears are watching, listening to the right stuff, I veer back very quickly. Like, those programs are so deep. So you gotta be very, very intentional with that. So you saw that, right? The other thing that you saw is, dude, they're all high energy, healthy as hell. Richard Branson was, when he was interviewed by Forbes magazine, they asked him, like, what's like the number one most important thing that you think is most important to create success? Like, that exists out there, the advice, whatever that you can give for your life. And he's like, work out. That's it. Right? Take care of your health, man. It has such a massive impact. There's no way that I could go out there and operate 6 businesses today, go out there and spend time then with my wife and my 3 kids and travel and do all the stuff that I'm doing if I didn't take care of my health. It's so critical, right? So you saw that. The other thing that they all focus on, is relationships. They understand that we're in the human resource, human connection business. We're not in real estate. It's like divorce attorneys don't create divorces. Like, the couple did the damage, right? What is the divorce attorney? They just facilitate an experience of helping that couple make that goal a reality. So we're no different. I mean, hopefully we're not out there creating divorces, right? But we're just facilitating an experience of, hey, what are our clients' goals? We facilitate that experience. Like, you don't own the real estate. You don't build it. It's not yours. You don't, we're not in the real estate business. It's about developing those deep levels of connection. So you see that. That's one thing that I'm hardcore with. Even vendor relationships. I don't know, and I said this earlier, and it wasn't just to plug the sponsors. I'm not that kind of guy. I always tell my team, I'm like, I'm not Willy Wonka. I don't sugarcoat shit, right? So it's gonna internal message with my team, but I'm not the guy that blows smoke and mirrors and fluff. Everything I say is stuff that I follow and I truly believe. So it wasn't just to pump them up because they helped sponsor the event, but I go deep with the relationships with my vendors. You know, like David Bellinger, man, I find out what his goals are. His goals were to lose like 80 pounds. Being a guy that's done that in the past, I helped him out. I structured his diet. I meet him at the park every single morning and make him puke for like 6 months every morning. And helped him go out there and create that. I go deep in those relationships. Well, then guess what? I mean, David's had a massive impact in my business. He's introduced me to a lot of people. He's got me a lot of opportunities that have helped me get to where I am. So go deep in those relationships. It's so critical. And then like, Albert's talking about passion and energy. When you're thinking about leveling up, I had a dude, I don't know if you guys have ever heard of a guy named Terry Peranich. So he is a real estate agent up in Canada. He's the most successful real estate agent that I've ever met in my life. RE/MAX had to create a new award. They had like their 10 million diamond. Andrew Bloom still here? There's my man right there. So that's a diamond winner. That's a homeboy out here that's made $10 million in real estate. That's a big player. So they created the $20 million award because he hit 20 million. They're like, what do we even do with this guy? We've never experienced anything like it, right? Well, then he goes out there and starts acquiring apartment buildings after apartment buildings after apartment buildings. This guy now, I don't even know what it is, but I'm guessing probably around $40, $50 million of free and clear apartment assets that pay him multiple six figures every single month, passive income. So one day I get a message from him, hey dude, I want to set up a call, right? And I know of him, right? I want to set up a call, man. I just really attracted to your energy, man. I'm like me? Like I'm a chump, dude. Like you're like up here, I'm down here. Like how the hell does this happen? Right? But it doesn't mean, and I've had multiple of those situations. Some of my mentors right now that are worth, some of these guys are worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The relationship happened because of the energy, not because I'm at their level by any means, but they see where I'm going. They see my focus. They see my commitment, and they love the energy. And it might remind them of a younger version of themselves, right? So don't think that to develop those relationships that you need to be there. Right? Just go out there and push hard, be passionate, massive energy. But how do you gain that massive energy and passion if you're not taking care of your health? So those are all commonalities that you saw when Cheplak was talking about video. Because I know where a lot of minds go when you hear that of, well, man, I don't know how to do video. Well, I don't want to be on video. And I always say they're going to see you anyway, so just kind of get over it, right? Like people I don't want to be on video. I don't want people seeing me. Dude, they're going to see you anyway, right? So you just got to go out there and do it. If you like commission checks, if you like growing your business, do it. Video text messages I'll talk about today is massive in our business. Not that we're converting a lot of leads in our business, but guess what? It doubles our call answer ratio over time. And then when those calls get answered, it's a much warmer relationship, right? Because they've experienced us. If you think about it, like what's the closest thing from being face-to-face is video. So number one, you just got to get over it and just do it. Then the excuse maybe, or the reason is just an excuse of, well, I don't know how to, right? So what did my team do? We have David Bellinger, has a green screen. We sit right there. We read a teleprompter. And I'm a slow-ass reader, so it even slows down at my level when I'm reading. And he puts it together and edits it for me for free, right? It's just to develop value in my business. And, of course, I'm going to give back to him and promote him to my clients and try to pay those favors back. But you don't need to become an expert in this stuff. Lean on your vendors, man. It becomes massive with that. So, okay, let's just jump into it. So, Joshua Smith, you guys know who I am, I guess, at this point. A couple things that you may not know. In addition to my real estate business, we just created 2 new businesses this year, so now we own and operate 6 total businesses. And I'm gonna walk you guys through the process to do this, because one thing that I've realized, so the different businesses, I'm gonna spend a lot of time on this, Optimized Life Nutrition, which is a supplement line. We actually just went to the laboratory. That's a nightmare trying to get a supplement line approved with all the regulations out there. But we should be on the shelves here in about 6 weeks, right, with our supplement line, health and fitness supplement line. TRT Revolution is a business of mine where we have a couple partners in where we go out there and we represent physicians, doctors all over the planet. They don't know how to market, right? They're great physicians. They have a very difficult time building out their own internal funnels and marketing and staying on top of it. So we go out there and partner with them and sharing revenues, if you will, with that. I've got a software company, Perfect Storm, apparel company, my 90 Mastery Bootcamp coaching consulting company. We've got the podcast. So a lot of different things that we're doing. And why I'm bringing these up is I've learned that the process is all the same. It doesn't matter if I'm selling t-shirts, real estate, or working with doctors trying to get people to sign up at their optimal health clinics. It's all the same process. And that's what I want to walk you guys through. I got a lot of things I want to hit on, but I really want to this business, what I love about real estate, amongst a lot of things, but one thing that I love about it is 100% predictable. Like I know today what my business is gonna look like in 90 and 120 days, right? So maybe though, that's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing. You know, right? Like I'm not gonna lie, I'm not gonna say that I've always had great months or great quarters. I've had times where my business sucked. You know, right? But I always have a 90 to 120 day snapshot so I can make adjustments. Hey, if 120 days, if my conversation ratio is down, if my appointments that I'm making right now is down today, I know in 90 days I'm gonna have a shitty month. So now it allows me to prep for that, right? So I'm gonna have to call my wife like, hey, we need to maybe cancel that vacation. Not that we really ever take vacations, but you know, whatever, we gotta cut out expenses, whatever that may be, and prep for this rainy day that comes up, you know, for that. So I wanna walk you guys through how to make this business predictable, how to track your numbers, what this looks like, what we do internally, the path to a deal. And then I also wanna talk to you guys about, in addition to that, how to start transitioning, because it's coming. I don't know when it's gonna come. So my 9-day Master Boot Camp, I coach and consult real estate agents all over the United States, all over Canada. We even had clients from Australia, New Zealand inside the program, but most are in the US and Canada. 60% of them right now, their market's shifting very quickly. You know, right? Buyer's market, they're gaining like a month plus of inventory. We're in a very volatile marketplace, right? Like home prices have skyrocketed in most areas. Money is cheaper than ever, but guess what? The wages aren't going up. Like all this shit's happening, but it's just false, right? So at some point it's gotta fall out. I don't know when that's going to be. I wish I would. If I did, I'd probably have my own private island at this point. But all I know is it's going to happen at some point. So what are the things that you look for? You know, like right now, I'm already prepping. I'm already submitting my REO applications, reaching out to all my old contacts, my asset managers, gearing up for short sales. My team manager and I talked last week of, okay, hey, we gotta redocument our process, get all our forms together. Like, I don't know when it's gonna come, but I'm always gonna be ahead of the curve and plan for it, but I'll show you what to watch for, at least what I watch for in those. So what I've learned that really matters when it comes to creating a successful business, after doing this now and 11 years, selling thousands of homes, and continuing to grow every year, regardless of the marketplace. And that's not bragging, and it's not that I'm somebody special. I've just learned what to pay attention to. And I was blessed. The industry that I was in before I got into real estate was the health club industry. I got into real estate to go open up a health club. I was 23 years old and needed to raise $800 grand to go open a facility. And I'm like, oh man, all these realtors crush it, make all this money. I'll just jump into real estate and go bank some cash and go do this, right? Well, you know, we know that doesn't really work out that way, right? But through that process, I always say health club's my passion, real estate's my obsession. But in the health club industry, like I knew my numbers to a T. Now, I didn't create that, right? I had brilliant sales trainers, brilliant coaches, mentors, sales trainers in that industry that trained me on it. Like the protocol already existed. I was just taught on it, right? We had our sales funnel. We knew what the model was. I knew every single day from the second I got in to the second I left if I was on track to hit my goals. And if I didn't hit the amount of effort today, I knew what had to happen tomorrow to course correct to hit my goals and make sure I hit my bonus. You know, right? Because in that business, dude, we're all making like $7 an hour, but you get pretty big bonuses if you go out there and sell a lot of memberships. So I got into real estate. And I'm doing this for like 90 days, man. I'm like, holy crap, I'm just sick and tired, like hoping and praying I'm gonna have a good month or not knowing. So I've gotta carry those same philosophies or things I've learned over there to real estate to make this predictable. And it's proven year over year over year to continue to work. So if you wanna create a successful, predictable business, always growing business that gives back to you, again, this isn't fluff. The cool part now is now that I really have it down, I'm a slow learner, so it took me a lot of years to really, really get it down, but now I've got it down to hardcore. In the last 2 years, even though, you know, I mean, you're talking $50, $60 million of production 2 years ago, you know, now we're doubling our business in 24 months of a time frame, even at that production. So now we're able to scale it that much more. I'm pretty confident 2017, we'll go from 120 million to a 300 million in that year, so this keeps proving itself over and over. So this again comes down to the, oh, I already know this stuff. I've heard this. Josh, man, you preach this shit all the time. I watch your webinars. You talk about this all the time. The question is, why aren't you doing it, right? Like, obviously it works. It's not just me that it works for. I can show you thousands of case studies. We have 1,500 plus agents a year that go through our program that this absolutely works for in every marketplace. So number one, you probably have all seen this picture, but this is my favorite picture, so I always show it. We got this ballerina, right, with some like gnarly toes. And so everybody looks at the ballerina dancing on a stage like this, like, oh, that's so beautiful, it's so elegant, I wanna be able to do that. And they realize what it actually takes. They see the sacrifice, the hours that they have to put in, the beating up of their body, the sacrificing of friendships and relationships to go out there and create that kind of success. And they're like, no, I'm good, I don't need that. All the people that reach out to me, probably the number one question I get daily is, how do you get so much energy? So I'm like, dude, it's no secret. Like 12 years ago, I could barely get up a flight of stairs, almost 300 pounds. Like this isn't like a God-given gift. It's intentional. So I'll go through everything that I do. And they're like, I'm good. No, I'm not gonna do that. Right? So everybody's interested. Very few people are committed. So Albert said, you have everything that you want. It's the reality of it. Right now, you have what you've been committed to. Whether it's with your relationship, whether it's with your bank account, with your business, whatever, you have what you're committed to. Right? So you've got to go out there and fully commit. If you want a bigger business or a better business or success in any aspect of your life, you have to fully commit. You will never create success in any aspect of your life until you fully commit. It can't happen. The dope part about all of this is, though, you guys, and not just real estate, but all it's just humanity. Right? So this transitions to every aspect of life. Nobody's committed out there. I mean, you guys are because you're in this room, but shit, there's 40,000 agents in Maricopa County. I mean, I think I sent this invite out to all of them probably 15 times, and 300 showed up, right? So very, very few people are committed. What I love about this is once you fully commit, it's like fishing with dynamite. You have no competition, right? So you gotta fully commit. And then we have these like mental beliefs or these mental blocks of, I'll commit when this happens, right? Or the timing's not right. Dude, the timing's never gonna be right. It's like when we were like, my wife and I were trying to plan like having kids. It was never right. Like at some point you just got to do it and figure it out and commit to it, and you're going to be successful, even though we might have been broke at that time, right? Like there's no perfect time. You just got to draw the line in the sand and commit right now to what it takes. What's the difference? Committed is I'm going to get up and do what it takes no matter what. I might be feeling like crap. I might be, I don't know, like maybe I went out and partied too hard the night before and I'm feeling like shit and hungover. But I gotta get up at 3:30 a.m. and go to the gym and do this stuff because I'm committed to it, regardless of how I feel. So when you're committed, you remove emotions from it. You do the work regardless. So I'm very committed to my energy management. Like as far as my health, I set hardcore commitments. Like my one thing. Has anybody here ever read Gary Keller's One Thing book? Dude, that book's dope. That book is epic. I read it. He came to Phoenix on his book tour when he first released it. And I read it back then. And you ever notice like books like Think and Grow Rich? I reread that book like every year. And every year that I read it, because I'm at a different spot in my life, it means something different to me. So that was the one thing, right? So the first time I read it, I'm like, oh, that's pretty cool, But now fast forward, I don't know, 6 years later, and I just finished reading it again while I was out of town traveling for my software company last week, and dude, my mind's blown. I'm still just like, I'm gonna reread it. I'll probably read that book, 18 times to truly master it. But in there, he just talks about, dude, what is the one thing? If you do this one thing, this will make all the other pains go away. It'll make like nothing else matter. So, and I've always talked about with the GSD mode model is like, what is the outcome that you want? Very similar. The one outcome that you want, if this exists, all your other pains go away. And set that for every aspect of your life. So here's my health outcome. Here's the outcome with my family. Here's the outcome with my business. And then you got to make sure that every action you take aligns with that. So if my outcome is 250 grand GCI in the next 12 months, in my business, okay, that's my only focus inside my business. Every decision I make must align with that outcome. And then we gotta fully commit to it, right? Getting that work done. So I'm fully committed to energy management, right? And going out there and having the energy and pushing and creating the success that I wanna create. So I've taken it to the extreme where, man, I get my blood work done every 90 days, right? Full entire panel, have my physician go through all of it, see exactly where I'm deficient, what I need to be changing in my diet, supplements, whatever it may be. I'm committed to coaching, speaking, webinars. Things that you don't think of is like your vocal cords. Like I never really thought like, you see a singer on stage, you never would think that they have an issue with their vocal cords. Well, I'm speaking now for like a couple years at this point, or a year and a half, let's say. Also, man, just massive pain. It feels like I have a massive ear infection, massive pain down my carotid into my upper chest. I'm like, what the fuck's going on, dude? Like, I'm like freaking out, right? So I'm getting tested, going to all these ENTs, all of them. What do they want to do? They're going to put me on prednisone. You ever been on prednisone? Yeah, I tried it one time. I guess I know now what it is like to be like fully just like depressed and want to just veg on the couch all day because that was me. Like I didn't want to do it, so I was like, screw this. I'd rather deal with the pain. So then I started doing some research on it, and I heard about cryotherapy. right? So I go in, instead of just giving up, because the doctor's like, well, we see this all the time in singers and public speakers, so you can stop and rest the vocal cords and just quit. I'm like, screw that, I'm committed, right? I'm gonna figure this out, either push through the pain, even though it's massive pain every single day, or I'm gonna figure out a solution. Right? So I found the solution in cryotherapy. It took 4 sessions, but now I still do it weekly. So I freeze my body every single week to negative 280 degrees because I'm committed, right? So that's what committed is. Hey, I got this problem. We always have problems, dude. But we got to figure out how to overcome those. So Jay Samit, and everybody up here is always dropping books, right? Because you can tell we're all readers. The average college student only reads 1 book after they graduate college for the rest of their life. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, the average CEO of a Fortune 500 company reads 60 a year. And people bitch about, dude, that CEO on Wall Street making all money. I'm like, I don't know, dude, they're doing 60 times the amount of work in a year that you do in your whole entire lifetime. So I guess it's justified. I don't even know where I was going with this. So Jay Samit came on the podcast. Jay Samit is, he's the guy that Bill Gates will reach out to. So Jay Samit invented the kiosk, the original kiosk at LAX for the information kiosk inside airports. So every time you walk by any international airport, that's Jay Samit that created that, right? So he was the guy in the music industry that brought down Napster. The guy's a badass, right? He has over 700 employees that works for him. I mean, just dude's insane. So I was blessed to be able to get him on the podcast. He has 2 sons that just graduated from Harvard that are millennials. So he's really pushing hard to go out there and educate the millennial era or whatever, if you will, right? It's like there's 2.4 billion jobs, or 2.4 billion millennials. There's not 2.4 billion jobs. They have to think different with this. But he's like, on the podcast, he's like, you got a problem? Congratulations, you're halfway to being a billionaire. And you don't need to get it right every day. You can get it wrong every day of your life, but just get it right once and you're there. So problems are a good thing. But again, when you're fully committed, you will figure it out regardless with that. So let's dispel some myths. We got to eliminate some limiting beliefs and dispel some myths. So number 1, people think that the myth number 1 that I see most commonly is people think that success is like this fun, sexy thing. Dude, it's not, right? It's mundane, it's boring, it's tedious. It's me looking at spreadsheets every single day, doing the same shit for 10 hours every single day that I don't want to do, that bores the living hell out of me. But if I continue doing that, I create success. Yeah, right? But a lot of people are like, oh man, I just get bored. I just get, whatever. Success is not fun. It's not sexy. So don't think that it is, right? Number 2, successful people love doing what others don't love doing. Do we all hate doing the same stuff? Right? Every single day when I have to go to the gym, I hate it. I absolutely hate it. I'm not one of these guys that loves to work out, right? But I do it every day. But the cool thing is, after I've been there, I've never regretted it. Right? When I have to do the work, when I have to do all the follow-ups, when, Armando, I don't know if he's still here. So Armando's my inside sales, there's my boy up there, my inside sales agent. He's on Mojo Power Dialer all day long, 12 hours a day, a lot of times 6-7 days a week, calling our leads to convert leads. You think he loves doing that? No, dude, but he loves the opportunities that it creates him and his family. We got to get over this whole thing of, I deserve to be happy. Happiness is BS, dude, right? You don't deserve to be happy, you deserve to be fulfilled. And happiness does not equate to fulfillment. A case of beer tonight would buy me happiness. Right? I go get buzzed and feel good and shit and just have fun. Tomorrow, I'm not gonna be fulfilled. If I was a smoker, I'm not, but if I went out and had a smoke break right now, that'd create happiness. Well, after 50 years of that habit, it's gonna create fulfillment. So I do things all day long that make me unhappy because it creates massive fulfillment because I'm able to create the opportunities that I wanna create for my family and also level up and operate the potential that I know I'm capable of inside my life. Myth number 3, successful people are gifted. Dude, there's no gifts. Yeah, right? Dude, I don't know if you guys have read Outliers, Malcolm Gladwell's Outliers, but they show the most successful world-class people on the planet have 10,000 hours on average into that. So it's Mozart was this gifted composer. What they don't tell you, that his father was a composer, and by the ages of 2 and 6 years old, he had over 10,000 hours of composing practice. This whole thing of, and the reason I bring this up is when I first got in the business, and I was having this conversation at lunch with one of you, was I looked at all these top producers. I used to look at Andrew Bloom, dude, all the time. I mean, I was just this new struggling agent. He's the big dog in the valley, especially for RE/MAX, win all the awards. I'm like, dude, how do I compete with this guy? You know, right? Like this guy, he's got to have like a special sales skill or a special like genetic code that I don't, you know, right? And then what you realize after the years is, dude, he just put in the work, right? So the rest of the world, they look gifted. You know, John, Chris, and I were just laughing in the green room downstairs here before I came on stage of how we're all like hardcore introverts and like we never really thought we'd be on stage. Well, some people might come up and be like, dude, John is such a gifted speaker. Yeah, right? No, he's not a gifted speaker. He's a badass speaker, but he put in the work to get him there so the rest of the world, it looks gifted. So all the agents that come up to me like, dude, Josh, you're so gifted with your scripts, or you're so gifted with this, and man, you just got this gift to do this. And not that I'm not appreciative of the compliment, but the reality is gifts don't exist, talents don't exist. You've got to go out there and put in the work. So eliminate that from your mindset. Myth number 4, successful people had better circumstances to get started. You know, right? I mean, almost all, it's like, I don't know the exact stats, 70-some millionaires say are self-made. Most billionaires now are self-made. They didn't have better circumstances in the beginning. We have too many proven cases to dispel these myths. So it's not about the cards that you were dealt, but how you play the cards. And you heard Christoper Kai talk deeply about this, right? So I love his speech and his approach to this. So make sure you play your cards right. Okay, so a couple things I want to go into. Then we're going to get hardcore to strategy so we can jump into Q&A with this. So number 1, you got to adopt the right work ethic. I don't know anybody that's created success that hasn't worked their ass off. Now, people will look at maybe at me, what I'm doing today in my real estate business, because we built up a machine. We built an actual business where I may only be investing an hour of my time inside a business now a week, right, that sells a lot of homes. You know, so we're on target to probably do close to 600 home sales. And I'll invest maybe 50, 60 hours this whole entire year inside that business. But in the beginning, 7 years straight, it was 100-hour work weeks. You know, I had Chad Goldwasser on my podcast. He was the #1 RE/MAX agent and the #1 Keller Williams agent in the world. And I'm like, dude, how did you do this in the beginning? He's like, dude, I had a sleeping bag at the office. You know, like I would literally go to the office all day, come home, see my wife and kids for dinner, go back to the office, work all night, sleep under the desk because I didn't want to waste the commute time to go out there and do this and build this. Not saying that you need to do that, but at least with the time that you have. So like a lot of my coaching clients, I have one example, she's in Temecula, California. She can only work Monday through Friday, 9:15 a.m. to 3:15 p.m. Monday through Friday, that's it. Her husband travels a lot with work and she's got 2 young kids. So that's like when they're in school, right? She just netted $100,000 in her first 6 months. Yeah, right? But it was like, okay, you can't go out there and work 80 hours. Yeah, because people will be like, well, Josh, like, how do you do it? I'm like, I'm in a blessed situation. Like my wife's amazing, you know, she takes care of the kids. Like it's weird. Like I wake up in the morning, I go in the closet and like, fuck, my clothes are just magically folded in there. Like my dinner just shows up, my lunch just shows up, the toilet paper, soap just shows up, and you know, same thing at my office. I got an amazing team, amazing system. I don't have to think about that stuff. You know, so I can't always compare other people's situations to mine, but like I told her, so the reality is that we don't have the same schedules. You're not in the same situation that I am. So let's go deep, and this is the thing that we're gonna talk about today. With the time that you have, eliminate all your distractions, eliminate all your time hacks, make sure you focus your time on the wrong things, so then in 6 hours a day, I can go out there and kick somebody's ass that's doing this 12 hours a day. Yeah, right? The average person's interrupted every 11 minutes, takes 7 minutes to recover from each interruption, so they piss away 30% of their workday on interruptions. And then you know the other 80% of their workday, they're focused on the wrong activities, you know, right? So you can beat somebody by working 5 hours a day that's working 12, 16 hours a day if you get uber focused. So it's not always about working a bazillion hours. So when and sometimes I get hesitant on saying this, but I wanna make sure it's in the right context. I always say you must be willing to outwork everybody. Outwork everybody in the time frame that you have, whatever that looks like, right? Some of you have 8 hours, some of you have 10 hours, some of you have 12 hours, whatever it may be. Maybe you're a freak like me that likes to work 100 hours a week, but just outwork everybody in that time frame that you have. Ryan Blair, who's my favorite serial entrepreneur, brilliant book out there called Nothing to Lose, Everything to Gain. He's got a quote out there because he's a lot of entrepreneurs reach out to him and ask him like, well, why'd you get into entrepreneurship? And they're always like, oh, I want freedom of schedule. So he's got this quote out there that says, be an entrepreneur, yeah, you get the freedom of schedule, you get to pick and choose the hours you want to work, just pick and choose the 17 hours that you want to work a day, you know, right? So, I mean, it's the reality of it. We're in an eyes open to eyes closed business. Now, well, dude, when I get home, is there time that I'm going to spend with the family? Sure. right? But I'm still got to pay attention to other things. When I'm at the gym in the morning, what do I do between sets? Boom, I'm gonna answer emails. I'm gonna do, I'm not gonna waste that time. I got 45 seconds in between this set. Dude, I can crank out a text, right? So how we use that time with this. Okay, so then let's talk about time. The number one asset in the world is time. You guys are all, when I say you guys all, me too, all of us, we're all guilty of this. We're all too gracious with our time. Every time that you do something that doesn't align with the goals that you want, you're saying yes to somebody else's agenda and no to yours. And all these guys up here today talked about getting clarity on what you want. Like get massive clarity on what the hell it is that you want. Like, and those are tough. I'll have people like, dude, I don't know what I want. Okay, as far as like big picture, I'm like, okay, what would solve your problems right now? Okay, making 10 grand a month. Okay, let's get clarity on that then. Right, 10 grand a month, and then every decision that you are gonna make from now on in your business, at least pertaining to your business, is gonna get you one step closer to 10 grand. If it doesn't, you're gonna cut it out. So it can get difficult to know what you want clarity for your overall life. I'm not saying that shit, I don't even know what I want for the rest of my life, right? But we've gotta get clear on what we want, because then we don't know how we want to allocate and spend our time. Jim Rohn defines success as just small, tiny, little choices practiced daily, over and over and over, compounded over time, creates massive success. It's not like one thing that you've done that creates success. It's a decade of the right tiny decisions, okay, I'm gonna choose the water over the soda, right? I'm gonna choose to get in the office 20 minutes early. I'm gonna choose to make the extra 5 calls a day. I'm gonna choose to, do the additional follow-up every day, day in and day out, and eventually that comes, right? So, but how do we know how we're utilizing our time or spending our time if we don't have clarity on what we want? How do we know if it's an errand judgment or if it's the right decision? And I'm not gonna beat that up because those guys already did. So, but from there then, I understand that nothing is more important than time. Somebody can steal your money, you can make more money. You cannot get back more time, right? So you need to become obsessed with time. What's obsession? Just what controls your thoughts, right? And when I say obsessed, just have this where it's fully consuming your thoughts of everything that you do. Whatever that may be. With your routines, with integration, and I'll talk to you about some examples here coming up. I used to operate, I'd be like, oh, dude, that will only save me a few minutes, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Now I've learned, dude, to operate in seconds and in pennies, right? So because guess what? Seconds very quickly add to minutes, minutes very quickly add to hours, hours very quickly add to days. So we've gotta become obsessed with the time that we're spending. And again, I'm gonna give you a lot of examples. So it's not about winning the day, it is all about winning the day. Right? So every single day, win the day. We've got to get very intentional of winning the day. We're going to back ourselves into this with some goals for you guys, so this will all make more sense. But if I'm just focused on, so if I have a goal of making 250 grand a year, and I'm only focused on the big picture for the year, but I don't know what it takes every day to make that a reality, and I'm not focused there, you're really just mentally masturbating at that point, right? You're not actually going to go out there and be able to be successful with it. So every single day, when I get up, all I got to do is, hey, I got to be better today than I was yesterday. I just got to win the day. So, but in order to win the day, I got to be able to keep score. I got to know what that looks like, right? So score for your workout might be, hey, I got to hit the gym. I got to eat X diet. A win for the day is, hey, I might have to spend 2 hours of uninterrupted time with the family, read X amount of pages in this book, do X amount of calls, have X amount of conversations. I want to boil it down from the second my eyes open to the second my eyes close every single day, what intentionally must happen for me to go out that and win that day. So the only way to accomplish that is to plan out every single day, every second, every moment. So again, I now have learned to operate now in seconds and in pennies. When we were picking our new supplement distributor for our supplement line, I literally almost lost the contract over 40 cents. I'm like, no, dude, this 40 cents, but think about it, 40 cents a bottle for how many bottles it would possibly be selling of this particular supplement, that's gonna be huge, right? So I went to battle for these guys. It delayed the process for weeks and weeks and weeks, if not months. But I'm like, screw that, dude. We're gonna go out there and battle for this to save pennies. And my wife can tell you, I used to be the most loose dude with my finances that ever existed. I was always a high income earner once I got into real estate, but I got myself in a lot of financial trouble because I never tracked my money and I just didn't care about it. I was like, oh, I make more, da-da-da, and I just wasn't paying attention. I wasn't intentional with it. Okay, so Albert talked about this, right? He called reflect, plan, action. So every single day, I'm not gonna go into my morning routine, but of course I got a morning routine that's gonna put me in the best mental and physical state. So that's just kind of a combination of working out, reading, meditation, reviewing my goals. Because people are like, dude, how, you get up at 3 a.m. This morning I got up at 2:30. I don't think I got to bed till 11 last night. And when that alarm goes off, man, it sucks. And I'm like, oh, dude, I just want to chill. I want to sleep. I don't want to do this. But it's my choice. I can't control my thoughts. You have 60,000 thoughts that enter your brain every single day. You can't control your thoughts, but I can control to stay there. You know, right? So when I'm there, it's like that alarm goes off. I get my ass out of bed. I go over there. What do I do then? First of all, I set my alarm all the way across the room. So I'm forced to get my ass out of bed and go turn it off because otherwise I'll just hit the snooze button. So I just eliminate that snooze button problem, right? So then I go into my phone, and right in my phone, in my notes section are all my goals. So yeah, I wake up depressed, not motivated, whatever you want to call it. But within a few minutes, I'm starting to get already fired up. So I'm reading my goals, understanding why I'm doing what I'm doing. Then I throw an audiobook in my ears, start feeding my brain the right stuff before I'm checking emails, before I'm checking text messages. Like get your physiology right before you jump into your guys' emails. Dude, like I used to get up in the morning, go right to my emails, and then you know how it goes. You have that like one deal that's falling out or that one client. And then you just start your day off in a very negative, pissy state. I don't want to be there. And of course, I'm going to have to deal with that email at some point, but I'm going to be able to deal with that situation in a much better fashion if I'm mentally and physically prepared. So I've got my morning routine, right? Then I go out there and execute all day. And then my evening routine, if you will, is my reflect, plan, execute. This takes like 10 minutes. This isn't a long thing, you guys, but this is what will take you from making $50 an hour to $100 an hour to $2,000 an hour to whatever it is that you want to go to, right? So, okay, so I keep a daily tracking journal of every activity that I'm involved with. It exists out there. A lot of real estate agents struggle with a lot of debt. And I was one of them, dude. You know, right? Didn't calculate for my taxes correctly. Next thing I know, we're $40,000 short, having to, you know, get creative and then also go on payment plans. And I was making good money. I just didn't plan correctly for them, right? I'm making a couple $100,000 a year. I just wasn't paying attention. I've got myself in $100,000 of business credit card debt because I made bad mistakes, right? I wasn't paying attention. So what I learned through overcoming that, and when people reach out to me daily on the podcast, they're in that same situation. So I get a lot of people because they understand that I was in that situation that will reach out to me. I'm like, first thing is track every single penny that you're spending. Like what's tracked, what's measured grows. So we got to be cognizant of that. And then you'd be shocked, like, holy shit, I'm actually doing this. It's like when I was in the gym business, when we had a client that wanted to go out there and create success with their health and their nutrition, first thing we have them do is just, okay, for the next 7 days, no judgment, don't like cheat it, don't lie to yourself. I want you to write down your daily diet that you're doing every single day and just be cognizant of it, right? And it just ended up blowing our mind. Plus, when we're accountable to it, writing it down, we're accountable to ourselves. You're like, I don't want to write that I just ate that Snickers bar, you know, right? I don't want to write that I just spent $11, say, at Starbucks. So I'm going to keep a daily tracking journal of every activity I'm involved in when it pertains to my business, all day long. And it doesn't do this literally, people are like, oh, that doesn't take a lot of time. I'm like, I don't know about, it's like every hour I'll take a 30-second pause. I'm not like writing a journal entry on it. It literally is just, okay, I just did this. Went to this lunch, went to this, whatever, because I do this daily, so I'm able to reflect on it daily, so I don't need a lot of in-depth information, so it's very quick. So step number one is reflection, right? We got to go out there and improve. Most people are just trying to get through the day, not get from it, right? So every single day I'm like, okay, how did I do? Let me reflect, let me see how I can improve, and then of course I'm gonna go out there and plan out tomorrow, and then hopefully go execute at a higher level. So in my reflection state, step number one is elimination. Okay, here's my outcomes, here's my goals. What got on my calendar today that is not getting me one step closer to the goal that I want to accomplish? You know, did I get myself involved into a networking event that I realize is a waste of my time? Did I say yes to going to a lunch with a realtor friend, you know, that I kind of felt guilted in going to? And the whole time I just heard them bitch and whine about how bad the market is or how bad their business is. And it's not an actual, you know, real estate, it's not actually growing you, right? So when we start tracking this, we start doing this, it forces us to deal in realities. And we got to go out there and deal in realities. It's very, very critical to be honest with ourselves with this stuff. So first step is elimination. What must get cut? The first time I met Grant Cardone, I asked him, I said, dude, you know, like, what do I got to do to get to your level, bro? Like, what do I need to be adding? Here's everything I'm doing. Like, what do I need to be adding? He's like, that's a great question, but it's the wrong question. He goes, everybody asks me that question. He goes, but it's the wrong question. He goes, success isn't an elimination. The right question to be asking yourself is, what must you eliminate from your life that's prohibiting you from taking the necessary action to get the outcomes that you want? Is it activities? Is it a habit? Is it a person, you know, in your world? Whatever that may be, if you're committed to your goals, you're gonna figure out how to eliminate that. Whether it is a person, which is hard. Sometimes we got to eliminate people that are close to us in our world because they're causing us to level down, not level up. You know, right? Whatever that looks like, you got to get hardcore in this. So step number one is elimination. Once I've eliminated all that, then I'm analyzing, okay, all these things are getting me there. Now let me focus on effectiveness and efficiency. What can I do that's better? So Bobby, up top there, so Bobby's my film editor at GSD Studios, but he's also my driver. You know, right? So like this last year, I'm like, dude, I don't need to drive. Like that's a huge waste of my time. Like I can flip up my laptop, have Bobby drive me, and I can be grinding away, making thousands of dollars an hour where my time's worth while he drives me. Now it took me, you know, a decade of entrepreneurship to hire a driver. Don't go out and hire a driver right away. You know, but I'm always looking at this stuff. Like how can I get better with these processes? Can I implement a better strategy? Can I incorporate a better piece of technology? You know, Armando's on Mojo. We use Mojo in our system. Does anybody know who Mojo is? Okay, so I'll explain because most of you don't. So it's a power dialer. It allows us to do 3 dials at once. So we can bang out 180 dials at once. Or I'm sorry, in an hour. So you pre-record your voicemail. So if it gets their voicemail, just auto dumps on there. 2 people answer up. You have another message that's just like a hello, hello. Hello, oh, I must be in a bad service here. I'll call you back as soon as I possibly can, right? So it connects you with the one. The second that you hang up the phone with them, it reconnects you with the other person. So it just, I mean, I'm getting the same, I'm still having the conversations. I'm doing the same necessary result. I'm not trying to get out of doing the calls, the necessary work that we need to do, but a system that allows me to do it 3 times faster. You know, right? I mean, those things are critical with those tools that we have. Other examples, okay? I got to order this home inspection, and maybe you don't have an assistant. Okay, I got to order this home inspection. I'm calling the home inspector. I'm calling the listing agent. I'm calling my clients. Then I got to circle back and confirm with everybody. Now, that doesn't necessarily take an hour, but it really is interrupted you to the point where it takes an hour of your time. You know, so then I'm like, well, why am I doing this? Like, I'm just giving my home inspector business. They're not giving me business, you know, right? So maybe I'll just go to my home inspector and be like, okay, dude, here's all the information you need. Here's the 3 times I have available. You go set this, and then you let me know what time I need to be there, right? So now, instead of taking an hour, that took me 2 minutes. I created 58 more minutes for myself. Listing presentations. You know, I was only getting like 50% of my listing presentations that I was going on. And I'm like, dude, I need to get like 80, 90. Like this was, I would get a lot after the fact, but I'd only sign like 50% there. But what would happen is I'd go back and it was like, then I would be it was like do the process all over. They'd want the listing presentation again. And it was just a massive time suck. So I'm like, okay, how do I solve this? I got to get so damn good at my listing presentation where I get it the first time around. At least the majority of the time, so I'm not wasting my time. You know, so again, effectiveness, efficiency. I realized when I was working with buyers, hey, I'm gonna start with the furthest home out, because what am I trying to do with buyers? I'm leading them to writing a contract at my office. Contracts get signed at my office. So I started the furthest house out, so I'm leading them naturally back to my office because I found it was a better use of my time. And some of these things are only saving me. Again, sometimes it's like, oh, that just takes a couple minutes here and there. Minutes add up to hours, hours add up to days, days add up to weeks. All this stuff matters. Just think about this. And this is bad. I really should do the math on this because I use this example like almost daily. And I've never done the math on this. Darren Hardy has like an example with pennies. Like if you like, I don't know, tripled or whatever, 10x the amount of a penny after like 33 days, it would equate to like 30-some million. I'm horrible at math, so I don't know how that rolls, but it's something crazy like that. But same thing with it. Like just imagine if you save 10 seconds every day off of your activities. Every day. Compared over time, that's gonna amount to, can't do math, but I know it's a shit ton, you know, right? So that's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm breaking down. Effectiveness and efficiency. I do a lot of webinars at this point. I was like, okay, let me go out there and figure out how to do automated webinars. For the sales process, right? So as of I'm doing this on stage right now, I have 3 webinars on right now selling coaching product, all automated, right? And all that tomorrow. To the point where my assistant the other day, in GSD mode, she's like, I was just on your webinar. She goes, was that, like she couldn't even tell if it was automated or not. Like technology just exists out there. So I'm always breaking that down every single day, just being cognizant. Then the next step is planning. What must happen tomorrow? Here's what happened today. Here's where I'm at year to date. What must happen for me to go out there and move the needle forward to be one step closer to making my goals a reality? The dope thing is when you guys start doing this is it allows life to happen. It allows you to be able to go out there and course correct. We had one of our teammates recently that had a listing burned down. Like burned to the ground, dude. Like it's not funny. So I don't know why I'm laughing. So it's out in the middle of the country. Luckily nobody was hurt. His clients were out of town. Ended up being some kids vandalizing it. He's in the office prospecting. Clients call him, cops are there. Like, he had to drop everything, go out there, file the police report, do all his stuff there with him, doing that. And that made a massive dent into his prospecting time. But that was something that had to happen, right? Well, so then he can't abandon his activities he needs to do. If he abandons his activities, you're abandoning your goals. But now he can course correct. I don't hit my goals every single day or my commitments that I need to do every single day, but I go out there and I course correct. Obviously today, spending the day here, I got a lot of shit that I gotta make up for tomorrow. Right? So I'm able to go out there and course correct. So if I get a call you get a call from your kid's school and your kid's sick and you got to go pick up your kid at school. I'll hear a lot of real estate agents or entrepreneurs are just like, oh man, now it blocks me from doing this. No, dude, if you're doing this, because now you're gonna have an outcome with your kid, right? You're gonna have a goal. We have clarity of the outcome that you want with your kid. Hey, now this is an opportunity for me to go out there and accomplish this outcome, and then I'll course correct here, and I'll be good. So never enter a day without full intention. 97% of people on this planet live and die amongst mediocrity. So they end up dying with a heavy heart of regret, right? And it's because they spend more time designing their grocery list than they ever do their life plan. They spend more time designing a vacation than, again, they ever do their life plan. So I'm gonna be very intentional about this. If I do anything lackadaisically, I'm gonna get a lax result. Your average real estate agent makes more money at McDonald's than in this business. So if I do that same thing, I'm gonna get the same result. Average, I don't talk about real estate, but just averages, 76% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. They lose their job, they're immediately reliant on government aid. Over 80% of people there are overweight, 40% are obese, 80% are unfulfilled and absolutely hate their job. Only 2% of Americans today can retire at the age of 65 without being reliant on their kids taking care of them. And this is after Social Security, after whatever that looks like. So then we gotta deal in realities and understand, well, if I go out there and do what average does, I'm gonna get the result that average gets. So if I wanna go work my 9 to 5, and then watch 4.7 hours of TV a day and then be on the tablet 5 hours a day, like Chris said. Dude, but we all know how that goes, right? You're watching 4.7 hours of TV a day, but you're kind of there, but then you're screwing around on your iPad. So we're just combining those hours, really is what we're doing. But then I gotta understand the average result. So I gotta understand that I've gotta plan this out every single day with full intention. Okay, so then from there, master your craft. When it comes to self-confidence, because certainty means so much. If you've ever been in debate, like I'm a geek, I really enjoyed debate class in high school, right? So, but it was never like who was most right. It was who was most certain, right? So how do I go out there with full confidence and be most certain? If I walk into a listing presentation, if I go into, I just keep picking on Andrew because he's my buddy, so I'm not really picking on him, but if I go, so Andrew dominates North Scottsdale, just slays it. But if I go head to head with him up there, he's probably a better listing agent. But I'm never gonna let the seller know that, even though I may have never sold a home in his neighborhood. I'm gonna go in there with full certainty and full confidence and do everything I possibly can to go out there and win that listing. So how does that happen though? The quickest way to get there is through mastering your craft, right? Through role playing, you can't go out there and expect to master your craft by working with the seller or working with a buyer and just going through the process over and over and over. So we've got to fully focus on mastery. Has anybody read the book GoPro? It's a multi-level marketing book, right? So some people are like, dude, Josh, what are you gonna sign me up for some Amway shit? Is this your next sales pitch to me? I'm like, no, dude, but it's a brilliant book for any type of sales industry, right? So in the book, he's like, you gotta go pro. You can either be amateur or you go pro. Most people in the sales business are amateurs. They go out there, they get the real estate license or whatever profession that they're in, and they never go out there and really focus on mastering their craft, right? They just go out there and do their job, come home, kick up their feet, crack open the beer, and watch 4.7 hours of TV a day, whatever that looks like. So we gotta go out there and master our craft, and the more that we master our craft, the more self-confidence that you're gonna have, which is the more business that you're absolutely gonna do. So a question I got this past Monday was it Labor Day, Monday? Okay, so it was Labor Day. Got a dude that hit me up that had some questions about one of my coaching programs. And so I'm talking to him on Labor Day afternoon. And he's like, dude, what's the difference? He's a new realtor. He's like, what's the difference between a real estate agent that's good compared to great? I don't want to be good, man. I want to be great. And I'm like, okay, good agents will go out there and hustle their ass off while they're doing their job, right? Great agents will go out there and hustle their ass off while they're doing their job. But then in the evenings, when eyeballs aren't on them, they're focused on mastering their craft. That's the difference between 6-figure earners and 7+ figure earners is what they do after 8 p.m. and what they do before 8 a.m. right? Like every successful, self-made entrepreneur I've ever met has a hardcore morning routine that gets them in the best state, right? And everybody differs. Some people it's meditation, some people it's prayer, some people it's CrossFit, some people it's gyms, whatever it may be, they all have it, right? So they get themselves in the best state. So they're prepping to execute at the highest level. It's reflect, plan, execute, right? So they're gonna prep themselves to execute at the highest level. But then in the evening, right, they're mastering their craft. They're not gonna sit there and watch the damn game, right? Like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't know how you can watch the game and be caught up on your favorite team and like then go out there and make it. Maybe you're making it skating by, but being uber successful. Typically, there's no difference in potential. There's a lot of times there's no difference in their sales abilities. Again, it's just what they do after those hours and between those hours that makes that difference between that next person. When I first got in the business and I started making good money right away, and I would grind, dude, but my business plan literally was just to outwork everybody. Where I did go to work on myself and develop those skills that I needed to go out there and do it. So another story about a professional golfer. This guy was featured in Success Magazine. So it was this dude that like read Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 Hours, Outliers, right? So he saved up enough money, quit his job, and he goes, okay, I want to prove this theory. So he's like, I've never really played golf, but I'm going to just pick golf. So I'm going to go out there and prove that 10,000 hours will take me to a pro level. So he quits his job, banks the money, and goes out just to work at it, right? And by the time the interview came out, I don't think he had hit the pro level yet, but he was getting really close. But he also hadn't hit his 10,000 hours, so I'm sure they did a follow-up interview. I just didn't catch it. But Darren Hardy asked me, he's like, dude, like, what is the difference now that you've been doing this from a pro golfer from a good golfer? And forgive me, I golfed one time at my brother's bachelor party, so I don't know. Like it was a painful experience. I don't golf. I don't know the terms. But he goes. Okay, so a good golfer will go out there and golf for 9 holes, 18 holes. Sometimes multiple times a week. He goes. What a pro golfer will do, they might go out there and golf 18 holes. They're going to identify where their hole is, where their weakness is. Hey, what club, what iron, what swing, whatever, right? Then they'll go out there and practice that 1,000 times. Then they'll go play 18 holes again. Right? So they're not going out there. So a good golfer would be the good agent that waits till, okay, I get the lead, I follow up with the lead, I convert it to appointment, I get him as a client, put him under contract, go through the process, they become a past client. That's how they're planning on getting good, where the pro golfer does that same process, but then every single night is role-playing all of their scripts, all of their presentations to get that much further ahead, right? That is the difference between those that go pro and amateurs. So, and those of you that are in my boot camps, which I know a lot of you are, you've seen this a bazillion times, and of course, those of you that are on the team have seen this all the time. But this is my real estate Bible, dude. Like, this is it for me. Like, this is the game. Every business out there. So when I work with these physicians, for example, the first thing I go in and do is design their sales funnel. Right? Like, what's your sales funnel? Every business, I don't care if you're in the health club business or if you're a doctor office, whatever it is, it doesn't matter what the industry is, every business has a sales funnel. Every successful CEO of their company, which we all are, even though you might be a solo entrepreneur, you're still the CEO of your company, right? Every successful CEO knows their sales funnel intimately. So in order for me to play the game, know if I'm winning or losing, create predictability in my business, I gotta know what that is. And I gotta know the directions. Right? So the overall game, and it's very simplistic, everybody tries to overcomplicate this business, but it's very simplistic, is to get people to know you, like you, trust you, be aware of what you do for a living. As long as you follow up with them frequently, your business continues to grow. So to me, it's easy. Every day I get up, I'm like, okay, my job today is to get new people to be aware of who I am that weren't aware of me yesterday, offer them something of value in exchange for their contact information, and develop a relationship over time. And if I continue doing that day over day over day, dude, I'm gonna have big things that happen to me in my world. Now, how many people depends on your goals. If you wanna go out there and close 50 deals a year, if you wanna go out there and close 1,000 deals a year, obviously you need more people coming in that funnel. So then when you look at this sales funnel, it's upside down, look, you guys see the pyramid, and you're like, dude, this guy is a multi-level marketer. No, but you see the sales funnel here. I do the pyramid because I can't graphically create a nice looking funnel. The sales funnel, think of this as your directions. This is your instructions. So this is my instructions that I gotta follow every single day with this. So I gotta know this, I gotta track this, I gotta develop a system around every single one of these. This is my directions. Like if you're like, oh dude, I wanna go out there and play Monopoly. Okay, I can get the game, but like what if like you've never played before, there's no directions, there's no instructions. You're like, okay, let me just go out there and figure this shit out. I don't know, right? I mean, that's what most real estate agents do. 90% of real estate agents fail in their first 3 years. And then 93% of those that make it, again, would make more money working at McDonald's full time than they do in this business. And it's not because they don't work hard. Like I get so sick and tired of hearing people say, oh, real estate agents are lazy. I'm like, dude, so many realtors that I know that are great friends of mine, or agents that I've just witnessed or seen in the office, whatever, they're amazing people, are hustling so damn hard, and there's still massive resistance. Right? If I don't know what to do, when to do it, how to say it, whatever, it's like, you see this all the time, and I know I always do a lot of gym analogies, but I'll see people in the gym every day working their ass off, and they never get any results, right? They're just as heavy, their body fat's just the same percentage as they did when they started this process. They're putting in the work. They just don't know the right process. Right? Maybe they're doing their cardio before their weight training. Maybe they don't know when to consume carbs. We've been taught a different way, right? Maybe they're eating a bunch of fruit because they want to be healthy, not realizing fruit's just going to make you fat as hell, right? So they don't know the process, so it makes it very difficult. Same thing in real estate, right? We got to know the game if we want to play the game. So here's the game, here's the instructions. It all starts with activities. You got to understand too, and again, if you're like, oh, I've already heard this, I already know this, just understand that you need to hear it and you need to rehear it. Like, again, this is my Bible. I am paying attention to this multiple times every single day, right? And more so now, because I've learned the importance of this the last few years, more so than ever. Okay, so I got my daily activities. I can't go from activities to a commission check. Every single process has to lead to the next process. And that's your goal. So when I have an activity, every activity I'm doing exists for me to generate a lead. What is a lead? A lead is a human being that in exchange for some contact information, gave you their contact information, you gave them something of value, put them in their database. They may or may not do business with you. The vast majority will never do business with you. Cool thing too is once you guys dial in this process, the process makes it where you don't care about rejection because you're gonna get rejected exponentially more times than you're ever gonna get the word yes to. It's just part of the process. We know what this looks like. With this. So now we know how to go out there and game plan for it. I'm going to give you all of these numbers today so you guys know how to game plan for the last of Q4 and then obviously 2017. So activities exist to generate leads. So prime example, my software company, is any Perfect Storm clients in here? Boom. So Perfect Storm headquarters up in Champaign, Illinois, University of Illinois right there. It's like 2 hours south of Chicago. So we're coming out with a new piece of software right now. So I was out there last week and we have a couple clients that are in town. So hanging out with the clients, we're working out in the gym every single morning. And I'm hanging out with this young guy, one of our clients there, mid-20s. And he's already done, I think, well over 100 grand this year. He's doing really good. First full year in the real estate business, doing really good. But he's talking about their team. He's on a team. He doesn't have a team. They sponsored this like carnival fair thing in their local town. And they went out there and they had branded water bottles. So they're giving all these people their water bottles. Right? So then my other buddy, he's not a Perfect Storm client, but my other buddy, who I won 30 under 30 with like back in 2011. I'm starting to age myself here now, man. It feels like it was yesterday that I'm like, shit, was it really 2011? It's crazy. But anyway, he's a $100 million producer in that town. Right? So he's a his name's Ryan Dallas. He just kills it. He's the guy that I stole the one-day listing agreement from. If any of you guys follow my one-day listing agreement, I stole that from him. Like John said, there's no original thought. Like there's nothing in this universe that somebody else hasn't already thought. There's no like original thoughts that exist, right? So good artists copy, great artists steal. I'm just a really, really damn good pirate, right? So they go to this carnival and they're out there giving out water bottles. Oh, here you go, here's our card. And people are appreciating it, but what are we doing with this? Like I'm gonna drink this bad boy and I'm gonna toss it in the trash. That's what it's gonna happen, dude. Not that they're not appreciate it, but you have no way to stay in touch with them. I'm like, dude, that was an activity that existed for you to get their information. So like Ryan Dallas's team, they had some giveaways with big gift baskets and other things that everybody had to come up and register for so they could get their information, enter them into the drawing, and follow up with them with that. So I was like, dude, he's like, well, we don't want to do the gift basket. What other ideas do you have? I'm like, okay, well, why don't you do, it's a carnival, kids, right? Why don't you have something where the parents can win a $200 gift card to a really fancy restaurant in town and then have some games designed for kids So the kids get like 3 free tries at this game. Then you guys raffle off this prize, but the parents have to register whether it's for the games or not. Kids will want to play the free games. Parents are going to give you that contact information, right? So a lead exists, or an activity exists to generate leads. So Jeff Ely, who's in the audience, so he's our full-time recruiter, if you will, recruiter, agent, trainer for Revisto Real Estate Group. One of the ways that we go out there and do a lot of recruiting is we go to open houses. 48% of our business as far as a team comes from open houses. I love them. There's no quicker way to now business than an open house. But when we go through there, what do we witness? We like recruiting agents to do an open house because we know they're going to do the work, right? I mean, that's what we want. We want people that have the will, they just don't have the skill, right? And then we can teach them the skill. We combine those two and boom, game over. So when we're going through those, like less than 10% actually have a sign-in process. Say, hey, why don't you come in, here's my flyer, go take a look around, let me know if you have any questions. No, dude, an activity exists for me to generate a lead. Like I'm just pissing away my day. I'm wasting my time at this point. So I'm gonna have a specific sign on the front door. They walk in, boom, 3 feet from when they walk in is my table with another sign-in sheet, $100 gift card giveaway drawing. Like I'm gonna make sure I get 90+% of those signatures so I can follow up with all those people very, very rapidly. Being a software developer, now I don't develop software, I have brilliant software developers that develop it, but I'm the owner in the software company. So in the software company, I'm like, okay, one thing that we got to master more so than, and we've done this better than anybody in the game, is our lead sign-up conversion ratio. Right? Like, dude, if we're driving people to our site, we have to give people, we've got to force them to register to get access. Like, it's like, boom, you click on this ad, you go to my site right there in your face. Like, we've learned how to dangle the carrot. Like, here's all the pictures, here's all the information, here's the mortgage payment amount. Like, the carrot's dangled. Here's everything that you want, but you got to give me your name, your number, and your email. And some realtors will be like, oh, man, that's just too pushy. I just don't feel right doing that. What's the general public going to think? I'm like, who cares? I do like activities exist to generate leads. Let them bounce if they don't want to do it. They'll go to Zillow or another site. Activities exist to generate leads. Okay, leads then exist in your system to go out there and make an appointment. Your average agent right now follows up with a lead in 40 minutes and follows up twice. So John talked about all the distractions. Your average consumer day is sold commercially 2,000 times a day. I was talking to a dude, Pat Hyben. So Pat Hyben's just a badass rock star. He sold his real estate business, but he was same thing. He was the #1 RE/MAX agent and then became the #1 Keller Williams agent. Brilliant book called 6 Steps to 7 Figures. Highly recommend it. He's got another podcast too, Real Estate Rock Stars. Great, another free source of information. Anyway, he's on my podcast. He's all talking about like doing real estate in the 90s. He's like, yeah, when you got a lead, man, it was like snorting a line of cocaine. And I let the comment go. I was like, well, how much cocaine did you snort, bro? Right? But he's like, dude, like you were like, boom, you knew it was gonna be something. Now, man, the leads just suck today compared to they did in the 90s. I'm like, the leads don't suck. Leads are human beings, right? They just have more options. They're able to do more due diligence. They're sold more times. Your brain is built for protection, right? So our brain is gonna block that stuff out subconsciously. So we just gotta know the game. I don't have resistance to the game. I just go out there and play the game. I was speaking with one of the audience members earlier, and he was mentioning that I won't go into too depth, but he was asking, like, what do you think about the idea of a lot of these brokerages setting it up where your brokerage properties can't go onto Zillow? I'm like, I think you're cutting your nose off to spite your face. Like, I get what you're trying to do here, but no matter what, even if you have 10,000 agents at your brokerage, it ain't gonna matter to Zillow. Zillow's like a $10 billion company. That's gonna do nothing to them. But what does that do to our seller? Like we're just cutting our nose off to spite our face, so I don't have resistance to what Zillow does. Right? I looked at how do I capitalize on what Zillow does. Like, I freaking love Zillow. I don't pay Zillow a cent. I'm not gonna pay $50 a lead when I can do it on my own for $2. But I love Zillow. Why? I mean, number one, because they have all my competition spending all this damn money that I don't have to spend, right? So they're not able to do as much business and scale their business and last as long as I can last. Number two, it shows me that if I go to Zillow, I know there's 90 million unique visitors there. So when Jon Cheplak's talking about content, and then in your mind, you might be like, well, what kind of content did I create? I know he gave you a lot of examples. Spend time on Zillow. That's where all the world is going. What does Zillow not provide? Right? Like, they're not providing great school content. They're not providing great information content. Like, what is your city websites? What are the HOAs? What is Zillow not providing? that the general public that is buying or moving to that area, what can they not find out from those companies? And then you become that bridge. You become that media channel that then solves those problems. So I don't have resistance to any of this stuff. It's just the process. I know right now the average lead I have to follow up with 15 times before communication happens. After a communication happens, I'm gonna get rejected by that same person 5 times before they say yes. And they're not rejecting me, they're just saying no, not right now in the process, right? So then leads exist again to set the appointment. So I gotta follow up aggressively, relentlessly. I always get asked, like, well, when do you stop following up leads? When do you take them out of your system? I'm like, never, dude. They're either gonna buy, sell, threaten to sue me for harassment, or they're gonna opt out. Like, there's no like in between there. I never stop the process. Okay, so appointments made exist obviously for the conduction. And some people are like, well, yeah, no duh, Josh, I get that. When I'm in rooms, I won't ask you guys to raise your hand here, but I'll ask agents all the time, okay, how many of you have a world-class listing presentation dialed in where you're like 100% confident that if you're going up against 3 or 4 other agents, you're coming out victorious? That's proven, that's predictable, that you've rehearsed, that's dialed in. Same thing on the buyer presentation. You know, these agents suck, or will bitch and moan about buyers taking so long and screwing them over, whatever. I'm like, dude, no, and buyers take me way less time than a listing does. We'll do a consult, get them signed. I'll go show them 8 homes and be under contract this weekend, right? Because I have a process to protect myself from that. I treat buyer consultations just like I do listing consultations, but I've got those dialed in because I know the consult exists for me to create a client, period. Otherwise, I'm just wasting my time, right? So then a client exists to go into escrow. So I'm gonna lead the process aggressively. Now, aggressive doesn't mean I'm gonna talk them into doing something they don't wanna do. My client is hiring me to be the unemotional professional and be aggressive at helping them accomplish their goals. Like, what are we doing for our clients if we're not helping them accomplish their goals? Like, I know what the objectives are when I'm working with each and every client, and I'm gonna be very, very aggressive at accomplishing their goals. If I accomplish their goals, obviously I'm accomplishing mine. So clients then exist to put them under escrow, or in escrow. If you don't have an escrow state, I know a lot of you flew in, some of you flew in from Washington, California, one of you from Canada for this event. So that would be under contract, right? Going under contract exists to spit out a commission check. Doesn't stop here. This becomes your #1 lead source, right? And we know, and John said this stat earlier, but 88% of buyers and sellers said they love their realtor, would utilize their realtor again. Only 11% ever do a repeat transaction because they forgot their realtor's name. It's not because they did a shittier job over time in their head, they just forgot their name. So that's the overall game. You know, right? So now that I know this and I know what exists and why it exists, so #1, I'm gonna master it. When I talk about mastery, like imagine how badass you would be if every single night, like while your competition was chilling, watching the game, watching TV, whatever, like go work, come home, spend time with your family, and then spend 3 hours every night going through your listing presentation one time, your buyer presentation one time, and your most important appointment setting scripts. Every night, you spend 3 hours doing that every single night. Imagine how badass you'd be in 6 months. Imagine a year, 2 years. 3 years. That's what it takes to go pro. Like I got to the point in my listing presentation when I was actually actively going on appointments, well, with 100% full certainty in my mind, it may not exist. You know, I may go against Andrew and he may whoop my ass, but in my mind, like I have this confidence that like nobody could beat me, right? Well, how did I get that confidence? It wasn't that I went through, more presentations there, but I just role played. I knew that I was more prepped, more rehearsed than anybody else out there, or at least I had that confidence through role playing. You're just not gonna get enough experience and not enough at-bats. You know, Russell Shaw, you guys probably all know Russell Shaw. He's a big name in our marketplace. He says that you gotta go on 100 listing presentations or go through 100 listing appointments to be a good lister. I love Russell to death, but I'm like, I just 100% call it absolute bullshit to that. You know, right? So if I practice my listing presentation 1,000 times, right? Maybe I have to only go on 6. I can eliminate that learning curve if I focus on mastering my craft at a high level. And the other cool thing about this business is you don't need to double the amount of work, double the amount of money that you're spending, double the amount of activities to double your business. If you just tighten these up, if your activities, every single thing that you do with your activities, you get a little bit better so like I break down everything, right? Okay, hey, I got this real estate flyer going out. What kind of calls to action can I have on this real estate flyer? Okay, hey, I got this card, business card. Do I have any call to actions on here that could potentially generate leads? You know, like I used to do 4-sided business cards. So they flip up, front one would be my business, my card. I don't carry cards anymore, but this is my card. The first flap, there was all my seller services. The second flap was all my buyer services. And on the back was a rebate coupon. So then I go to show buyers homes, right? You go in the listing or on the kitchen counter, what there was like 30 cards. I'm standing mine up, stands like a teepee. Just gonna stand out. That seller's gonna see that. If their agent fails them, they're gonna see all my guarantees, whatever. It's something I'm doing anyway. Why not see if I can add something onto it and potentially go out there and create more business? From your sign writers, from your signs, from everything that you're doing, is there a way for me to get better at my activities to generate leads? And this is where the reflect, plan, execute comes in so heavily every single day, because you're not gonna be a rock star tomorrow. It's just about getting on base every day, getting a little bit better each and every day, and eventually you're gonna be pretty damn brilliant, right? So, okay, activities exist for me to generate those leads. Okay, now I got these leads. Can I get a little bit better with my scripts? Can I get a little bit better with my follow-up processes? Can I incorporate things that like Josh talks about with, my video text messaging to get double my call answer ratio? So instead of 10% call answer ratio, I'm getting 20%, and then when they answer, I'm not getting FUs. The conversation is that much more warm. Can I do those and get a little bit better at that? Okay, when I'm making these appointments, can I conduct them better? Right, so one of my boot camp members that's up in Calgary, Canada, top producing agent for a lot of years, but he never dialed this stuff in. A lot of top producers still don't have this stuff dialed in. What's crazy about it, and I know a lot of them, they're very successful. They've never been able to scale their business, though. They've kind of been like at this, ceiling for a lot of years, right? And they're still very active in the business. Because they don't know why they're successful. I mean, they're damn successful, and they may be uber charismatic, have great personalities, go deep in the relationships, but they don't know how to duplicate it because they're not paying attention to this stuff, right? So I see this happen all the time, right? So we dialed in his presentations. On his buyer presentation, he went from like 70% to over 90%. Listing presentation, 50% to over 75% that he was converting. And boom, just that alone is gonna double your business in the next 12 months, right? So number one, you gotta master your craft. Understand though, mastery happens when eyeballs aren't on you. And I know it's tough, right? Like you get home after a long day dealing with stressful clients and blah, blah, and it's like, dude, all you wanna do is kind of chill, and our mind plays this like weird games on us telling us that we deserve to, watch that new movie that you've been waiting for on Hulu, or whatever, and I mean, my mind does all that shit to me all the time too. I'm like, no, I deserve my goals and creating my dreams into a reality. I don't deserve that. This is what I need to hone in and focus on. So that's when mastery is gonna happen, right? So also with this sales funnel here, this isn't just what I'm mastering. So this is how I'm hiring, what I create systems for. So, okay, let's talk about systems first. If I wanna make my business predictable, because whether you're an individual agent, team, whatever, and I have this conversation daily of, hey man, 2 years ago, dude, I was doing like 180, I did 180, and then since I kind of got comfortable, and now I slid back to doing like 120 a year in commissions, I wanna get back to that 180, but I don't know how to. Like, I don't even know what I did to get there, right? And it's because they weren't building out their systems, they weren't tracking, they weren't paying attention with that. So I'm gonna build out systems that do this. Like, this is my playbook. This is my Bible, if you will, that I'm following to a T, that I got this operations manual to be able to go out there and follow. So I'm gonna know what that looks like for activities. I'm gonna know what that looks like for my lead generation. Like a lead comes into our system, okay, hey, within 60 seconds, it's getting a video text message, it's getting an autoresponder email, it's getting set, we have the stipulations laid out. There's gonna be 3 more video text messages in the first 14 days, combined with 3 more phone calls in the first 14 days. Then after that, every 21 days, it's staggered between a text and a phone call. I've pre-written out all my follow-up drip systems for 1,080 days. Like, we have this laid out for a buyer, buyer lead, online lead, seller online lead, if it's a for sale by owner, expired, open house lead. Like, there's no guesswork within this. That allows you to duplicate your success over and over and over and start duplicating the process. So what do you need a system for? Anything that you do more than once inside your business, inside your organization, must have a system. Ordering business cards. And dude, it doesn't even be fancy. Like, I remember I heard this one dude that's all talking about systems and he starts like referring to everything as matrix. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like the movie? Like, I don't even get it. Like, I don't even understand what that is, right? And then I was so freaked out because I was like, dude, like, I'm just not, still this day, I don't know how to do an Excel sheet, right? I mean, luckily I have brilliant people that work on the team that know how to do that stuff, so they can create it for me and I can just review them. But it intimidated the shit out of me. And then I realized, dude, it doesn't have to be that. It can be whiteboards. It can be, I used to get those big 3M sticky notes, like those huge ones, and just plaster my walls with them, right? With all of my systems, all of my hey, I had this many sign calls coming this month, this many appointments. I mean, that was my tracking system, right? Business cards. I used to hate running out of business cards. So my system for that was I'd like count, like if you have the box here, I count like the last 300 and I flip one up vertical. So I knew when I got to the vertical, it's like your checkbook, right? Like the bank puts in, hey, you got to order more checks, to remind myself to do that. So just break down everything inside your business and start creating systems, but create them as you go. You don't need to add additional tasks. Okay, hey man, I got to input this listing. Okay, so if those of you that have Mac, you have QuickTime Player. It's free screen recording software. You have headphones, earbuds that you have for your cell phone. They have a microphone on there. Just use that to record it. It's free, and then now you have a video of doing that, right? If you don't have a Mac, use Screenomatic for a PC. It's also free. And again, you can just start recording and documenting everything that you do. So then if you get to the point where, holy crap, my business is scaling, I need to hire an assistant, now you don't have to go through the whole training process and recreate the systems. They know what that looks like, right? So you do it as you go, but create a system for everything in your business. So then this is when I talk about hiring. So I need to make sure, like this is the secret of the business, if there were to be any secrets. Like when I lose sight of this is when I'm gonna have a roller coaster career. Roller coaster months, roller coaster year, right? There's no reason for you to have ups and downs in this business. It's 100% a choice. It's when you lose sight of this, right? Because a lot of times we're busy as hell with activities, lead gen, all of that. We get all these clients going, and we get busy here, and we stop following up. That's why I want to pay attention to this every single day, because I'm always asking myself, like, where's the hole in my ship? So if there were to be a secret, like it's knowing it intimately, and paying attention to it daily, and making sure that there's no holes in your ship. Well, eventually, though, you can't do everything. Like, you're gonna have to eventually delegate. We won't have so much of a capacity. So, you know, I went out there, and once I got to the point where I was doing about 48 deals a year, I hired my first assistant, who's Ashley, who's my team manager, still with me today. That was like I don't know, 9, 10 years ago at this point. So I identify, okay, what's the hole in my ship? What do I need help with? And that's where I make my hiring decisions. So I'm always looking at this. Where is the hole in my ship? When I'm talking about a hole, everywhere that you guys see a break, right? The transitions, that's where a potential hole can be created. So when that happens, then I'm asking myself, okay, can I solve this with a system, with technology? Systems and technology are a lot cheaper than people, right? So is there a new system that can make me more effective and efficient? Is there a way that I can solve this with systems and technology? And if not, okay, now I need to hire somebody. I need to delegate this out and hire somebody for this. Okay, well then how do I hire them? You know, I've been through like every disc testing class out there, and you know, Recruit Select and all these amazing programs, but like I don't know. I mean, doing all these tests, I still realize I'm still hiring wrong a lot, right? But I didn't have clarity on what hole I needed to plug. Like I look at me as the CEO now, like I'm just a hole plugger. Right? My job is just to plug holes in my ship as the CEO of my company now. So when I have this hole, okay, what is that hole? Let me get clarity on what it is. What are the skill sets needed for them to plug this hole? And then I'm gonna go out in the interview process. The interview is gonna be a test. I don't wanna be like, oh, where do you see yourself in 5 years? You know, whatever. Like I'm like, okay, dude, like show me you have this skill set, and then boom, let's take it from there. So this is how I'm hiring, right? So all of the above with that. So I'm paying attention to this every single day. Now let's talk about market shifts. Because this too, paying attention to this every single day will help you predict market shifts. There's no such thing as a real estate market turning on a dime. It doesn't exist, right? It feels like it turns on a dime when you're not paying attention. Yeah, right? So I was a top 100 US Wall Street Journal team before the market crash. Then we became one of the top REO short sale teams in the world. And then when that ended, we transitioned very quickly back in the traditional business. And why? Because I was able to predict it. Me and a good buddy of mine, at that point, we were asked to go speak at all these REO conferences because all these agents would pay big money to go to these REO conferences to try to get in the REO business. And you know, the last like year that we were doing that, we're like, dude, like all these guys are dropping all this money getting in. At that point, he and I were like trying to get out. Like we knew we could see the writing on the wall. So how am I paying attention to this? So I'm looking at this. So as my activity, because I'm tracking, I know what this looks like. So as I'm doing my activities, if my activities slow down, I know it's one of two problems. Either that activity is just diminished for whatever reason, through a disruption. So a perfect example of that is Google pay-per-click. I used to do a lot of Google PPC. Facebook just dominated Google PPC and has really just shut them down. Like here in Phoenix, man, you're lucky to maybe get a $10 Google pay-per-click ad. Probably most people are more like 15. Here in Scottsdale, you're probably like 20, right? Where Facebook, you go out there and do that for under $5 all day long. Same quality lead. It's totally disrupted that. So that's one option. The other is a market shift, right? So when I'm paying attention to these, so let's just say, let's rewind the clocks back to 2007. I'm going after open houses. I'm doing expires. I'm doing door hangers. Facebook didn't exist at that point. Kind of crazy. It's like weird. Like when I got in the business, I'm like, dude, like YouTube and shit didn't even exist. It's so weird to think about. Anyway, though, so I'm doing these, and my activities are diminishing. You know, and I'm working just as hard, I'm grinding, I'm doing everything I possibly can, and my appointments are going down, the leads that I'm getting from the activities are going down, the appointments are going down. So it's 2007, I'm like 25 years old, and I got in the business at 23, I'm like, I don't know what to do here, dude. Like, we just bought our first house a couple years before, I had no experience in this stuff. So I started interviewing dudes that have been doing this for a long time, that are in the marketplace. I'm like, what does this mean? And they're like, well, the market's shifting, right? We're going to go into a buyer's market. It's going to slide. And if it gets severe enough, this is what we see. You know, so I was like, okay, I got to prep for this. So then what do you do to prep for those markets? And they're like, again, it's going to get to the point, and how fast that bubble was bursted at that point. Like, you got to start prepping yourself for short sales and REOs. Now, when you do that, and market shifts, you guys, they're hard as hell because you got to work double time. You know, right? That's the hard part. That's why so many people can't make the transition successfully, because they don't put in they don't know what to focus their attention on, but they also can't put in the hours that's acquired. So I couldn't stop doing the activities that I was doing, the door hangers, the expires, all that, because that business was still coming in. It's diminishing from, let's say, 10 appointments a week down to 9 appointments a week, you know, over time. So I could see it diminish. I knew if we didn't fill that with something else, eventually it was going to go away. So then at the same time as I'm doing those, we start prospecting and setting ourselves up, attacking notice of defaults, going after short sales. I've had so many people over the years that are like, dude, Josh, you were so lucky, man, to get in with, you know, the 35 banks that you had, and da-da-da. I'm like, dude, if you call luck, spending 4 hours a day for 6 months straight doing 10,000 dials to have 5 banks say yes to you, then cool, I guess I'm friggin' lucky. You know, right? But at that point, I went hardcore, focusing on REO, focusing on short sales, building that up, but I still had to focus on my traditional business. Right? So then as traditional kept going down, this started to increase, okay? So it got to the point where my business didn't skip a beat. Like, there's no reason that you need to do less business, or your business should ever be in a vulnerable state based on the marketplace if you're paying attention when to do work like this. Okay, so then we're, you know, attacking short sale, attacking REO very heavily. Well, same thing. All of a sudden, our short sale appointments are coming in less and less. Our REO assignments are coming in less and less. And again, we're analyzing these. I'm calling all the asset managers, seeing what's going on. You know, at that time, there's all this talk of shadow inventory, and, you know, who knows what they were doing. So we're assessing this and analyzing this. But I realized at that point, okay, it was a market shift. The market had bottomed. Now we're starting to see appreciation, at least on the lower end marketplace. It always starts, like declines always start at the luxury markets. So you see anything in the valley here, everything over like 350 is already, it's already flat as hell. And the luxury market, you know, we're seeing a lot already diminished. So, you know, it's kind of that smart money, if you will, because people that can afford $1 million house are typically entrepreneurs that are very, very savvy with their cash. You'll see them pull out first. So when you start seeing a decline, it always starts with the higher market first. When you see appreciation, it starts with the lower, you know, the bottom of the market first, right? So we're seeing appreciation at the low end of the marketplace. I'm like, okay, boom, the market's bottomed out. This continues going, it's gonna be a traditional market. So I can't abandon my REO and short sale business, yeah, right? That's still happening, but we start building up, even though it was a year before the media or anybody else started realizing that the market shift was taking place, we were already getting back to our traditional business, right? Doing our open houses again, doing door hangers again, going after any type of business that we possibly could to build that up. So that's how I'm paying attention to market shifts. To give you an idea, and this holds true in most markets. I mean, when I say most, like 99% of the marketplaces that I've seen, I've only seen a couple exceptions. When there's under 3 months of inventory, it's a hardcore seller's market, right? That's where you're gonna see a lot of multiple offers, you know, right? When we get to that 3 to 5 months of inventory, now the media will say a 6 months inventory is a neutral marketplace. But it's just not true, right? I mean, the media is always so far behind it. Once it becomes a 6 month full on inventory, that starts a severe buyer's market, right? Especially when you're pouring like 7 months, 8 months, it becomes very severe, and we're seeing short sales and REOs. So when I see it under 3 months, and I'm watching this every single month. So I'm at 3 months, okay, multiple offers, whatever. Once we get to 3 to 5 months, it's still 4 months, it's still a seller's market, but that's when we're seeing it starting to neutral out, starting to flatline. At 4 months, it's gonna be a healthy market. You know, right? So then when we get beyond 4 months, that 5 month, 6 month, we're gonna start seeing transition into a buyer's market. It gets beyond that, like if it starts getting beyond 6 months of inventory, you guys, at that point, you all need to be going hardcore REO, hardcore short sale. Don't abandon your traditional business, but you need to be out there prospecting very heavily for them. Short sales, very simplistic to get into. Right? Like literally, like you can go to your title companies, you can get the notice of default list, you can, you know, right? You can go out the door knock. It's just traditional prospecting, right? REO is a different breed, right? So how did I get into the REO business? A couple ways. I signed up for REOnetwork.com. It's the only website that's ever paid off anything for me. But I got Fannie Mae from REO Network that paid me several $1 million over the couple years of that lifespan of that client with them. So REO Network. So go sign up on that. It's a yearly site. When you go to like ResNet or Equator, they'll tell you that, oh, we got all these asset managers on here, but dude, they're just looking for your money. And yeah, you might be floated some BPOs. But again, BPOs, there's always those exceptions out there where somebody got in the business doing BPOs, but typically they just need an agent to do BPOs. But that's another, think about that too, like this next go around, now that I've been through it, like dude, I'm prepped, I'm ready. Like I don't want to say I'm excited because it sucks when you're having to kick people out of their houses and like I've literally, dude, like showing up with sheriffs, guns drawn, and you're having to evict people out of their house. Like dude, I had to confiscate some dude's turtle. Like just crazy shit, right? So like that's not fun. One year we got like over half a dozen assignments on Christmas Eve. So I had to go post eviction notices, knock on doors, do all this stuff. Essentially worked till 2 a.m. Christmas morning just to get all that stuff done because the banks don't care about holidays. It's like you have this amount of hours or you're fired, right? But in the BPO marketplace, if they're paying you $50 a BPO and you can get your system down with that and you can learn how to outsource it, that can be a massive moneymaker. I mean, I know a lot of agents that were banging out tons of BPOs and making 20 grand a month. That's another revenue center, right? That could happen with, so I don't want to say also veer away from BPOs. Like if you can't get an REO and you can't do short sale, you probably make as much doing BPOs as you would traditional business, right? So you just figure it out and you make it happen. So REO Network. The other thing I did is I went to all my investor buddies. Whether it's buddies, I had a lot of agents that just represented investors or were investors themselves, and that's why they held their license. And I was like, dude, I want to review all your HUD statements, right? So I'm reviewing all their HUD statements because what I found there is sometimes title or whoever accidentally will leave the asset manager's phone numbers and contact information on there. So I was dissecting HUD statements, dude. And I mean, sometimes it'd be like 2 weeks that I wouldn't get one. But then when you got that one, you're like, oh yeah, here we go, right? But then you attack them. So when I say I got Fannie Mae through REO Network, I got reached out by Fannie Mae. It took me 6 more months to get in with Fannie Mae by that same contact of me hitting 3 times every single week, following up every single weekend. Hey, if you can't find an agent or if your agent's unavailable, let me know what you need. I'll do it for free. I don't care, whatever it is. Christmas, holidays, same thing. Hey, wishing you and your family Merry Christmas. Just so you know, I'm around, I'm working. I don't care if it's Christmas morning. If you need something, I will go out there and do it. You don't have to pay me. I'll just do it as a favor. Right, to prove my worth to you. That's another thing too. I see so many real estate agents like, oh, I need to get paid for this. I don't know, I got, like a developer clients. Like, I'll go out there and list developer clients properties for free. Hey, give me 2 of your specs. Let me market them for free, advertise them for free. Won't even charge you a commission. Let me save you 20 grand in this. Let me prove myself to you. Why? Once I prove I'm an asset, then I might get hundreds of properties going forward with them. So I have no problem going out there and proving myself to doing that. But following up, about 6 months later, we finally got the ability to submit the full app and then got approved. So you got to follow up. You can go on Google. The other thing that I did is I went on Google and I bought lists. You can pay like $300, $400, $500 for asset manager's information. So I just plugged them into a system, doing hours every day, calling, emailing every day, except 4 hours a day, just bam, 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 all day long. And eventually, my first REO asset is Nationwide REO Brokers was the name of the company. And I'm like, hey man, if you just give me one opportunity, I promise I'll prove that I'm an asset to you. But if you give me one opportunity, if you don't see me as an asset, you'll never hear from me again. He was so sick of hearing from me. Within like 2 minutes, I had my first listing from him, right? So then though, when it comes to REO, when you're filling out these applications, they're gonna be like, what's your experience? What's your team like? They want teams, they want experience. I didn't have any experience. Right? So I guess kind of fake it till you make it, if you will, right? I had a team. I had experience on the buy side. So I'm like, oh yeah, we've closed lots of REOs, which I guess we weren't lying because I closed them on the buy side, never the sell side. So what was that verbiage like? Hey, we have the experience, the team, the systems, and the financial resources to make your goals or to help you accomplish your goals. Because that's all the asset manager's looking. They need you to go out there, make them look good so they get their bonus. That's all they care about. Right? So you got to go out there and do that. When I talk about financial resources, just start prepping now. You have plenty of time to prep for this. you know, but you need to get some money in the bank. I mean, at the peak, I had over $250,000 out there floated just for banks. I had a buddy call me up one time, Brandon Howe, who's a top team leader out in the West Valley. He's like, hey, bro, let's go snowboarding. I'm like, bro, I can't, man. He's like, what do you mean you can't? I'm like, damn, I'm fucking broke. And he goes, what do you mean you're broke? He goes, yo, I forgot you sell 500 properties a year and you're broke. And I'm like, dude, you don't get it. Like I have every penny that I have to my name out there floating for these banks for utilities, carpet, cash for keys, to the point I'm doing cash advances just to pay my own mortgage payment. I'm like literally freaking out and stressing out that I'm gonna get foreclosed on for going out there and floating all my money to banks. Now, the last go around, that's how it started. Then it got better. You know, they started paying for a lot of their own repairs. So, you know, and then cash for keys. And so instead of having $250,000 out, I may have only had, you know, 50 grand out. But definitely plan for that. You're probably gonna have $3,000 or $4,000 out or plan for it per asset that you get. You know, right? So I just make sure that by the time that market comes, because the reality is if you have to say no to them, you become a victim of your own success. If you have to say no to them, they're gonna cut you. And they're gonna go with somebody else that's hungry. So you wanna be in that position. So I'd recommend that you get 20, 30 grand somehow in the bank in savings, tax-free money that you can have for that investment. That's how we're prepping for that. And again, like I'm already prepping for this stuff. You know, I already see the writing on the wall that it's coming, and I believe it's gonna come sooner than later. So then again, okay, so then with this, that's market shifts. Make sure you're creating your playbook with this. You know, again, okay, what's that listing price? So let me just, I know I'm going long on time here, so I got a few other things I want to talk about. So when I'm talking about our playbook, okay, so I have my our listing manual. Okay, here's the script when you get the phone call. Here's the script. Here's the exact questions. Here's exactly what you need to know. Here's exactly how you set the appointment. Here's the exact email that you send them. You know, a pre-list email if you are a pre-listing meeting email. Second you get out the phone. Here's exactly how you go prep for it. All our listing presentations are done the exact same way, so I can take a brand new agent out of school, and within a month of me coaching and teaching them on the team, they're going out there and defeating agents that have been doing this for a decade, you know, because they have a proven system that's worked on selling thousands and thousands of homes. So we have that set up to the point where you pull up to the property 15 minutes early. A visualization exercise that they do. You ring the doorbell 10 minutes early. You shake their hand, look them in the eyes, and you say this. Then you do this. You set your, here's how you do the tour process. Here's every step-by-step process, and how did I create that process? I just sat there and started thinking, okay, well, what makes me successful at it? Because one of the scary things is when you start adding a teammates or growing your team is you're like, dude, like, what if they don't deliver the same level of service to my clients? Well, the only reason that wouldn't exist is if you don't have, like, well, let me step back. We have a limiting belief, and this is a big pill for me to swallow too. I always thought, oh, do my clients want to work with me? You know, right? They want Josh, whatever. And I realized they don't care to work with me, right? They want the same level of service, the same experience that I provided. The only way for me to guarantee that is to have a duplicatable process like a McDonald's system. You know, right? Like I want to have a duplicatable process so anywhere I go in the world, I get the same damn Big Mac. So everything, like I told you about lead follow-up, what does that look like? Hey, we get a client that goes under contract. Here's our buyers and sellers that are not under contract. Here's our buyers and sellers that are under contract, exactly what happens. Here's our past client follow-up model. You know, we have a full entire playbook for each one of these, so then it's duplicatable, it's teachable, and it's scalable. So make sure that you have that. It's so ungodly critical. Think about all these successful companies that exist out there, whether it's a hospital or whatever, or GM or whatever, they all have a playbook. Okay, so let's just go real quickly. I'm gonna talk to you about some numbers, and then we'll be jumping into Q&A here in a moment. So fourth quarter, you know, as we're wrapping up the year, you still have time to go out there and do some deals, right? Don't think, oh, the year's over, I only have 4 months left or whatever. No, you have plenty of time to still bang out some good amounts of deals, right? So we gotta plan fourth quarter, and then we gotta start like now is the time to start planning for 2017. Don't wait till like New Year's Eve. Yeah, right? Like start it right now with this so you have clarity on this. Okay, so how do we go out there and plan and do this so your business, again, is predictable? Like I know exactly what my business always looks like in 90 days, 120 days. I know what this is going to be because I know the numbers. I'm a numbers geek, right? The path is always in the math. Spreadsheets don't lie, people do, right? So number one, attach to the process, detach from the outcome. You know, you heard Cheplak talk about that. So critical. The outcome is the closings. The process is my daily activities. What processes am I attaching to? My reach outs, my conversations, and my appointments made. The things that I can control. That's like if I want to lose weight, the outcome's the scale. If I just jump on the scale every day and I'm looking down here and that needle's not moving, I'm gonna go out of my mind, right? But if I detach from that and I attach to the process being this daily caloric intake, this daily workout, eventually that scale's gonna show me exactly what I wanted to see. I'm not saying don't jump on the scale, that's your scoreboard, but that's not my daily attachment. Right, so my daily attachment is always the process. Am I winning or losing every single day? So we've got to know what that looks like. Then from there, so I have this free Facebook mastermind group called GSD Mode. And one of the gals, we had a post in there that was, I find it very hard as far as lead generation and lead follow-up. And I think we all do, right? We all have a very difficult time with that. I had a very difficult time with it until I mastered the process. Yeah, right? Once I mastered the process, I knew what to expect. Okay, an average internet lead that comes in is 6.7 months out from wanting to even consult with me. So I'm not like getting stressed out when I'm following this process for 3 or 4 months and I'm not getting responses back. I only get frustrated if, oh, dude, Josh, I followed this lead 8 times. They haven't called me back. They haven't done anything. Should I consider it a dead lead? I'm getting frustrated. Well, that's only because either you don't know the process or you're losing sight of the process. If I always know the process, I'm not getting disappointed or getting frustrated in those moments, right? So that's what the process does. Track everything. Like you have to go out there and track your numbers. You need to know your numbers. Again, if there's no secrets to this business, but there are secrets. It's knowing the game. It's knowing your numbers intimately and running the lowest overhead that you possibly can. Right? Like you don't need to spend money to make money in this business, right? And then always plan on a 10-month sales cycle. That's the other big mistake I see most people making is you think you have 12 months to go out there and accomplish your goals. I'm not saying that you're taking 2 months off a year. I'm definitely not. But our clients do. Right? When you break it down, like spring break exists. It's like between Thanksgiving and the first Monday after New Year's Eve, the world's just on a pause, right? So I have found if I plan everything on a 10-month sales cycle, I hit my goals. Like it becomes very, very realistic. Then I need to know the path to a deal. So here's the path to a deal. Now, when I say this, if you're doing average, if you're putting the average effort, these numbers aren't going to exist for you. This is if you're following up aggressively. This is if you're mastering your listing presentations, your buyer presentations. This is what producers go out there and fall under, right? So 200 reach outs. So that's gonna be 200 reach outs. What do I classify as a reach out? A phone call or a video text message. So not an email, right? The email's too low of open rates for that. So phone calls and video text messages. That doesn't mean 200 new reach outs. I may be following up with you for the 18th time before I finally get you on the phone, right? So it's all about frequency. So 200 reach outs equate to 40 lead conversations. What's a lead conversation? Me and you conversing about your real estate goals and me asking for an appointment. If you're not asking for the appointments, they don't count. Like asking, you shall receive. Like if you're a dude and you're single and you want to go meet a girl and maybe settle down and get married with her, like what's the first step? You got to ask a chick out. Right? Like you got to ask. Asking you shall receive. If you're not asking for appointments, like if I do my open houses and I'm not asking for an appointment at the end, I'm not going to get appointments. Right? So, and the other reason that most people don't ask for appointments is they think they have to have like these slick scripts. They feel like they got to be like, Mike Ferry. Now, nothing against Mike Ferry. He's the most successful real estate coach that's ever existed. Dude's he created way more massive financial success than I have, so obviously he's done something right. But the consumer today, that's not what they want. Like John said, they want to consume, they hate being sold. People want to buy, they just hate being sold. Right? So when we lead from a place of contribution and then we ask for the appointment, that's giving the consumer what they want. We get what we want by getting face-to-face. 7 out of 10 buyers and sellers will go with the first realtor that they meet with and connect in person. So I just know I got to get face-to-face. And it also makes it that much easier for us to do. If I gotta come out with this slick used car salesman script that's high pressure, that's not me, it's gonna feel natural. But all my leads are in the system. Hey, Joshua Smith here, just following up, checking in, see how everything's going. I noticed that you saved 123 West Main Street as a favorite on the website. Just want to see if you had any additional questions. I did some research on the property. It's still available. I've got some time this week if you'd like to spend a few minutes checking out. Does that work for you? Like, how easy is that? When I'm doing my open houses, After we do the tour, all I ask them is, hey, so what do you think of this house? Does it meet your needs, or are you looking for something different? Well, we know half of 1% of homes sell through an open house, right? So we know that they always are pretty much looking for something different. Oh, well, this house only has 5 bedrooms or 4 bedrooms. I need something with like 4 bedrooms and a den or 5 bedrooms. So, okay, yep, no worries at all. And just so you know, my sole purpose of hosting this open house is to not sell you on this house. I'm here to connect with potential clients like you, like yourself, identify what your goals are, what your needs are. If this house meets those needs, great. If not, go out there and find you something that meets your needs. You will not find a real estate agent in this area that knows the area better, that can do a better job for you at negotiating terms and contracts and work as hard for you. I know 3 other properties from what you're telling me that do meet your goals or your needs. I get out here at 3, I can meet you back here at 5 o'clock and go check out those properties. Does that work for you? Like, I already know they're gonna say no, but what's the process? 5 no's to get 1 yes. No, we got plans now. Okay, what are you doing tomorrow? Like, I'm just trying to get like 2 or 3 of these out of the way today, right? So it'll help me in the process. And then we just keep following up. Hey, okay, I sent you those 3 MLS listings of the properties that you didn't have time to go see. I sent you those 3 listings. What'd you think? You know, I don't want to waste your time. I know your time is valuable. Is that within alignment of what you're looking for? Oh yeah, they look great. Okay, well, do you have any that you want to go check out? I got some time tonight between 5 and 7. Spend 5 minutes checking those out. So why aren't people meeting with you? 1, they're not ready. 2, they have another agent. Number 3, they're not comfortable with you. You know, right? So I can't always control if they're not ready. I can't control if they don't have another agent, but I can control if they're not comfortable with me. So I'll just tell people, hey, and just so you know, we have a very strict no pressure internal policy. We have a very strict no pressure policy inside our organization. So I know sometimes you might be afraid to go meet the sales guy, meet the realtor at the property because you feel like you might be pressured to do something you don't want to do. That's not how we roll. Again, we have a very strict absolute no pressure policy. The sole purpose is to go check out the property, see if it meets your needs. And if it doesn't, that's still helpful. You know, I don't want to, again, waste your time. I want to send you things that meet your criteria. So if there's features that you don't like about it, that's great information for me too, so I can make sure to dial in your searches. So again, I got between 5 and 7 tonight to meet you at the properties that work for you, right? So I'm leading from a place of contribution, and I'm asking for the appointment. I'm asking, like, nobody wants to come into the office. Like, who the hell wants to go into your office? Nobody, right? So buyers want homes, sellers want home valuations. I give them what they want. All I want to get is face-to-face. Okay. So 40 lead conversations equate to 4 appointments made, not conducted, made. 1 out of 4 won't show up, right? Imagine that, somebody no-shows us. So then you meet with 3 people. 2 of them might sign as a client. You're not gonna sign everybody as a client, not everybody's gonna pick and choose you. And then of those, not everybody enters escrow, not everybody closes escrow, right? So then 4 appointments made equates to 1 closed deal. So then what do I do here? How do I go out there and bust down the math and know if I'm winning or losing every single day? So, okay, if I want to go out there and make 300 grand a year, and I sell those little homes, right? The little guys, dude. So when I hear guys like Albert selling $20 million homes, I'm like, damn, dude, how many do I got to do today? I got to sell like 100 homes to be able to equate to that, right? So if your average commission is like mine, about 6 grand, right? So, okay, if I want to make 300K in GCI, and my average commission is 6, so I do the math there. It's 50 deals a year. Right? So that's going to equate to 200 appointments made, 2,000 lead conversations, 10,000 reach outs. Where you see that, you're like, dude, that's a big damn pill to swallow. Like if I went to my financial advisor and I was like, dude, I want to have X amount of $1 million in this vehicle by the time I'm X age. And they give me a big number. Oh, I need, $57,000 a year for, whatever. Compared to if he broke it down, he or she, and said, hey, every day that you wake up, Josh, I need $87 out of your wallet. If we break it down to there, it makes it doable. We got to break these down to smaller pieces. Otherwise, that's too big of a pill to swallow for most. Like I get $10,000 this year? Like that's insane, right? But if we break it down, it's not. So again, we're working on a 10-month sales cycle here. So the weekly process, and then you can break it down to how many days a week that you're working, right? So the weekly process at 50 deals a year based on a 10-month sales cycle. You need 5 appointments made, so that's 1 per day. Just assuming that you're doing this type of work 5 days a week. Maybe weekends you're doing open houses, taking clients out, and then if you get a day off, spend with the family. So it's assuming that you're just doing this Monday through Friday. So 5 appointments made, so that's only 1 appointment made per day, not conducted, but just made, right? So 50 lead conversations a week, so only 10 per day. So you only actually have to converse with 10 new people that haven't done business with you, where you're asking for the appointment. And I don't mean new people. I mean people that you haven't done business with before. Because again, I'm gonna get rejected 5 times before I get my yes. So I may be talking to you, and you may have rejected me 11 times to go meet at a property, but I'm gonna keep asking and keep asking and keep asking, right? Then I got 240 reach outs, so then it's only 48 per day. So then every single day, okay, if I do 48 reach outs, if I have 10 conversations, I set 1 appointment per day, that's gonna equate to my 50 deals a year. You know, right? So it becomes simplistic math. Now it takes time, you know, to do this. Like what you do today, you'll see the fruits of that usually in 90 to 120 days. You know, it's not an instant gratification business. It's not like when I sell t-shirts, I'll run an ad and boom, I'm selling t-shirts, right? So that is the math for that. So when it comes to tracking, this is kind of hard to see. These slides end up coming out blurry here. So the one on the right, or left, so your left, is our daily tracker. So this is giving you guys some samples. So I got my daily tracker here. You know, every single day I'm gonna track my numbers. What does this look like? So I'm just paying attention every day. Here's the work I gotta do. Here's what this looks like. Here's then my weekly tracker. So then I know, okay, how many call attempts or how many reach outs, how many conversations, how many appointments set that we're doing every single day. And the cool thing is like when I track these, at the bottom, it rolls up at the end of the year. So it always tells me a story at the end of the year. So overall, in my team, based on how many agents that we have, based on the amount of action people took, I know what this looks like and what those decisions are that we need to make if we want to increase our business, right? So we got our daily, our weekly, then I got my scoreboard. So this is my process, and it's just simple. And people are like, oh, dude, I just want to fill these numbers. Dude, all these are set up in Google Drive app on your phone. It takes you a second. Don't be lazy. You know, right? Just do the necessary work. Otherwise, you will always be met with resistance. 100%. You'll always feel like that damn hamster in the wheel if you don't track your numbers. 100%. So I'm tracking them daily. They go to weekly, and then here's our scoreboard. Again, you can't see that. This is an Excel document. But okay, I'm gonna have my close of escrow date. If you have teams, we break out our commissions. Is it a buyer seller? What is the lead source? What our team member was, address, sales price, all that stuff. So then between these 3 documents, it tells me a story. You know, right? Okay, this year, I closed X amount of deals. Here's X amount of work we did daily, X amount of work weekly that equated to this, and now I'm able to break it down. I know this is not the fun, sexy stuff to talk about, but dude, this is where the success happens. Success happens in the spreadsheets. Like in my webinar business, like I know, hey, I want to do X amount of sales per launch. I know exactly before I start how much money I need to spend, how many opt-ins, what my conversion ratios are. If I'm behind on it, like I know exactly what that looks like on a daily basis to go out there and make it very, very predictable. Okay, so last words of advice with this. And this advice comes from, you know, hopefully you can. So learning from your mistakes is a very smart way to learn. Learning from others' mistakes is the smartest way to learn. You know, right? Like, so my mom is on her 6th marriage. So I met my wife when we were 16 years old, right? So I was like, at that point, like, it sounds kind of goofy, whatever, but like I knew at 16, I'm like, damn, dude, like, she's it, right? So I knew at that point, I don't need to go through a divorce to learn my lesson. Hopefully I can learn from my mom on her 6th, I mean, she had to kiss a lot of frogs to meet her prince. Right now she's got an epic, great guy. But I'm able to learn from that. That's how I want to learn. I want to learn from other people's mistakes. Unfortunately, I was 23 years old. When I first got in the business, I made a lot of excuses. I chose to not go out there and study and do the research and learn from other people's mistakes. Like, so what am I doing always? I'm studying people at the next level. What were the mistakes that they made? So hopefully I can learn from those and watch out for those so I'm not making those mistakes. Okay, so number 1, live below your means. Right? Sounds simple, but real estate agents are the first ones to go out there and buy the Mercedes and buy, you know, now, I am not in a luxury market. So it might be different for, you know, when Albert talks about driving the nice car. It might be different, you know, for Andrew when he's out there selling, you know, $10 million homes and you know, Silverleaf or whatever. I'm an average marketplace. And I've had them. I've had the, you know, $100,000 Jaguars and whatever. Nobody gave a shit. Yeah, right? I mean, I didn't sell any more business driving a Honda Accord compared to, you know, the $100,000 vehicle. Right? So live below your means. Dude, keeping up with the Joneses is a game that the average play. Right? If you want to go out there and dominate, you don't play the keeping up with the Joneses, and it's very difficult because, dude, you see your neighbor, oh shit, dude, you see the new boat the neighbor got? You see what this, you know, we play this like mental game of keeping up with the Joneses, and Facebook just, dude, Facebook I swear to God, like 80% of the suffering that exists on the planet right now is from Facebook. Because we're like such comparison mode of, oh, I need this because they got this, we played this game. No, dude. You know, right? Like commit to it, stick to your path, and let's just analyze and see where they're at in 50 years and where you're at, I guarantee it'd be different, right? I don't know if you guys ever saw this commercial like 3 years ago, and this guy's like out there grilling by his pool, and they like showing the house and the big yard and the cars, and he's like, oh yeah, I got this big smile on his face, and then he's like, how do I do it? He goes, I'm in debt up to my eyeballs. And it was like some type of like a debt restoration commercial, but that's it. Right, your average person, your average American, 76% are living paycheck to paycheck. Your average American is in $15,000 of credit card debt. Like, live below your means. What does this do for me when I live below my means? Like, when I'm making cash, I hoard it, right? Because then I know when the market shifts and my competition's doing what? They're investing less in lead generation. So that means that lead generation is going to be more cost effective for me. So I want to be the firefighter. I want to run in when everybody else is running out. Right? So when they're pulling back on lead gen, I can be aggressive. When they're firing off, having to lay off their talented staff, I'm able to go pick up their talented staff at a discount, right? So this sets me up to win at massive levels. Plus, dude, I don't know about you guys, but I got so sick and damn tired of going to bed, stressing about money, and then waking up every day stressing about money. Right? Like part of it is just like, shit, I just want to sleep good, right? So live below your means. It's not really that hard, right? Make more money than you spend. And then hopefully you're investing smart with it, right? But live below your means. Don't play those, or allow your mind will play these tricks on you that you deserve it. It's hard. Like a lot of my buddies that make a lot of money, because as you keep leveling up in the world, we talked about those 5 people, we'll go to their 13,000 square foot homes and, see all the shit that they're doing. And it's hard because I'm like, so I'm still living in my foreclosure that I bought in 2009 and whatever, and it gets hard because it's like, oh, dude, I want that, I deserve that, I should be doing this, they're doing this, but I got to stick to my path, right? So I'm going to live way below my means so I can invest very heavily. One of my mentors, this was years ago, he comes to me, he goes, Josh, you know the difference between you and I? I'm like, what, bro? And he goes, you are trying to prove to the rest of the world that you're wealthy, and he goes, and I am really wealthy. Right? I'm like, oh shit, it was like a stab. And I knew what he meant because I was rocking the nice suits and the Rolexes and the cars, whatever. I was spending money. I was just like, I was a decently high income earner, but I was broke. Like you can make a shit ton of money and have no wealth, right? So then he goes, look, I'm only sharing this with you because, I'm your mentor because you want me to be your mentor and I care about you. He goes, but if you want to become a player, learn to operate off of 10% of your income. Right? Like 10% of your income that you make, it'll take you a long time to get there, scale down your expenses, learn to make more money, operate from 10% of your income. So, right? So it took us a long time to get there, but that's where we're at right now. I pay myself a very small salary. I mean, to some it might not seem small, but compared to what I used to make, it's small, right? I mean, so I pay myself $20,000 a month, right? W-2 salary. After taxes, I get like $12,800 of that. So this is what I have we got 3 kids, houses, cars, like this is it. We got to budget off. This is how we're gonna live our personal life, whatever. Say no to everything else that doesn't meet within that budget. But that then allows me to go out there and create software companies, goes out there and create all these other businesses. I'm able to take that extra revenue, invest in massive businesses where I might have to infuse $500,000 into to just get off the ground. Right? But I have a vision of, I want to play big, dude. I'm sick and tired of just, making a few $1 million a year in commissions and like, I want to create $100 million companies now, right? So I'm taking that money and reinvesting it, and that's what allows you to do. And I've just learned, I used to always have resistance. Like I'd pay all these coaches all this damn money, and I never listened to them. And then one day I'm like, shit, man, it's Cheplak, dude. Like I got stung really hard one time. And Cheplak, I love him because he'll hug me and kick me in the ass in the same conversation. And he goes, dude, you finally ready to listen to me now, bro? And that's how it goes. Like sometimes we have to paint in our world before we'll actually start to listen. But now I've learned to listen to the people I pay for their advice for. Quit comparing yourself to other people. Again, it creates so much suffering. And then too, with the mediums that exist out there, I saw a meme one time that was, my wish for you is that someday your life is actually as cool as you portray it to be on Facebook. Right? So like, dude, nobody's like posting about the fight that they just had, or like when we wake up in the morning, we're looking like shit or whatever. Like everybody's out there, like, dude, it doesn't exist. Quit comparing yourself to other people. Focus on yourself, your own abilities, and do you, right? Pay attention to your daily numbers and the things that truly matter. Like know what your key indicators are. We talked about those in the real estate business. Know what those are, right? And pay attention to them daily. Out of sight, out of mind. Control what your eyes and ears see and hear. right? So I mean, are you watching the news that's just puking negativity all everybody, dude? Or are you sitting out there? So I've been through a lot of tough times, right? Like I'm a very slow learner. Once I finally get it, I catch up very quickly, but I'm a slow-ass learner. But when I was going through these tough times, like what got me out of these tough times was studying the greats. Like Elon Musk, for example, right? So he creates PayPal, sells it, he gets $220 million from PayPal. Takes all that money and invests it into SpaceX, Tesla, and the solar company. I can't remember the name of it offhand. But Solar City. But anyway, dude, those companies like fail to the point where he loses his marriage, he loses his house, he's sleeping on his buddy's couch. Like, dude, you were just worth $220 million, you pissed all that away, and now it's like over. And it like literally came down to like, I mean, hours. That he got a phone call like on his Christmas Eve from the right investor that reinfused, that believed in him, reinfused the capital, and now he's worth, what, $14 billion or whatever, and I mean, that dude's just revolutionizing space travel, right? So when you read those stories, you're like, holy shit, these guys are like I've learned that successful people, like, if they have a superhuman power, it is to stay focused and never give up during those painful moments. So that's what I want to study. I want to study those people at their low moments. How did they get out of them? And it inspires me to get out of my low moments, right? Don't just study people's successes. Study their failures very, very heavily, right? So I want to make sure that my eyes and ears are always on that to go out there and do that. So I had a dude that I mentor that called me and was like, oh, dude, I'm really struggling with motivation. I'm like, what are you doing? He's like, oh, I'm on my way to meet up with some buddies to watch the game at the bar. I'm like, well, what are you going to do at the bar? Like, what are you guys just gonna you're gonna watch the game, then what? Like, you're gonna hear your buddies bitching and moaning about their job and how they're unfulfilled or whatever. I said, dude, what do you think I'm doing right now? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, dude, I'm watching a documentary right now on Isaac Newton. I'm getting fired up. Like, I didn't, Isaac Newton, the founder of, calculus, right? So I'm watching this. I mean, the dude talk about obsession and take his life to the extreme. I mean, he never got married because he wanted 7 days a week, 18 hours a day of the grind to go out there and accomplish what he accomplished. He's an inspiring cat, right? Now, there's things that I wouldn't want to sacrifice that he sacrificed. I'll never sacrifice my family for that kind of success, but it's still very inspirational compared to just watching the game, watching the bullshit that exists out there. Control what your eyes and ears listen to. Are the people that you're rolling with, man, are they just gossiping? If you want a great marriage, don't hang out with couples that have shitty marriages. As much as you might like them, I guarantee you their stuff will spill onto you and it's gonna be crap. If you want to become a producer, go hang out with producers. Quit hanging out with the people that are struggling. And I'm not saying that you don't have to self-love for them. Jim Rohn called it your 2-minute friends, your 2-hour friends, and your 2-day friends. Like, my 2-minute friends might be that person that, man, I got a lot of love for them. We have a history together. But man, they wear me out when I hang out with them. They bring me down. They don't level me up. They level me down. I'm going to give them 2 minutes. Yeah, right? So I'm going to pick these people very carefully of what this looks like. So that brings me to the next point. Choose your 5 people you spend the most time with very, very carefully. Again, like if you want to get in epic shape and you're hanging out with people that all they want to do when you're hanging out is go to the bar and eat appetizers and crush drinks and you're trying to diet, you're not going to get your goals in that manner. Right? So every aspect of your life, get clarity on what you want and make sure your inner circle that you're rolling with matches that, meets that, right? So be very, very cognizant of that. Operate by ready, fire, aim. So most people think, oh, ready, aim, fire. Oh, I gotta get my website done. I gotta do all this, da, 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 da. No, dude, like go out there and take massive action. Imperfect action trumps all. But what are we doing with that? We'll reflect, plan, execute. So I go out there, take imperfect action. I screw up. I reflect on this. I learn from this. I grow from this, and I improve on this. It's never gonna be perfect. Just go out there and start taking action. Number 7, eliminate all excuses. Get clarity, again, on what you want. I know every speaker's beat that to death today, but it's so ungodly critical. If you feel like you're torn, if you feel like you're operating by the seat of your pants, or dude, it's because you don't have clarity on what you want, or you've lost sight of your priorities, period. Like my life, people are always like, dude, like, how do you do it? 3 kids, you're married, you got 6 businesses, that you're running, operating. Like, how do you do it? Like, your life must be so chaotic. I'm like, dude, my life's so simplistic. It's like, hey, if this operates with the outcome I want, it's a yes. If it doesn't, it's a no. Hardest part of my day, honestly, is choosing the documentary I want to watch before I go to bed. That's like a bitch on Netflix, right? Like, who else spends more time trying to figure out what you're gonna watch before you go to bed? And I started to speak about what your eyes and ears watch when I was a kid. My brother and I, we like to snowboard a lot. And before we would go up as kids snowboarding, when we lived in Oregon, we'd watch the tapes, dude. Like back then it was all VHS, right? Like we'd watch the tapes. Why? Like we couldn't sleep that night. Like we were like, boom, we're gonna go do this. Like we're so freaking pumped up to get up at 3 in the morning and go up to the mountain. Like never to go to school, whatever. So that's what I try to do now. Like if I go out there and like watch The Men Who Built America before I go to bed, dude, I can't sleep at night. Now I'm so fired up to get my ass out of bed to go out there and do big things. So again, control what your eyes watch and listen to. Again, get clarity, work your ass off. Like I said when I started this, losers wait to be motivated to take action. Winners take action regardless. Action breeds motivation. You know, it's like Darren Hardy says, if you're waiting for some of your life to come and turn you on, to like motivate you, what happens if they never show up? You know, like it's a scary thing, dude, right? Get out there, start taking action. Whether you're depressed, it doesn't matter. Start taking action. That will bring more motivation. And you got to do it every single day. Success is not owned, it's rented. And the rent is due every day, right? So every single day we got to recommit to our commitments. So anyway, that's all I got for you guys there. Let me give you a few ways to reach out to me if you want to. So there's my website. You can follow me on social media. I just created like a month ago. It's a free private Facebook group called GSD Mode, which is our podcast. And we're doing some pretty cool things in there, right? So I mean, it's not a coaching platform. Like I'm not going in there individually asking questions, but it's a place for all of our listeners to go out there, mastermind, to level with like-minded people. We'll promote the guests that we're having on, give you guys the ability to ask certain questions. So if there's a coach or a top realtor that we're having on the show that you follow, that you watch, and there's a certain question like you'd like us to ask them, we're gonna start doing some live streaming stuff in there. So it's a pretty epic experience. We're about 3,000 members in the last 30 days when we started that. So check that out. There's the podcast website. Okay, so now we're gonna jump into Q&A. Do you guys need a break, like a restroom break real quick? Yeah? Okay, so let's take like a 10-minute break. That'll give us a chance to set the chairs. But real quick before you go though, and I know Albert said this as well, and I've been kind of promoting this all day, but to become more successful, we gotta learn to ask better questions. You know, right? So make sure that you're asking questions. I don't care what the element is. We're here to help you guys, right? So anything that you're frustrated with, anything that you're stuck with, there's no judgment. There's no such thing as a bad question. Just make sure to come back, ask those questions, and we will get rock and rolling here in 10 minutes.
I want a donut. Doesn't that sound good?
It is insane, dude, like how many calories you burn when you're up speaking.
Oh, it's on.
You know, I mean, I have an event I do twice a year for my alumni members, and it's 20 hours in 2 days. Oh. And I'll lose like 12 pounds in that 2 days just from up there speaking. Yeah, it's just insane.
See, we're justifying for the calorie deficit for what's going down after we leave here. Because it's on.
So you're the rare ones. You stayed till the end. So good congrats and much love to you all.
Yeah. All right, so those of you, though, I told you that I would give you some directions for the slide deck. So, and when you send me an email, make sure that this is in the subject line. So I have a personal assistant that manages my emails because it sounds bad, but we get thousands of them, so it's hard to go through them. But if you email Joshua@gsdmode.com, and then just in the subject line, put slide deck from September 8th event. And I'll make sure that my assistant knows that means to create a folder. So Bob, you'll have to edit all the camera work. What was this gonna take, Bob, like week, 2 weeks? 2 weeks. I get the slide deck to you earlier, potentially. But once we have that, we'll get you the video of everything today and those slide decks. So if you just shoot an email that, we'll get you hooked up. All right, so who's got a question? Who wants to be that first? All right, there we go.
No. 1, 2, 3.
There we go.
Okay. Now we talked about distraction. How do you guys stay away from distractions like, your phone, your text messages, social media?
Cool. Why don't you start? We'll go with Albert first, and then just move our way down.
Well, you got to give me the hard one first, huh? It's to be very, very frank. It's very tough. Very tough. You just try to put it down as much as you can. But it's a tough. I wish I had an answer for that. I try to do my best to put it down. Are you talking just with the phones? Yeah. Distractions from the phone? Yeah. Yeah. Well, that's tough. It's just you got to put it down and walk away. But it's so difficult to do. Was one of the challenges that I have. Yeah, it's the biggest one I have actually. I don't have an answer for that.
I go for 1 hour, and again, none of us are perfect. Striving. I just look for a 1 hour increment everything for me is micro commitment. I think the one thing that I've discovered with myself and the people that are my peers that I hang with too is our big visions can get in the way. And so what I have to do, even with those type of things, is I hold that vision, but I look at a micro commitment. If I can get 1 hour uninterrupted, that's what I shoot for. And if I get one, take a little break, I'll go for another one. It's the best I can do. And I don't sleep.
He doesn't, dude. It's the only guy I've ever met that sleeps less than me. So this is something I've dealt with a lot, and I do have some solutions that have worked very well for me. It's not perfect, right? But we're not trying to strive for perfection. We're just trying to get a little bit better, right? A little bit more productive, a little bit more productive. So there's two things that I do. Number one, I deal in realities, right? So I quit trying to rely on willpower and discipline. I realized, man, I got like a certain amount of willpower to like noon, and then it's out the window. Like I'm not eating ice cream for breakfast. I'm crushing that at like 8 o'clock at night, right? So I no longer rely on willpower. So I just learned if I eliminate it, it's not an issue. So an example, I knew that the snooze button was a time hack for me. So I'm like, okay, I gotta eliminate the snooze button. Every morning I wake up like, oh, dude, I'm gonna be stronger tomorrow morning. Well, dude, when that thing goes off at 3 a.m., you're just like you're not even, there is no strength there at that point. So I'm like, wait, what do I do here? Let me get the biggest, loudest alarm I can, set it all the way, 15 feet away from my bed. So I had to get my ass out of bed and sprint over and do that. Well, at that point, I'm up, right? So Facebook was a massive, massive time hack, time suck for me. Now, I need Facebook because it makes me, that's, and my other businesses outside of my real estate business, that's where I make 90% of my income. So I need it for the groups, I need it for the paid ads, but what was the time suck? Dealing with realities was the news feed. So then I'd be sitting there like, okay, dude, I'm gonna will it, I'm gonna be stronger, and I always go through this and try to trick myself, I guess, forgetting that I think we're all just weak human beings, is how it exists. So I just create my environment to win then, right? So I'd be there on Facebook, checking my emails, all of a sudden, bloop, and I'm like, oh, I can't check that. But then like anxiety would build up. I'm like, shit, man. What if it's a good comment, what if it's positive? Like I gotta see what's going on, right? So I just eliminated the problem. So there's a thing out there called Facebook Newsfeed Eradicator. So if you Google it, you can go out there and find the one that is for the browser that you use, and boom, your Facebook newsfeed's gone. So then I just remove it, right? So now I can go into the groups, I can go to the paid ads. I look at it this way as far as, it's like my marriage. Like I'm committed to my wife, right? So I made an agreement that like I'm just not gonna do guy nights out. I've just never done them, I'm not gonna do them. Like I'm just not gonna do it. Like, I would like to think that I'm strong enough to never allow anything to happen, but if I never put myself in that environment, it's not going to happen, right? So I create my environment intentionally to win, right? So take your social media apps off of your phone, then schedule time where you have your social media time. Like, dude, I only check my text messages, sometimes only like every other day, right? Or emails at a certain time. And now if you're a single agent and you don't have an assistant like I do that manages that stuff, that can make sure I get on the important stuff, that's not the route that you want to go, but just schedule and block time. So the most productive, proactive schedule that I've ever found, I learned this from Darren Hardy, it's called your 90-60s, your sprint recovery. So it's 90 minutes, very similar to what Cheplak does, so it's 90 minutes where you're going hardcore, uninterrupted money-making activities. This is my lead generation, my lead follow-up, my client appointments, contract negotiation. I'm not answering calls, I'm not checking in, this is 100% focus, right? I set a timer. When we're against the clock, it creates tension, which just makes us more proactive. It's like when you procrastinate, then all of a sudden you finally do it, you're like, holy shit, if I could operate my whole life like that, imagine what that would be like, right? So when I'm against the clock, it creates that tension that's needed. The clock goes off, then I go into my 60 minutes, so it's 90-60s, so 90 minutes, 60 minutes. My 60 minute is not wasting time, but it's my essential but allowed interruption. So I allow myself to be reactive. That's where I'm checking emails, returning phone calls, checking messages. The reason it's 90-60 is they went extensive with studies and they've realized that the human mind can only stay uber focused for 90-minute segments, and then you need to pause. So a lot of people are like, oh dude, I'm just gonna lead gen for 3 hours straight. Well, if I go 3 hours straight, my brain power diminishes after 90 minutes. Okay, if I jump on the floor here and I do, let's say I get to 30 push-ups, that's all I can do, and I'm like physically exhausted, and everybody agrees that's the most amount of push-ups that I could do. Well, that's not the truth. If I rested for a few minutes, I could get down and do more. So just stay uber focused, because when you're doing your lead gen, what happens? Oh, I'm gonna work on my CRM for this hour. start working for 20 minutes, and then you get text, and then you get this. So that hour turned into 35 minutes. Yeah, right, so eliminate those interruptions, strategically through your schedule, and then just eliminate this shit, like eliminate time hacks, right? Like your social media apps, the newsfeed eradicator. There's a lot of systems that's like unroll.me, right, which will link to my email and show me all the subscriptions that I don't want. So instead of getting 1,000 emails an hour, I might be able to boil that down to 20 emails. Distractions are also conversations and lunches. Do I really need to go to lunch with this dude or this person, or can I pack my lunch, eat it while I'm at my desk, let my competition go to lunch, and be more effective? So, and that comes powerful too in that reflect, plan, execute, daily work on that.
Yeah, I would suggest throw away your TV. I don't actually have a TV. It's been years since I've had a TV. Yeah. So yes, I don't know what's going on, but so what? I'm living a life that I love. And then social media, it's like, I don't bring my phone to lunch or dinners. I don't actually answer text messages from my personal friends, and some of them get really pissed off. It's like, how come it takes you hours or days? I'm like, dude, I'm not here just to wait for your text so I can respond to you. I have a life, right? So no one ever said you're married to your phone. No one ever said you have to respond at a certain time. It's our sense of guilt, like, oh my God, what are they gonna think about me if I don't respond? I don't care, because if they're my friends, and I say, I'm focused on running my business. And lastly, put your phone more on airport mode, turn your phone off more, don't always feel like you're obligated to wear your phone. For me, I block out a few hours in the morning, and that's not the first thing I do in the morning. And like all of us, those are my ideals. But if the first thing you do in the morning is check your phone, we're like crack cocaine, right? You want to check, oh, how many people commented, right? So when you ask yourself honestly, when Josh is talking about numbers, the reason why someone asked me, why do you love hanging out with billionaires? Eric Schmidt at Google, chairman of Google, says they go by the 70-20-10 model. I'm not that smart. I'll look at those people smarter than I. If Google spends 70% of the time on core revenue generating things, 20% on non-core, and 10% on do whatever you want, so I ask myself, so if I'm spending 70% of my time on social media, but that's not related to my core revenue, then why am I bothering? So it's not about doing things per day, that's working hard, it's about working smart. That's why in my presentation, prioritize. At the end of the day, to kind of be crass and morbid, there's 2.4 million people who pass away every year. Are we gonna be regretting that, oh, I wish I didn't watch my Facebook feed more. I wish I wasn't on Instagram more. I wish I did Snapchat more. We're in a world that we're so inundated and distracted, but we have to remember, for 155,000 years, we're just hunter and gatherers. So I suggest that you prioritize the beginning of the day. Don't check your social media for at least an hour, at least. Put your phone on airport mode. Don't bring your phone to lunch or dinner. It's so irritating, frankly, especially the younger generation. They're always on the phone. And I'll call people out, like, look, if you want to meet me for lunch, we're going to talk. But if you're checking your phone every 4 seconds, I'm not going to meet you for lunch ever again. And they're like, whoa, Chris, you're so mean. I'm not mean. I value my time. I want to serve. So make those specific priorities, because our phone is not our life.
Love it.
You got a question behind you, Ashley?
All right, so my name's Ozzy. This goes for all four of you. When did you find your first burst of success where you actually felt like, man, I'm doing it? And how long did it take you to get to that level from when you started?
Yeah, we'll go, yeah. 7 years old. I'm in second grade at St. Mary's Elementary School in Woodside, Queens. I noticed that all my classmates were really sweating profusely, and I had my little portable handheld fan. I bought for like $2 in Chinatown, sold it to my classmates for $3, made $1 when I was 7 years old. Now, the thing is, in life, most entrepreneurs start really early. We always want to like, oh, when I make $1 million, when I make 10 million, but you forget that it's those smaller victories that if you don't appreciate those small victories, again, as a 7-year-old, you will never appreciate any of your success. Because like I said, the beauty of meeting people like these billionaires and whatnot, a lot of them aren't happy because they always need to get more. So if you can appreciate selling a home and making $5 grand or 10 grand, whatever it might be, but really celebrate those small victories because those are the ones that are most meaningful.
Yeah, awesome, man. This is, I think, one that a lot of tough people or drivers struggle with, right? There's this You know, there's a balance between, and I hate the word balance, but never being satisfied but also being grateful. I mean, the first time I guess I felt success is when my wife said yes, because I'm like, I guess it must be this like great of a salesman, because how the hell did this chick like say yes to this, right? Outside of that, when it comes to business, to be honest with you, dude, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I've learned to celebrate my wins, but I'm never satisfied. Like I still to this day don't feel successful, right? When people be like, oh, you're doing this, and like, I'm like, I know my potential is higher, you know, but a few years ago I had a mental shift with this. I was massively, I don't want to say miserable, but I was so focused I couldn't find any type of fulfillment. And then I went to this event, met this pretty amazing guy, and he's like, look, man, one of the biggest issues with drivers like you and most entrepreneurs is they're focused on hitting home runs, and they don't appreciate and celebrate when they get on base, right? So every single day, focus on getting on base. Every day I'm like, dude, I should be hitting home runs. I should be like crushing it every day. And then even though I might have had an okay day, I knew I was capable of more, so I'd be pissed off at myself for not doing more. Instead of not celebrating the fact that I got on base, I got a little bit better. So I realized to do this in a sprint, it's a marathon, it's not about hitting home runs, it's about getting on base. You gotta celebrate those wins, but how do I celebrate? If I hit a goal, it's like, okay, 10 minutes, you know, celebrate, pat myself on the back, and then it's that next goal, you know, because I think one of the virtues or the blessings of the entrepreneur is that we're not satisfied. I don't think that we should get satisfied in life, you know, right? But again, you gotta learn to be grateful with it. I don't even know if that was the question. I do that shit all the time, my bad. I'm all like, this is how you don't be distracted. I can't even like, not be distracted by my own thoughts.
Well, thank you for the question. I see it as a reflective question. So for me, in reflection, I would say when I was 21 years old, when I went to work at 6 p.m. as a bouncer of the nightclub till midnight, and then I was janitor from 12 to 4 a.m., and then I went to the seafood warehouse, packed the truck, drove the route till 6 p.m., and worked 24 hours straight. Because then what I, you know, in retrospect, looking at victories, and, you know, I don't know if there's been victories or losses. Everything's pretty experiential for me. I mean, I've really come to understand what the journey's all about. I mean, I just want to go out and hug a tree and play in the woods. And it's true. I mean, it's true. Anyone that knows and sees, I mean, I just want to experience life. And so what I've come to understand, I think, and I don't know, I mean, Josh and I are, yeah, we work together, but, you know, it goes a little thicker than that. I think it's the discovery of commitment. The discovery that you're a committed human being. Because I'll go toe-to-toe with talent all day long, with my bouncer in a teenage nightclub education. Because commitment will trump talents. That's when I knew I was successful.
Well, you guys probably know what mine is. I passed the real estate exam. You know, for me, you know, it's the whole, for me, it was the whole struggle with the self-belief because of 1982. So it was self-belief, and then my beautiful wife getting married in 1994 became a good team. That team is our team is just unstoppable. Complement each other, right? So the success happened in 1994 for me. Thank you.
Wow, what else we got? There we go. All right, Guille, man.
Hello, okay. A lot of you guys, my name's Kevin, by the way. Appreciate all you guys being here. This has just been an awesome day. Really appreciate it. One of the things that a lot of you guys just really focused on and talked a lot about is obviously taking massive action and providing value. A couple things that I don't know if you can kind of sum it up, I guess, but I guess business, especially real estate business, is just often so complicating with the marketing and with the strategies and what some coaches teach compared to others. One thing that Al, I'm really curious about is he goes, you don't market, not know any money on marketing. That just blows my mind. I mean, that just floors me. So how that works, and just maybe like a brief explanation about, I guess, pros and cons, or cons maybe you see with the marketing out there in the real estate business, what you kind of focus on maybe with some of your competitors, or even like John was talking about, is just instead of selling people, you know, getting them to come to you, and kind of just a little bit more touch perspective on that. I follow Joshua Smith as well, and he's just all about simplifying it so much. So, and then as well, just prioritizing is, you know, from Chris, and just kind of maybe touch a little bit more on that time wasted with marketing so much, or strategies so much, of what complicating things versus going more of that perspective. What's that perspective that you see of why you don't spend money on marketing? Of, I guess maybe just a little bit more touch on providing value. Not quite sure if you really understand, or if I'm
that was a lot of, you know,
clarifying the question much.
It was really good. There was 37 questions in one.
Thank you.
You leveraged, first of all, you're very good at leverage.
But let's break it down, right? The purpose of marketing is to hopefully get sales for a client, right?
Right.
So if the marketing is not working, then like ultimately, how do you want to focus your time? So let's say I have a client and friend. She cleared $50 million last year. A lot of people hate her because she doesn't do any marketing. But what she doesn't market herself per se in the traditional sense in social media, but she spends a lot of time nurturing relationships with very high-end people. So her time is spent on, again, the revenue-generating activities. And that's focusing more on the high-end crowd, right? But she cleared $50 million in sales last year as a realtor. Pretty unheard of, but the fact is she doesn't do any marketing only because she focuses on the people, because she knows at the end of the day, who's going to buy your properties or who I'm going to help them sell them, and it's the people with, you know, deep pockets.
Yeah, so you got really two choices, right? I mean, you got marketing, you got prospecting. There's a difference, right? Prospecting takes time, marketing is money. Because even if, okay, if I'm out there doing, and we do multiple strategies on Facebook, they don't cost money, but they take time, right? So I can go out there and generate 50 leads a night, but it's going to take me a little bit of time to go out there and do that. So that's the difference there. When it comes to how am I always analyzing that, whether it's my time, which time is money, yeah, right? So that's what you're always assessing. And a lot of times at the beginning, that's why you see new agents doing open houses, and then they stop because they maybe perceive their time too valuable, which usually it's a false perception in my opinion, but some maybe it truly is. So then at that point they start buying leads because the time that takes to prospect is better served elsewhere. So there's a difference between the two, right? Now I'm a prospecting based company. Like I play offense, dude. I don't wait for anything to come to me. We play offense. We go out there and we attack it and we do it, right? So through open houses, through our different efforts that we're doing out there, calling expireds, whatever that looks like. I'm always breaking down. Now, this business is more difficult because what you do today, you're not going to have results in a month, right? It's going to be, okay, 6 months. So always assess, hey, here's everything I've done in 6 months, but this only comes from tracking. Like, you have to be tracking. Okay, where's my business come from in the last 6 months? Like, what does this look like? And I'm going to cut out everything that I'm devoting my time to that isn't on here. You know, right? So like a lot of times when people call me up for like my boot camp, I'm like, okay, make this deal with me. If I can save you the money right now in your business in this 15-minute phone call, save you the money that the boot camp will cost or more, will you sign up while I have you on the phone? And do it every single time. We slay it, right? Because I find out they're doing 7 or 8 things, only 3 of them are making business, so they cut out those other things, so they eliminate expense or create more time for themselves. So do more of what works and cut out all the crap that doesn't, right? And my favorite story about Steve Jobs was when the CEO of Nike calls him up and he's like, Steve, we're struggling, I need your help. So he's like, okay, cool. I got the solution, I'm gonna make it really quick for you. He goes, so Nike makes a lot of great product, right? He goes, yeah, we do. He goes, Nike makes a lot of shit too, right? And he goes, yeah, we do. And he goes, cut out the shit dilutes from the good. Steve Jobs always said, I'm more proud of the things that we don't do compared to what I am. Cut out what's not working, focus your time on what is working, because you're right, writing the contract is easy. It was like when I started my coaching business, dude, the coaching part's the easy part. Dude, it's acquiring the client, you know, doing all the other crap and balancing it and staying focused and making sure that this, you know, I'm getting so busy servicing my clients. Well, if I stop my prospecting and marketing, then that goes away and then we'll have these roller coasters. You know, I mean, the servicing the client is the easiest part, right? So you're right, but you always got to be assessing what's working, what's not working. And then with marketing, my last piece of advice there, if you can't track an ROI, don't do it. Can you be rich or famous, right? Like dude, I'm not gonna brand advertise. That's just an ego stroke. If I can't get an ROI, if I can't track an ROI, justify an ROI, I'm not gonna do it. Because maybe we're doing, this is an easy example, maybe I'll do a Trulia. Sorry,
long day speaking. So bad he can't pronounce
right?
it.
Yeah, so okay, I've got those two going on. Maybe I'm getting results from both. But maybe on Truly, I'm getting a 475% return, and Zillow, I'm getting a 700% return. So not all things are created equal. If I can scale up over here, it makes sense for me to ditch this one, even though they're both working, and go chips all in over here. So I've got to be able to make those assessments. Success isn't doing 1,000 things. It's doing a few things brilliantly, thousands of times. But you got to be able to track that stuff and know what that looks like. Whether it's your time or your money spent, you got to be able to track it.
I would say look at what I said to you, leverage and fiscal responsibilities he talked about. It's about two resources. There's human resource and financial resource. The interesting thing is we'll measure the dollars we spend. We don't even measure our time. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, reverse engineer, can you tell me right now, I bet, we could line up right here and tell you what we're worth per hour. We know what it costs us to go sit and have a donut with someone, which we're not going to go do. I mean, I'm just not going to take lunch, dinner. It doesn't happen. I'm just not that guy. So there's two ways to go about it, and I'll take you back. My message today was focused more on the online space, but it's a leverage space, and I'll tell you why real quickly. So when I sold real estate, it went like this. I had 200 flyers on my desk every single day. I was directed by my administrative assistant to go to the neighborhood that had the most amount of expired listings. I knocked 200 doors around those listings. If I had to drive a little bit, and I'd always get 3 FSBOs by default. So I hit my expireds, I hit my FSBOs by default by showing up, and I knocked my doors, and I came back, and I hit 100 cold calls a night. So how can I, and for me, I felt siloed. I want to stay siloed and cyclical, so I just repeated over and over and over again. And I did not make the mistake that every entrepreneur makes, and you know what that one is. Find something that works and then, do something different. That's the definition of an entrepreneur. That's the offline space, so to speak. That was back when we had, wagon trains and the Pony Express and stuff, but, I was committed. See, I was the dumb guy that put on rain gear and an umbrella, and I got listings because I was in rain gear. I just do what you want, okay? On the online space where I look at it is how can I leverage myself? If I create one piece of content for free, a video, I can take that video, I can push it to Facebook, I can push it to Google+, I can tweet it, I can Instagram it, okay? I can then take it and take the audio and move it into my podcast. Okay, I've YouTubed it. And then I can take and put it into my blog. I can put it onto an image in my email, embed the video in there. I can spread that out over 7 days. And how much did that cost me? See, I can sit down right now with some of the people that I've got working with. It's number one objective, create one piece of content, deposit in the marketplace. That was one piece of content, you guys. And it went everywhere. So my whole thing is, and I don't care because we see the results too. There's an interesting thing that happens. He'll have some of his people go through, and again, this has not been a solicitation at all. It never will be. They'll go through his mastery thing, and he's like, hey, listen, I don't do, one-on-one coaching. And some will jump over to me. And it's perfect. He'll say, hey, call John, I don't do the one-on-one. And what we do, though, is just be really good at it. I got a guy that's really, really good at open houses. And I said, why would you? Well, maybe I should do. Why? Don't make that mistake. But give it a chance. Open houses suck. Really, how many did you do? Well, 2.
Exactly.
The number one Keller Williams agent in the world, 55 agents on his team out of Maryland, buddy of mine, Bob Lucido. He still, as a team leader, does 50 open houses a year. $10 million last year in commissions, right? Insane stuff.
When I got into this business, I surrounded myself with the right guys, the right women, and they told me exactly what I need to do to be successful, and that's using the telephones. Most real estate agents will not use the telephones. Most real estate agents celebrated when the do not call list came out. So that makes them another excuse why they wouldn't pick up the phone. I got super excited that the DNC list came out because that means less people will do what I do. I make sure I call everybody on the do not call list first. So you got to find out what's comfortable for you. I will tell you, there's nothing wrong with marketing, but you got to understand it's in a commitment. It's something that you have to do constantly, and you have to be married to it, and it takes a while to brand yourself. I'm not willing to spend time and money to brand myself when the phone is free, and I have changed lives. I've had people that wanted to commit suicide at one point, and I called them. I've actually saved marriages from the phone call. So you guys are all missing out. Get over it, get on the phones, and start calling people and asking them for business. Get out of your head. Your head's a scary place. People need help. You know what? A lot of agents advertise because there's an ego there. I don't care where my name, I don't want to put my name on anything. I pick up the phones. I'm telling you, you want to succeed in this business, pick up the phone. You'll change a lot of people's lives. Does that answer your question?
So there's, I guess I want to add one last thing to that though, and I apologize, but I think this is really important. So like, when John's talking about content creation, okay, well, I can't track my podcast. I can't do it, right? But dude, I mean, there's so many, how many of them people don't buy my coaching, but then watch the podcast for 6 months and build that trust factor and then buy that. We have agents all the time that are joining my team from it. So that there's certain things out there that, in my opinion, like content creation, that you may not ever be able to track an ROI to it, but it's non-negotiable. Because how do you know 72% of sellers right now are only interviewing one agent? Why? They're going on YouTube and they're researching agents. Right? They want to make sure that you're working your ass off. Now, maybe they met you at an open house. Now they went and did the research. Now they're calling you. And they're like, oh, I met you from this open house. But you don't realize the YouTube content video solidified the deal. We had an agent not too long ago. It was like a year ago. She refused to do any videos, and she lost a listing because they're like, we went and Googled you. Or, you had no content out there, so we didn't go with you. And of course, next day she's meeting with David Bellinger and boom, creating all our videos. But there are some things like that. So I just wanted to preference that because there are some things, the media creation that I think all of us really push that are non-negotiable. You'll never be able to track an ROI to, but we all, as of course Gary Vee always says, we got to be our own media channel today. It's a non-negotiable in our businesses today. Okay, I saw there's a lot of hands up. Who's next? Okay.
Hello. Hi, my name's Dean, alcoholic. Oh, wrong meeting. Okay.
What is he?
Dean, alcoholic, he says.
So Albert touched on it. He doesn't spend the money for the marketing. What about like your web presence, having one of those sites where it takes you into all the 8 or 10 high-end communities and they can look and shop? Do you do that stuff or track that stuff?
I don't.
None of my clients are.
Well, you have to have, in my opinion, you need an online presence, right? Obviously, the whole thing is that there's always, when we talk about like marketing, for example, like a lot of you in this area know Kenny Klaus, right? So Kenny Klaus is one of the most brilliant geographical direct mail farmers I've ever met. He's went as far as opening a restaurant inside his farm area called The Hub, right? To sponsor different events, but he kills it with that, right? So there's always, there's 1,000 ways to create success. Really it comes down to commitment to that success. But I believe realtors today should have an online presence, right? So what does that look like? A branding website where you have video blog capabilities, video testimonial capabilities, buyers want homes, sellers want home valuation, so a built-in IDX, give them what they want. We generate hundreds of leads a day, over 1,200 free leads a month without spending a penny from it, right? So I'm a little biased because I own a company that does kind of what you're talking about, perfectstormnow.com. No contracts, $9 a month. But have that web presence. Absolutely. Like, why wouldn't I? I can spend 10 minutes on Facebook posting a night to generate 30, 40, 50, sometimes 60 plus leads in a 24-hour period that don't cost me anything by driving them to there. And with technology, it's so cheap, right? But remember what I talked about. Activities exist for me to generate a lead. So if you have like most people's website is what? People can go poke around on there, then it's, fill out this contact box if you have more questions. No, like you have to have forced opt-ins, be very, very strategic with it. What's up?
What's up? My name is Rich. I've been with Ricky for about 8 years. I want to say thank you guys for coming out today and having us be a part of it. First thing, you guys did touch on this a little bit. Dollars of, your hourly rate, right? You obviously have value there. When you're kind of a perfectionist or you feel that you do things very well, how do you get to the point where you delegate? In other words, when you go through the hiring process or you recruit, are you hiring based on personality? Are you hiring based on a skill set or experience? And at what point do you have the ability to let go? Like where you say, okay, you take care of this part of my business. I'm going to spend more time on the higher dollar making activities. Does that make sense?
Yep, love it.
Okay.
That's good. Oh.
You want to
me?
Yeah. Are you?
Oh, well, I'm by myself, so I don't have a team. So
Okay.
I delegate, so all my production's goes right through me, no team at all. So I really delegate a lot. So I do have two people on my team that do all the back end. So I'm the doctor. So my job is to position an offer, if I was going to write an offer. I send the terms via email to my lead. She'll write up the offer and submit a DocuSign. So I allow her to do that. I just submit the terms. Yeah, so, right. So, but I'm going in, figuring out the strategy, building the case. I wrote a book, Home Buyer's Mastery, and I also train and teach how to get your offers accepted when there's 10 on the table. And I'm very passionate about it. But so I go in, figure out exactly what needs to be done. I'll submit that to my team. My team will DocuSign, because I don't even know how to work DocuSign. If something ever happens to her, I'm in trouble. So she DocuSigns everything. And then when I go to a listing, I give her the address. Sometimes I'll do the CMA. I'll have her do the CMA. She'll submit it to me. I'll review that CMA. She'll DocuSign everything for me to my client. So it'll be already sitting there, DocuSign disclosures as well with the listing agreement. So when I show up, I have a printed listing agreement when I show up to the house. But a lot of that paperwork I try to avoid big time. I don't like it. I'm not good at it. And so that's how I work my team. Have her do all the paperwork and manage the file.
Number one, personally, and then also whether it's working with large brokerage firms or teams, I do not hire talent. I hire commitment. In the interviewing process, I look for experiences that people have had with accountability, because you have to be able to held in context. You can dump all the training on the planet on a human being, and you can't make a human being productive. The closest you can get to moving a human being to productivity is hold them in context. And we don't know how to hold people generally in context. And what I mean by that is our experience. Raise your hand if you were raised on guilt. Right, all of us. And so the first time, and see, we're programmed. Everything that's happening in our life today is connected to a cord that goes back to our life. I'm sorry, the program is deep, it's rooted. So our experience of accountability has been condemnation. And so I go deep to it. So number one, I look for a committed human being. I look for a challenge they've experienced in their life that they've overcome. I'm looking for grit. I'm also willing, and then I go through the process of asking, how do you feel about accountability? I like it. Tell me an experience where it really worked for you. Tell me an experience it didn't. And I can discern whether I'm getting the truth or not. Okay? In the end, though, is this, and it's for me and it's for anyone here, anyone that I work with. Your number one responsibility if you want to grow when you wake up every day is ask yourself, how am I going to replace myself? So with that question that needs to get answered, you have to then go this, I'm willing to risk money and be detached from profit in return for the risk to see you grow as a human being. And I learned that from my mentor, who had 135 offices, and I was a 30-some-year-old executive, and he would go do this, and I'm like, what the? I mean, he did kind of like that experience that Josh had, where it's all of a sudden there's 600 people. He would put me in those positions, the president of this large company, scared the shit out of me regularly. And I sat in a boardroom one time, and excuse me, I'm going to say it. In the boardroom, everyone should have got fired. I said, fuck you. I mean, it was that scary what he was doing to me. He says, I'm willing to risk the company for your growth. And you got to be willing to do that. Because you know what? Control is based in fear.
Yeah, I love it. So I was on a panel not too long ago about, it was like this agent survival guide about how to not allow technology to replace us as a real estate agent. And we were asked like a very similar question. And one of the dudes up there is like, oh, immediately start delegating anything. If you could make 50 bucks an hour and pay somebody 10 bucks an hour, delegate it. Well, of course, he was the only W-2 employee on the panel. You know, so number one, be very, very careful of who you listen to. So a few things there. When I met Jon, this was something I was struggling with, right? And one of the first things that Jon said to me is, Josh, trust always equals your capacity. Right now you got these capacities, you're not growing the rate you want to grow because you're not wanting to give up trust. You know, giving up certain accounts, giving up certain responsibilities, removing myself completely from the business. You know, so delegation must happen. If you're an entrepreneur, you know, right? If you want a job for the rest of your life, cool, go have that. There's no, I mean, I know top producing real estate agents that like nothing, Josh Altman. You know, I was on stage recently with Josh Altman and we're hanging out off stage. He's like, dude, like I can never see myself not being involved in the deal. That's like, there's nothing more exciting than him putting together deals, and he loves that. But if he's doing that, okay, then and maybe that deal will shift, right, to the deal of signing the right person for his team. Who knows what that will look like? But I know agents that want to have a job for the rest of their life because they love it so much. There's no judgment. I grew up in my father was an entrepreneur. I always wanted a business. One thing always drove me nuts about the real estate space is I never had a business. I always had a job. And that's when I met Jon. And again, it was trust equals capacity. So you've got to increase the amount of trust you have in people to increase that capacity, right? So but there's a smart way to do it and a wrong way to do it. One, you got to do it fiscally responsible. So and I'm here to argue too, and I get this a lot from moms that are realtors, you know, that are trying like to balance with hey, they got all the kid responsibilities plus doing this and what to delegate, you know, right? And so when I'm in that, not just that situation, but in my personal life, like maybe the first hire is an assistant, right? Maybe a good assistant or whatever is 15 bucks an hour, you know, whatever, where maybe I can hire somebody to do my laundry, somebody to prep my meals, somebody to landscape my house, be kind of a house assistant for 10 bucks an hour. Let me delegate that shit out first. Like I don't integrate, I don't separate life and business, it's just all life. So I'm looking to delegate every aspect. There's a couple things obviously I'm not looking to delegate, but you know, being a father and a husband and those things, but everything else is like I'm trying to replace myself and fire myself as much as I possibly can. One of my mentors, Chantel Ray, who actually Jon coaches as well, I mean, she's a team, I think she has like 284 deals in escrow right now, just insane stuff. And she always jokes when we speak together, she goes, yeah, I delegate everything in my life other than raising my kid and having sex with my husband, you know, right? So you know, I'm like, damn, like this girl's like, you know, I mean, I've stayed with her and her husband at their house and seen what she does and how intentional she is with her life. And it's you know, they're definitely eye-opening, right? So number one, do it fiscally responsible, because you got to remember too, okay, I'm at a max capacity here. You always hire out of necessity, not out of want. I get we want to hire. You do it out of necessity. Like you're losing money now because you're not hiring this person. But you got to understand too, it may be 4 or 5 months before you see an ROI on that person, right? So okay, can you afford to pay this person and also pay your personal bills and the business bills for 4, 5, 6 months before you start seeing that ROI? So be very fiscally responsible with it. Then from there, in my opinion, you don't have now, this is totally hypocritical because I had no systems when I hired my first assistant, Ashley. But I made the right hire. I got super lucky, made the right hire. She's brilliant at building systems. So she was able to create the systems for me, but that typically doesn't exist, right? So get your systems together so then your people aren't failing you, right? You have systems that don't empower your people, so you're failing your people. You know, right? Like most companies don't have shitty people. They have shitty systems in place that aren't empowering their people correctly. So you got to get your systems in place where then, and again, this is something that I learned from Jon, you don't manage people, you manage the systems that manage and empower the people. The systems keep them accountable. And then, dude, if they're making a mistake, because they will make a mistake. You know, it's like, oh, well, I don't want to hire this person because they're going to screw up. Dude, they're going to screw up. Those are growth moments, right? But you can catch it very, very quickly and allow them to grow from that if the right systems are in place. You know, and then, okay, well, what's the right hire? Again, where's the hole in your ship? And then also, what's the lowest dollar producing activity on my plate that I can go out there and delegate? How do you know that? Well, dude, I mean, how much you're making, how many hours you're working, know what your time's worth per activity that you're doing, and really break it down. It really becomes simple math. And then from there, you know, the interview process, dude, everybody interviews well. Nobody's gonna come to you and be like, well, dude, I'm kind of like just an average, mediocre employee. I like to show up a little bit late, leave a little bit early. You know, I'm probably gonna only work like 50% of the time that I'm here and fucking waste your you know, the money that you pay me the other 50% of the time. Nobody's gonna interview that. Everybody's Billy Badass. Okay, cool. Now let's have a test in place to show me that you're Billy Badass. There's nothing wrong with having a week-long intern process, or nothing wrong with, okay, hey, you're gonna do this. I want you to, here's, like, let's say you need a Google, Excel, a Drive sheet built out. Put them to test. Yeah, right? Okay, hey, if I need a new film editor, come into my studio, we're gonna do a dummy podcast, and then you're gonna edit it right here in front of me and see how you do. And it's your job to research me, my style, before you get here, and whoever does the best job is who I'm gonna hire. You know, right? So always test them too, because again, everybody's Billy Badass in the interview. You know, right? So that's my recommendations.
Yeah, I'm just gonna add 2 points. I mean, the bottom line is, if you wanna scale, you have to delegate. And if you wanna scale, then you're not being realistic, and there's a self-awareness, there's a sense of, do I wanna give up control? Let's say one of my services, I actually help people write and publish their books. So I'm delegating out like editors, copy editors, graphic designers, but the point is, like, as Josh was saying, you also have to find the people that are good at what they do, not what they say they're good at, but like naturally inclined to do that. Because a lot of people don't want to delegate because they've hired people, they've delegated, and it's sucked, and you have to go back and do it yourself. But is that because you weren't giving good instructions? Was it because you chose the wrong person? So going back to Josh and having a level of clarity, it's like you have to, like, for instance, when I brought on an editor, she was working at the LA Times. I looked at her writing. She was a woman, I was a man. I wanted to make sure that there was like an awareness, but it was like I was looking for things not that I liked per se, but it's looking for things that I lacked. You know, you want to find people that are going to fill the weaknesses that you have. I can't stand computers. I can't stand a lot of things. So I'm going to delegate the things I don't like, but make sure you do things that you love, because otherwise, why are you, working can be fun. I mean, I know Josh was saying, success, there's a lot of grind, but hopefully you actually enjoy some of the things you do, because if you delegate that, then every day is like.
And the fatal unconscious mistake that's made over and over, and you guys have all heard this before, is hiring ourselves.
Yeah.
Replace yourself. Replace your competency, your core competencies. Okay, certainly fill the holes, but when you start getting bigger, okay, and extend that out. I mean, that's our responsibility as leaders, to extend that out. But, in the beginning, you don't hire yourself, because you're hiring your weaknesses, man. And I see people do it all. It's this unconscious program. I mean, they could come in and tell you, hey, I'm really not that good. Yeah, but you know what? You go to the gym every day, dude. That's cool. You'll be okay. You'll work out good, because you'll have me, see it happen.
And it's the same thing with business partners. I've made the mistake before of hiring somebody that's another me, right? Where and they fail. Where now I'm very strategic of my partnerships. Like my partners at my software company, one of my partners is just a brilliant developer. I can't write code, right? Like I need that dude, right? So always partnering with, in my health and supplement business, one of my partners is an ex-professional bodybuilder, like a biochemist, and I just call the dude the wizard. Like I don't know, I can't even understand what the hell he's talking about. But he needs me because I know how to market, I know systems, I know funnels. So we complement each other's, my strengths are his weaknesses, his strengths are my weaknesses. So love that. Like, the reason that we have such a brilliant team is, in Asheville, like I'm the most unorganized, sloppy mofo that exists on the planet. So I need like amazing, organized people that keep my shit together. I'll come in the office and Asheville will be like, dude, just leave. You just screw shit up when you get in here. Right? I'm like, okay. Right? And that's not even like
in your head.
Yeah, it's not even like it's a true story, right? So yeah, you gotta identify your strengths, identify your weaknesses. Don't try to improve your weaknesses. God gave you certain strengths for a reason. Chips all in on those strengths. Hire people with those weaknesses as well. So a lot that goes into it.
And I think this is a real critical space, because raise your hand if you want to grow. Okay, and so whether it's in human resource is the toughest experience to manage, and then first there's managing, leading the human resource that you have, but then we start managing leaders. That's even tougher. But here's what I want to say to you though too, is the one person that you really need to hire, and it's neat because I get to work with Ashley and with Josh, and it's always been the dynamic, is I had numerous branches back in my employee days. I would go in. Do you think the branch manager was the most important person in my real estate offices? No, Ashley was. So remember this, look for someone that's more important than you. That person's the epicenter. They just are. When you look at that person, I'll tell you this, commitment's important, trust trumps all. I mean, wicked trust. That's the most important. So, I mean, we could really start drilling down into every position, but I think that one piece is so critical. So critical. Someone that's more important than you, because you're not that important. I've got it. He works with my guy Tim. Tim's a lot more important than me, man. That dude's dope. Yeah. And he wants no part of being out here.
And sometimes you don't realize you hire, but then you're like, holy shit, this person leaves. Like, people ask me, like, what happens if Ashley left? I'm like, I'm just fucking quitting. Like, I literally will just pack up my team and leave.
Oh, yeah, I'm going. If Tim goes, if Tim goes, I'm over the cliff.
But sometimes you don't know that until. But when we talk about ROI with marketing, there's no better ROI than amazing people. Like, you can't achieve greatness by yourself, dude. I always look at like a piece of string. If I got this piece of string, I can snap it, whatever. But if I start intertwining those together, dude, it can tow a vehicle. Like, greatness only happens by combining a team of great people, man. It has to happen. For sure.
We got one there.
Right here. Hi, guys. Thank you all for spending your day with us. You all talked or touched on bringing massive content or creating content, especially in the social space, integrating video into your business. And I'm just wondering, when it comes to the content, what do you feel is most important or most valuable? Sharing sort of your personal side or touching on your business or a mix of both? Like, what do you guys consider massive content to bring to the consumer that would have the best outcome?
I'll go because I play in every single silo. I mean, anyone that's here. And my clients are the top CEOs in the country. I mean, it's documented. I've got the #1 residential. And I say this for those that also see how I play. It's not I'll go home and get in my Jeep. Okay, that's what I drive. And so I'm not trying to play and hug a tree. I mean, that's my vibe. But I want to share this with you so you can see. I mean, that's the environment that I work in. For me, it is going straight at who I am. On the personal level. But really, here's the answer. Do what works for you. Guess what? So am I. See, so watch this. So I'm going to challenge you with love. I mean, we know each other, okay? But this is with love, but this is with everyone else. You're never going to know exactly what works. It's a constant test. That's the key piece. See, are you posting? Here's the thing that you need to know. And I'll take you in the organic space. I've got organic stuff that's blown up and gone crazy. And I've studied the color of the piece that was put on it and the font. And we've discovered 2 colors. And I'll share them with you. There's a Times Roman in small font, 12, and with a peach background, 1,000 chairs. And it's driving people into a space that I want them to be in. So here's my thing is I post like a bandit. There's people here that don't and do as much or more than me, I mean, it's not, listen, everyone appears successful. My personal opinion is you've got to post consistently and measure if that's what you want to be your initiative. And for me, I look at all the different connection points into this point until the last year. And again, I'm always careful with, hey, I'm the wonderful, but I want you guys just for comparison. So I've spoken throughout North America, into Asia, coach people in Europe, software clients throughout. I've never once taken a booth for my software. I've never paid a marketing dollar in my life in 12 years. Until this last year, I had to because I knew that Facebook ads was a part of the thing, so I couldn't just talk theory. In other words, bullshit, like a lot of people do. I had to be inside it, so I had to invest. Sucks, because I like to run a really good business.
Yeah, so I'll tackle that next. So a couple suggestions for you when we're talking about content, there's a lot of different meanings to that. So let's just talk social media, non-video, then let's talk video. So I recommend realtors post 4 postings per day. Right? Something motivational, something inspirational. Your average human being out there hears 25,000 negative things every single day, only 2,000 positive. So we hear and see 12 times the amount of negativity as we do positivity. So your goal here is you're trying to develop a human connection with a stranger that doesn't know you. And that might sound crazy, but we all have it. You have somebody that you follow, that you connect with, that you like, that you feel like you know, and you've never friggin' met them. It just exists, whether it's a podcast that you watch, whatever it is, we have it. Like, I've never met Tim Ferriss, but I love to do shit. He comes out with a new product, I buy it, no questions asked. Same with Grant Cardone, and that stuff happens, right? So okay, I'm gonna post something motivational first thing in the morning. 80% of humanity out there is massively unfulfilled at their job. So I wanna go out there and just kind of strike an emotional chord with them, right? So then the second post is gonna be something work related. Now, I'm never gonna do like, oh, please send me your referrals. The best compliment I can ever receive is a referral. None of that BS, right? I'm gonna just do things that, like, just the life that I'm living. So like every listing that we do gets here's a picture of the property. We do a coming soon overlay. You go to pickmonkey.com on Google. It's free to do it. Right, just type it in. So coming soon, just listed, under contract, just sold. Our buyers will get an under contract, just sold. With that, every time if I'm gonna go preview new models inside of new development, snapping a picture, like a selfie in front of that, right? Previewing, even though you're bullshit maybe, but previewing some new homes for some potential clients. Love what I do, #blessed, love the real estate life. Right? So you're not begging for business, you're just living your life vicariously through Facebook. Second thing is something that's family or fun, and then like a hobby or an interest. So spread out through the day, and you can do this in 10 minutes in the morning, sync it up on buffer, and then time release them if you want. But the thing is, you're just living your life through Facebook. Only 25% of it's business related, but you want people to connect with you on all fronts, right? So don't just make it all business, make it family too. But the reality is your mother will forget you're a real estate agent. Right? You're your daughter to her, right? So you are best friends. Those of you that have been in this business long enough, you go to a barbecue, you haven't seen a buddy for a while. Dude, I got great news, I just bought a house. And like, you're like, dude, I'm about ready to knock out your teeth, but congratulations, I'll fake this, right now. But it's our fault. Like, we didn't train them to remember who the hell we are. That's our job, is to constantly be training. And I've seen this over and over and over with teammates. So what we strategically do is any networking groups, I tell people all the time, go out there and get 5 new people a day that you're friend requesting on Facebook. Right? That you somewhat know. It's not just this friend of the friend or another realtor. Go through yearbooks, go through whatever, and then do that 4 posted per day strategy. It's just a very easy way to, again, what's the game? Get people to know you, like you, trust you, be aware of what you do for a living, follow up with them frequently, your business continues to grow. So we're very strategic about once they become a client, friend them on Facebook. 88% of buyers sell, so they use their agent again. Only 11% ever do because they forgot the agent's name. There's no excuse for that anymore. Like, when I got this business, it cost a shit ton of money to do this stuff. Now it costs nothing, right? So that's what I would recommend there. As far as video content, if you were the consumer, I always tell people, if you're gonna sell any content, first ask yourself, would this be of value to me if I was buying and selling? Right? Then I'm always trying to think, okay, I'm gonna go to the city sites, go to the HOA sites, and I'm gonna go on Zillow. Right? I'm gonna see what information they have and what they're not giving. So my wife and I are thinking heavily of relocating, moving out of Arizona right now. And we're looking at all these different places, but dude, I can't find shit about like, what's it like living there? Like, there's no, like, I got a certain lifestyle I wanna live, or, certain grocery stores, certain gyms, certain bars. I mean, I do like to drink beer. I like, whatever. I wanna know what it's like living there. The parks, the hiking, the schools, because Zillow can't tell the consumer. I got 3 kids, right? So if I'm like, hey, I want to be in this neighborhood with a school that's walking distance for my kid that's like an A-rated school. Like, what are the 6 subdivisions in this city that exists? Zillow can't do that. So I just tell you, like, that panel that I was on with competing technology or combating technology for the agents so we don't get replaced, I'm like, dude, we got to go like almost back in time. If you can't tell people what the best damn cheeseburger at the best damn restaurant in this zip code is, probably don't sell real estate there. Cool thing is, with Google, I could probably know that in like 10 minutes, so I'm gonna sell real estate everywhere. You can do your research, right? But I'm gonna be that portal. Cities, HOA, they do a very shitty job about talking about the different business promotions. Check this out, if you went to all the business owners in your area, hey, I've got a big list of a lot of people that live in the area, that are moving to the area. I would just like to do a tour with your business, 5-minute video, interview you on what you do, send it to them. It's free promotion, free advertising for them. Ask them, say, hey, would you be willing to give some type of a coupon or a promo code for people that watch this to bring it in so they have value of doing it? You're connecting business owners. They're gonna love you and appreciate what you're doing there. And now you're bridging that gap with the consumer. Monthly video market update reports are critical, especially when you have green screen at $149 on Amazon, and you can learn how to green screen video in about 3 hours on YouTube. If you're committed, right? So you just go out there and you do that. So that really puts you as the information portal, the expert in your area. Other things too, when I'm doing open houses, man, I don't do selfie videos. I instruct all our teammates, do a selfie video right in front of the open house, the flags, all the signs out there, post it on YouTube. Why? Nobody's gonna have time to see that video and come out there. But sellers, dude, sellers are sick and tired of real estate agents listing their property, throw a sign in the ground, locking them into a contract, getting on their knees and hoping the house prays. Or hoping the house sells, right? They want a real estate agent that's showing them, that's working their ass off for them. So I'm gonna show myself out there hustling, doing activities with this. Hey, I go to a home inspection. Of course, I'm not gonna promote the address or whatever the property, but hey guys, here's something to watch out for that's commonly missed in home inspections. Be that information pour, so everything that you're sending to them is something of value. So when we get people in our drip systems and our content, it's like, look, if your brother's a real estate agent, cool, use your brother. But still watch the content, because whether you're using your brother for buying or selling or not, this content will help you save thousands of dollars throughout the process. So many listing presentations, many buyer consultations, and the community thing's the huge part. Nobody's doing that right now. Community videos, schools, shopping, business owners, what it's like living that lifestyle in that area, because buyers say that's what they care about more than anything.
Yeah, I'll just add something since I'm not a realtor, so I give a non-industry perspective in that, like, from a content standpoint, it really comes down to, okay, what kind of feeling do you want the person to have of you? And so if you know that your clientele, going back to my client profile, are they women, are they men, what level of education do they have, what religion, so all those things play in, which is why politicians are perfect at this, right? Politicians always, left and right, they always have the picture of a baby, they always have minorities, they always have these people because they know that looks better, right? So from the content, I mean, you are selling homes or buying homes, right? So it's like, it has to be visually stimulating. And then for yourself, it's like when you said something about how, I don't know how much personal and professional, I've just accepted that whatever I post on social media, it's all professional. So whether we like it or not,
get over that.
You'll have, and so like, instead of like thinking, should I add or request this person? All of it, now that I'm out in the open, and I think John mentioned, like, people are shocked when I say, I wrote a networking book, but I'm introverted. Because I just accept that 5 months ago, I had one video on YouTube. Now I have 50, which please subscribe, because I think I only have 96 subscribers. But I've accepted that, you know what? If I see these speakers out there, I'm going out and speaking more, I have to accept the fact that, okay, I don't have a video team yet, but the bottom line is, if I'm a speaker, I have to get out there and show more clips. So my first clip, me interviewing people, it was like impromptu with Mikey Oliveri. Second clip, me interviewing people, was like the sound quality is horrible. Third clip was with better lighting. Fourth clip, poor lighting. But my point is, we spend too much time trying to be perfect, and we do nothing. We think too much, think what I should do. You should just put stuff out there, because the more important thing is, are you genuine? Will people trust you? If you're genuine, people trust you, they're gonna buy from you. If you're always focusing too much on being perfect, you never do anything, and you're cheating yourself of the sale that you deserve, because the fact that you even asked the question, you're being honest, that's the qualities that I would want in a realtor.
And then study other top producers in the area. Like, I always get a kick out of, like, when the realtors will get pissed, they're like, opt me out of your list, you send too much email. I'm like, wouldn't you, I opt into every single top producer's list. I just want to see what they're doing. Good artist copy, great artist steal. Like, I'm not going to read the will. They're selling a shit ton of homes. I'm just going to follow whatever they do. It's just, it leaves clues. But be very, very careful when you get in this space, because I've made this mistake so many times. They're bringing in, this is the YouTube expert, or this is the Facebook expert, or this is the Pinterest expert. And then you're there devoting 3 hours of your life listening to their bullshit. And then you find out they have no subscribers. Right? And they're like this. So I'm going to go out there and study the doers that are getting massive results. With that space too, so.
I think, that's the whole point. I mean, there's a million great people out there you can learn from, but, don't buy on emotion. Inspect and examine whomever it is. I mean, there's brilliant people, but, how are you doing it? How have you done it? What have your results been? Because there's a lot of theory out there.
For me, I mix it up. Business and personal. I find personal is a little bit more powerful, in my opinion. And especially if you can do funny things. The one that I did got the most traction when I was walking out of a $5.6 million house, and they were videoing me, and I tripped out of the front door, and I kept it. So literally, I would say, hey, welcome to my listing. Yes, this is my, is that crazy or what? People love that more than anything else.
But it's authentic.
Yeah.
You know, you look at him, he's like, okay, he's an authentic guy because, again,
Exactly.
why are they going to buy from you if you're not believing?
I really tripped. Instead of redoing it, I said, you know what? I'm just going to keep this. You know, it's just who I am. It's real, you know?
Remember this one. A shitty video will always beat an absent one.
Ready, fire, aim.
Yeah. And also, too, my clients, I'm noticing a lot of my clients are addicted to Facebook. Well, how I do it, I say, you know, I just want to let you know I'm addicted to the social media. Are you? Because some people are, you know, might not want to tell you that they're addicted. And then they'll say, oh, yeah, I love it. I say, listen, can you post a testimonial for me? Is that cool or what? And then they'll write a testimonial. Albert's my man. He serviced us. He's amazing. If you're looking for anybody, boom, post it right on my Facebook page. Everybody sees my testimonial.
So we're having to get wrapping up here. So maybe just one last question. We'll make it kind of rapid fire. Any other questions that you guys have? You've got my email. You can send those questions, and I can see if we can get these guys to maybe do some response. I don't know if we have you got 2 mics out. We'll just rapid fire both of them.
Mine just has to do with proper messaging. So what I'm having the struggle with is that when I'm talking with the prospect or maybe even a future client, what my problem is that I talk to them and then all of a sudden like they might go cold on me. So then I'm sitting there going, what the hell did I just do wrong? Was my message not proper? So I'm sitting like beating my head against the wall, sitting there thinking, was there a way I could have approached it better? And so I just want to see if you guys could elaborate and clarify just as to, even if it could be the most simplest thing, which it probably is, but just to kind of just elaborate on what you guys do, I guess, in order to get more appointments made, more conversions, so on and so forth.
Yeah, so attached to the process, prime example, I reached out to PayPal. I was going to get a PayPal account I needed an alternative to my authorized.net account. Talked to the gal at PayPal. I just got busy. Life happened, and like I just neglected her
Don't forget
for
your
like a month.
keychains. Oh, I'm sorry, not to cut you.
Oh, yeah, so I neglected her for like a month, dude. So she's emailing. Finally, I get like this nasty email from her of, oh, you're non-response, obviously shows that you're not interested. Like she chewed me out in an email. So then at that point, I was like, dude, life just got in the way. I got busy. So I said, F this. I just went and bought Stripe. Dude, don't make assumptions. It's just people get busy. Life gets in the way. People get hot. People get cold. You just follow the process. You just never stop. A lead exists to set an appointment. So I never stop following up. Lead for contribution, ask for appointment. You never stop.
Yeah, this is great. Thank you. All right, thank you. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, if they're under 6 months, I'm going to do a phone call every 60 days. Now, they're going to get daily property alerts. They're getting the drip emails. They're going to go out 5 days and eventually 15 days. But at a minimum, under 6 months, a call every 30 days. 6 months to a year, I might schedule it out every 60 days. But it's kind of a judgment call based on their situation once communication happens. All right, last one.
All right, this question kind of ties in with the same one. I guess for all of you guys, you guys are very good at, for example, Chris, reaching up to that higher net people, John reaching out to those, don't lose up, and, same for everybody. Where or when did you or where do you pull that courage from, I guess, to talk to those individuals? Or, sometimes for example, personally, I have that fear of saying something wrong to, a higher end client as I do to when I say it to like a lower end client, and I know it's, somewhere in your brain, but like, where, do you kind of just get that from or kind of work on that, I guess?
We're just going to rapid fire 6 seconds each.
I mean, if you go to more, let's say, a Ritz-Carlton hotel, you spend an hour or two there a day, you just start seeing these people that you so-called think are so successful. They're just like people. And if they're like douchey, don't talk to them. If they're nice, talk to them. So as long as you place that, going back to the value for yourself, if you have self-value, it doesn't matter who you meet ever in the world. If they're not nice, there's very nice people that are wealthy, there's very nice people that are not wealthy. But it's just knowing that the more you do it, the more you feel comfortable going to these places, there's going to be another client. But that client might be giving you a much larger commission check.
Yeah, so, okay, so number one, mastery of your scripts will increase your self-confidence. So that's one way to minimize the fear. The fear, I haven't found a way to ever overcome the fear. It's just how to face it. You know, right? Like it's always still existed. Even to this day, like I still have that fear. I've just gotten better at taking action, facing it. So mastering your content will increase that self-confidence. But the thing that most people don't think about is they think, okay, well, if I do this, what can go wrong? I learned to shift my mindset. If I don't do this, what then are the consequences? The reality is if you're not willing to get rejected, you're gonna have to reject your family. I'm gonna have to go home at some point and be like, hey, sorry, baby, I can't pay the rent this month. I can't put food on the table. I can't put our kids through college because I was too much of a coward to get rejected by this stranger. That's the reality of it. So deal in reality, shift your mindset of what the hell's gonna happen in my life if I don't take this necessary action, instead of focusing so hard on what's gonna happen when you take that action. But dude, the fear exists. That's for all of us.
And I'm just gonna stay in that vein because it's true. Everything that you choose to do or not do is a representation for everything that you will have happen or not happen in your personal life. Keep those very conscious, hand in hand. You know, you don't work, you don't live, it's all one. This whole thing of balance, and you know, balance is a myth. Find a rhythm, okay? So that you can keep that consciousness of right here. Everything's all about an experience. And you just walk home and you look yourself in the mirror like you said, you know. It's a representation for what I want to have as an experience in my life or not. Then you'll get real brave. Or you'll be accepting in how things are. And that's okay.
I am so sorry. I was so into my gloves over there. I missed the question.
How do you, I think it's more of how do you overcome fear, whether it's you know, hiring clients.
For me, I mean, it's how do I overcome fear? It's a lot of it has to do with the courage. I think I talked about in my punch. Is that what your question is? How do you overcome fear?
Yeah, maybe like with the
I think for me, I'm more like being curious about them, want to know more about them. And believe me, if you go up to them, you got to get that out of your head. Get that fear out of your head. Just approach them. Believe me, they'll love to talk with you. Just get that all out of your head. Just have the courage to do it. Be amazed. It's going to take one or two times to be doing it. And you're like, wow, that wasn't bad. And you'll be a freight train. You won't stop.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we got to end it to get these guys. Their shifts in. But if you guys want, we'll probably spend a few minutes up there hanging out outside the doors. You know, so if you guys are sticking around, if you have a few more questions, whatever, we'll probably bounce out there for a few minutes. Thank you guys so much. It was an absolute honor, you guys.